The ambassador's guarantee. The portal to another world, Nov decided, looked somewhat like his own. The apparatus that generated it was surprisingly small. He'd expected something bulky and advanced, but the actual portal wasn't much more than a metal ring on a slightly raised stand and a generator. There were strips of paper wrapped around several sections of the ring, one of them trailing material down the side. All of them were emblazoned with foreign symbols, the language of the Shinobi Union. Several of the symbols glowed the same faint green as the portal, some application of chakra, no doubt. Mari Kansai, the woman who could hurl lightning bolts with frightening precision and the apparent representative of the Shinobi Union to West Gorto, had noticed his surprise when they'd entered the decorated room, so obviously meant to receive visitors, that housed the portal. As Nov had examined the dull green passageway to another world, which faintly shimmered with ocean-like motion, she'd explained that the portal engine which enabled travel that was actually located back in the Union provided the majority of the power and processing power necessary for trans-dimensional travel. Ancillary portals like this one only received its instructions and energy, and so didn't need to be quite so advanced. This had been quite purposeful, to allow civilizations even with less developed technology to be able to deal with the Union. It was amazing, he thought, that the shinobi had managed to create something like this with their chakra. Developing hide and seek had taken him years, but this had been a cooperative effort on a much grander scale. They may have been aliens, but they could work together like anyone else. The portal rippled, and the movement spread from the top right of the luminous circle instead of the center. Nov could swear he saw movement on the other side, shadowed figures moving with a purpose from one side to another. He reached out, wondering what the surface of the gate would feel like. Hide and seek was like a cold liquid that slipped off the body without leaving a trace. Would this be the same? Mari, who had been standing just behind him on his right, put her hand on his shoulder. Careful, she said, and Nov paused. He looked back at her, and she elaborated. As she spoke, he wondered why she chose to wear a suit, unlike the other shinobi. The portal can be tricky, she said. People without chakra can pass through without complication, but we've never had anyone with Nen, she pronounced the unfamiliar word with an odd lilt, attempt it. We don't think it would be dangerous, but it's very possible it would require further recharging if you did. We'd considered that, Nov said. He watched the armed guards at the back of the room, wondering if they understood what was being discussed. The association is curious if I could pass through and create a less particular portal of my own. You're familiar with my Hatsu? The woman nodded. Of course, she said with a grin. And that would be spectacularly convenient. But we're concerned about the risks. Who was we? The other shinobi, the higher UPS of the Union? Hinata's husband? Traveling through the portal deactivates any active jutsu, technique, without fail. Barriers, clones, anything independent immediately disappears, and their chakra travels back to the user. Mari shrugged. We're not sure why this is the case, Mr. Nov, but it's a constant with portal travel. Since Nen and chakra are so similar, if you were to use the portal it's very likely all of your existing portals would vanish, your Nen would return to you, and you'd be stranded on the other side. Nov considered what the woman was saying. Was she telling the truth? It was more than possible the Union just wanted a monopoly on travel to and from their world, a monopoly that Nov could single-handedly destroy. But if she was telling the truth, the risk was unacceptable. Not only would the rest of the force opposing the ants be denied his hide and seek, but his travel through the portal might leave the Union unable to send any reinforcements. He lowered his hand, backing up a step. He couldn't test the truth, not without laying the lives of other hunters and the shinobi on the line. There would be time later, when the crisis had passed. For now, as he found himself doing too often for his taste, he'd just have to trust the shinobi. Mari smiled at him once more, and then refocused on the portal, considering its depths. They stood in silence alongside one another, waiting for some hint of action from it. 20 mute seconds passed. Nov had always been comfortable with silence, glad to an opportunity for quiet thought, but Mari was clearly different. The woman fidgeted, occasionally glancing at him. Do you have something to say? He eventually asked, and the woman quickly shrugged. Don't mind me, she said, and Nov took the advice to heart. Then she continued speaking, and he realized she hadn't really meant it. I'm just nervous. Nervous? Nov asked, seizing the opportunity. The woman was younger, and inexperienced. She'd probably have looser lips than Hinata and her team. I didn't think this position would be that special, Mari admitted. I took it because it was fascinating, not because I wanted to meet important shinobi. She shrugged once again. But the Hokage's wife, and now whoever the Union decides to send. I just didn't expect it to be like this. Hinata is remarkable, Nov said. Mari spoke about her in a deeply respectful tone. He suspected there was more there than an appreciation of the Hyuaga's abilities. But surely, as an ambassador. I was trained to deal with other nations, Mari said. I'm good at it. I enjoy it here, and I enjoy my work. She made eye contact with him, and Nove was struck by her bright teal eyes. But, I don't think you could understand, Mr. Nove. Hinata's generation is a legend, some of them are like myths, especially if you are from a different hidden village. Being here, it's a little overwhelming. Myths. Nove considered the representative's words. Either she was easily dazzled, or the shinobi really had experienced a drastic and recent change, like Netero had effortlessly surmised. He decided to dig deeper. What do you mean, myths? He asked. As Mari started to speak, he raised his hand. I assume you can't tell me everything, and I understand. I'm just curious, Hinata has never struck me as someone like that, despite her eyes. He was curious, really. Despite working with them for a decent length of time, he still knew very little about the shinobi. Mari spent a moment in thought, and Nove was sure he'd underestimated her. She knew just as well as he did the value of information, and how things might appear if she weren't careful with it. Whatever he received wouldn't be the whole truth. Before the Union was formed, she decided, as though reciting a history book, there were 3 great wars between the 5 largest hidden villages. 2 over territory and resources, and 1 thanks to an assassination. They were terrible conflicts that took the lives of many ninja, including a significant amount of children. But when Lady Hinata was 17 years old, there was a 4th Great War, the most destructive of them all. That was logical to Nove, nations competed, and the most direct competition was always war. While the hidden villages may have had anachronistic titles, everything he'd learned about them indicated states or nations with far more power than any actual village. Mari sighed. It wasn't like the others. The 4th war was a war of ideology, fought by one man against the villages. He had many servants, but in the end it was one man against the world, and he nearly won. The war lasted 2 days, and killed more than half of the 5 villages' shinobi. Morel had told him something like, Shino had mentioned a similar conflict to him, fought to control the tailed beasts. They must have been important to this man's ideology. The idea was both too bizarre and sensible enough. A single man, opposing the entire series of ninja villages, was on the face of it absurd, but if any one person had amassed that much power, surely they would seek to eliminate their competition? Abstractly, it made sense, and so did the horrid casualties. And Hinata fought in that war? He asked. Mari nodded. On the front lines, she said. Hinata and her generation won the bloodiest war in history, and they went on to dictate the future of the villages, taking advantage of the unity provided by the war to establish the Union, rebuilding a new balance of power between the 5 nations. She and her husband were at the front of it. Why them? Nove asked. Because they were the most powerful? Or for some subtler reason? Mari surely understood his thoughts, even if he didn't voice them. The Hyuga clan, Hinata's family, is a big deal in Konohagakure, Mari explained. One of the village's founding clans. She and her family were influential for obvious reasons, and they also had some of the most famous disputes with other villages, mine included. Them setting aside their grudges set an example for the rest of Konoha. She glanced back at the portal, still nothing. And as for Naruto, in a way, that was definitely because of his power, but it was more than that. Naruto had created a personal relationship with each of the other villages' kage, and saved most of their lives at one point or another. He ended up being the connection between everyone, the foundation of peace. A union of nations forged through a personal relationship? Perhaps the villages were more totalitarian than he'd thought if that were really the case, with one person having so much pull. Have you ever met him? He asked, and the woman shook her head. Never. I saw him once, when I was younger, he was visiting my village, she said, glancing back at the portal. It was pulsing faster, Nove noted, the ripples appearing more frequently and violently. He still didn't know who would be arriving, the messages sent through the portal had only noted that summoning, whatever that was too unstable, and that they'd be sending another ambassador through within the day. It was from a distance, but still. Nove cocked an eyebrow, and Mari shrugged. It's hard to describe, she said. People like him are heavy. Did she mean Jinchuriki, or just people of Naruto's fame? Nove couldn't be sure, and he didn't want to ask. The portal was pulsing rapidly now, a low keening emitting from its base, like an overheated computer. Nove didn't have to be familiar with the technology to understand that was a sign of activity. Someone would likely be coming through at any moment. The wide doors behind them opened, and Nove looked over his shoulder, clasping his hands behind his back at the same time. West Gordo's chief secretary of foreign affairs, Sun Hanya, had entered the room, along with yet another armed guard. That was the third. Was the extra security for a show of force, or was there something he didn't know? The border to East Gordo was less than 50 miles away, after all. Perhaps all officials were traveling with escorts now. The transition is underway, Sun said, the overhead lights gleaming off his forehead. Nove had always found baldness a little unsightly, he was always strangely happy to look in the mirror and find a full head of hair. Mari, Did they tell you who they were sending? No, the shinobi answered as the secretary glanced at Nove. No doubt he was wondering why the hunter was waiting to meet the new arrival as well. They were still deliberating an hour ago. Apparently the ants have raised up quite a fuss. The ants, and the Shinju, Nove was sure of it. For better or worse, the Union's attention was firmly on their world now. He focused on the portal, searching for any sense of familiarity with his own Hatsu, or for a glimpse of whoever was on the other side. 5 seconds passed in tense silence, and then the shimmering green surface pulsed. Without any disturbance to the portal, something passed through, trailing a pale mist that resolved into a solid form after a heartbeat. It was a dog. A 200-pound dog the size of a large man, with wild white fur, but nonetheless, just a dog. It looked up and Nove and Mari, huffed, and then trundled past them and the rest of the welcoming party, sitting down behind them with a groan. Nove tracked it curiously. The last thing he had expected was an animal, let alone one so blatantly uninterested in them. From her face, Mari hadn't either. The portal pulsed again, drawing Nove's attention back to it, and another figure stepped through. As the vapor around it faded, a man became clear. Nove appraised the newcomer. The man was much more in line with his expectations. He was about as tall as Nove himself, and slender as well. Dull red hair, cut short, and an equally red coat fastened with a series of buttons down the chest. His outfit was sleek and professional, with one exception: a tan gourd the size of a child was slung across his back, secured by 2 rough leather straps across his torso. Nove wondered what the thing held. For some reason, it reminded him of Morel's pipe. Probably a weapon, then. Oh my! The words out of Mari before she could compose herself, and Nove wondered exactly who this man was that he'd managed to throw the woman off even after she'd prepared for the meeting. Lord Kazekage. This is a surprise. Ms. Kansai, the Kazekage said, nodding to her, and then to the secretary. Mr. Hanya, yes? It's good to meet you in person. The bald man inclined his head. Kazekage, one of the 5 kage who ruled the 5 major villages. The Union had sent one of its most powerful men to appraise the situation? Not Naruto Uzumaki, but someone nearly as important, it seemed. Nove was both wary and relieved as the man's disconcerting teal eyes fell on him. They reminded him of Mari's, but there was one critical difference. The Kazekage didn't have any pupils, just like Hinata. But where Hinata's empty eyes were inevitably kind, or focused, the Kazekage's were blank, appraising. It was the first time Nove had met another human and truly felt they were different. There was a pressure too, emanating from the man. He'd only noticed it when those eyes fell on him. It was as though the gravity of the room had been raised an erg, not enough to actually affect anything, but sufficient to make Nove understand the weight of all his limbs, of how his blood struggled and pulsed through his body. He knew without a doubt this was what Mari had meant when she'd said heavy. What he didn't know was why. And you? The Kazekage said, stepping forward. I don't believe I know you. Would you be a hunter? Nove moved forward as well, and the new shinobi raised his hand in greeting. Nove took the handshake without hesitation, a little surprised by the roughness of the cage's hands. I am, he said, finishing the shake. My name is Nove. It's a pleasure to meet you. He dangled the sentence, and the Kazekage gracefully picked it up. Gara, he said. Of the desert. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Nove. Are you the association's representative here? Gara had a soft voice, but he spoke with firm clarity. Used to being in command, and comfortable with it. The man was definitely a military leader. For now, Nove confirmed, taking a step back. He wondered where the man's moniker had come from. He seemed too fair-skinned to live in a desert. The chairman of the association will be able to meet with you shortly, but until he returns, I'll be your liaison. Excellent, the man said. He turned his attention back to Sun Hanya, and the pressure on Nove lifted. He wondered if it was even intentional. I must apologize for the circumstances, Chief Secretary. It would have been ideal if we could have met in a less pressing situation. It is of no concern, Lord Kazekage, the man said. Nove was sure the same pressure that had affected him was weighing on the secretary, but the man didn't show it. He was definitely trained well. Though you're right that the circumstances could be better, we are glad for more interaction between our nations. West Gordo is ready to assist the Union in any way it can. Gara of the Desert smiled, and the expression made him look infinitely more human. We are glad to hear that, he said. But of course, time is of the essence at the moment. Rest assured, once this crisis is resolved you'll be hearing more from the Union. We'll be needing your help in reaching out to the rest of the world. The secretary's face twitched, and Nove smiled. It was a bit cruel, but it was amusing to see the man's obvious ambition of being the sole relationship with the shinobi in the Union get accidentally shot down. Now, Gara said as he turned back to Nove and Mari, how much can we discuss here? I would prefer if we took our conversation elsewhere, Kazekage, Nove admitted. Knowledge of the Dark Continent was restricted for good reason, and he wasn't sure how knowledge Sun Hanya was. Always better safe than sorry. With the chairman's apologies, Secretary. The man waved him off, quickly recovering. Hunter business, he said with a smile. Trust me, I'd rather not know. We only care that the situation is resolved. Oh, there's no doubt of that, Nov said, returning the smile. If you'll excuse us, then. He kneeled down and touched a finger to the ground, the pleasant sensation of cold Nen flowing out of his finger accompanying the creation of another portal. As he tapped the new entry to hide and seek, Mari explained his Hatsu to Gaara in a low tone. The man nodded, before removing a piece of paper from his jacket pocket. Too sensitive for the facts, he muttered back, slipping the paper in Mari's hand as Nov tried to catch its contents in the corner of his eye. Unfortunately, it was written in another language, probably the shinobi's native script, since they had made it clear that they couldn't read the local language. Mari glanced at it, her eyes going wide, before stuffing it into her own pocket and hastily saluting the cage. Gaara grinned, and then approached Nov, glancing down at the entrance. Another portal? He asked, and Nov shrugged. Unless you'd prefer to walk, he said, testing the man's humor. He was rewarded with a chuckle and crossed arms. No, this suits me just fine, the Kazekage said, and he stepped into hide and seek without hesitation. The white dog walked after him, dipping into the portal head first as everyone else in the room curiously watched. Nov glanced up to Mari as the top of the man's head vanished. Stay in contact, he requested, trying to make it sound like an order despite having no authority over the woman, and she nodded. The situation will probably develop rapidly, everyone needs to be on the same page. Then he slipped through the portal, closing it behind him, and the large room vanished, replaced by a small white one. The Kazekage was waiting for him, arms still crossed. So was the dog. Why was the dog there? Was it the Kazekage's pet? Nov didn't care to ask. Fascinating, Gaara said, looking about the room. I've never seen a technique like this. Is this a real building, somewhere, or did you create it? Nov strode across the room, his master key falling from his sleeve and into the palm of his hand. I created it, he said. Though it links to several buildings in the real world, for the utilities. I cannot generate electricity, or running water. Amazing, the man said, falling in step behind him. I'd heard you hunters had interesting abilities, but this exceeds my expectations. The man's tone grew more serious. Can I expect the same of the chimera ants? Yes, Nov said simply, sliding his key into one of the doors. He turned back before opening it. This door leads to the capital of East Gorto, Beijing. It's still not entirely safe. East Gorto's soldiers still patrol sections of it, and they're subordinates of the ants now. Not to mention that while Hinata is keeping overwatch, we're expecting the Chimera to send at least some forces to the city eventually. I understand, Gaara replied, and Nov opened the door. They stepped out together into the city. It was early in the morning, and a constant dreary drizzle drowned out the morning sun. As before, the dog trundled after them as the portal closed. The Kazekage said, taking in the skyline. Nov had placed the portal they'd exited from on one of the taller buildings in the city, on the southern edge, one of the farthest points from the palace with the best sight lines. What an ugly place. It's an ugly nation, Nov remarked. Gaara's blank eyes had thrown him off, but the man's polite tone had helped humanize him quickly. Hinata and the rest are somewhere out there, we didn't know when you'd be arriving, so we didn't set a time to meet. She's to come find us. You've been working with her since she arrived, Gaara said. I hope she's been safe. Hunting the ants is the farthest thing from safe, Nov said. He had to be careful now. This was a true representative of the Union, not someone who was more like a co-worker. Whatever Gaara said, and whatever was said to Gaara, was part of the direct dialogue between worlds. But she has been taking care of herself. The Kazekage snorted. I have no doubt of that, he said. They stood in silence, observing the soaked city, before he spoke again. You're probably wondering what I handed Ms. Kansai. And why I was chosen to be sent. He glanced over at Nov. I'd prefer you asked questions, really. It's why I am here. Nov shrugged, if the man was happy to humor his inquisitiveness, he'd capitalize on it. It probably wouldn't be long before Hinata and her comrades arrived, along with the rest of the hunters. This was a meeting everyone needed to be present for. Filling the time with questions was one of the best ways to spend it. In that case, he said, what did you had Mari? Instructions, the Kazekage said. He stood like a statue, not even blinking at the rain. Nov realized that the water hitting his skin vanished, instead of dripping down his body. Bizarre. The presence of multiple Shinju on this world is extremely troubling, Gaara said. Even if they are isolated. That alone would have been enough to draw the Union's attention, but the Chimera ants, and their king gaining chakra, presents an even more dangerous situation. That seems self-evident, Nove said, and Gaara nodded. Of course. Forgive me, I just want to be clear. I am here, as Cage of the Hidden Sand and Ambassador of the Shinobi Union, to guarantee that we can cooperate with the Hunter Association to track down the Shinju, and ascertain their threat. Gaara shifted a little to look Nove in the eyes. And to assist in the suppression and if necessary, extermination of the Chimera ants. Necessary? Nove asked. They can't be reasoned with. Some of them can, Gaara pointed out. I've been told several of them have surrendered and been taken hostage. The majority of them may choose to die, but surely we can't execute them just for being ants. The man was right, with a couple exceptions. The king and the royal guard were too powerful to let live, but the lesser ants could be spared if they were like Colt, or Ikalgo. Nove just shrugged, the issue was mostly beyond his concern. Then are you it? Nove asked. The extent of the reinforcements. He glanced at the white dog, who grumbled. Along with the dog, I suppose. This is Akamaru, Gaara said, patting the dog on the head, it rumbled appreciatively. He's Kaiba partner. The word raised several alarm bells, most of which Nove was sure were ridiculous. Partner? He asked cautiously, and Gaara smiled. Kaiba's clan, the Inyazuka, fight alongside dogs that are assigned to them at birth, he explained, and Nove let out a silent sigh of relief. Akamaru has been Kaiba's for more than 20 years, he left him behind because of his age, but since it looks like they'll be fighting in the future, Akamaru elected to come along. It's the dog, no, Akamaru, growled. He's more than 20 years old. The dog nodded, and Nove stared at it in suspicion. And it's still fit for combat. Kaiba left him behind thanks to his age, but I'm told he's fitter in a fight than he is sitting around, Gaara said, looking back out to the city. But I suppose we'll see. And yes, for now I am the extent of the reinforcements. He frowned. Though special consideration has been given to the king. Special consideration? Nove asked, and Gaara's frown grew. From Hinata's report, he said when had Hinata had time to make a report? The king is far too dangerous for any single individual to engage. The Union is assigning someone to take care of him. Naruto Uzumaki? Nove asked, and Gaara turned his head toward him, his blank eyes narrowing. We will see, the Kazekage said. There are still decisions being made. Naruto is a likely candidate. That was good enough for Nove, but the Kazekage continued, surprising him. Do you know, the man asked, why we have such an interest in the world trees, as you call them? They're responsible for your chakra, Nove said, the answer self-evident. Hinata told us as much. Yours was planted by a visitor from another dimension, according to her. That much is true, Gaara acknowledged. But since we're asking you to trust us, I think you should know a little more about them. As Nove turned, showing open interest, the man went on. Like you said, the Shinju aren't a native organism. They were brought to our world, and likely yours, by visitors from another world. What Hinata probably didn't tell you, for good reason, is that those visitors are not random travelers. Ah, there was the twist Nove was looking for. As Gaara spoke, he felt an indefinable perception fall on him. Hinata had finally noticed them. The woman who planted the Shinju in our world, Kagaya Otsutsuki, came from a family, organization, clan, Gaara waved his hand, of creatures just like her. We are still figuring out the specifics of both her and her fellows, but the Otsutsuki were incredibly advanced. Aliens, essentially, that traveled from one world to another, sapping them dry with their trees. Nove expected something beyond dull surprise to the admission, but managed to disappoint himself. Something like that was unbelievable, right out of science fiction, but at its base it was no different from the actions of hundreds of nations throughout history. When natural resources ran out, people exploited those that belonged to others. These Otsutsuki were no different from oil or rubber barons, they simply stole the nutrients and energy of a planet instead of something usable by a human. And so you're wondering why our world didn't suffer the same fate? He asked, and Gaara shook his head. Not quite. When the Union first explored this world, he said, we found the stunted Shinju, far to the north of here, and dismissed it. In our agent's travels, he has encountered many similar situations, the Otsutsuki's trees fail as often as they succeed, and so we charted this world down as another lucky one. Many? How many places had the Union made contact with? Imagine our surprise when Hinata informed us there were so many more here, hiding out on a continent kept secret from most of the world. It's certainly an unusual situation. Lucky us, Nove muttered. Gaara shrugged. I'm well aware that this situation isn't ideal, he said. The words of an ambassador, but he delivered them so genuinely that Nove wanted to believe him. We want to do our best to respect your autonomy, both the governments of this world, and the associations. Several blocks away, Hinata crested the top of a building and waved, shortly followed by Shino and Kaiba. Nove wondered where the other hunters were. Shortly before Morel appeared along with Knuckle and Shoot, just a building over, they must have taken the stairs. Akamaru started barking. Once the situation with the Chimera is resolved, we can talk in more detail about future cooperation, Gaara finished. If those talks ever came to be, Nove doubted they would be as productive as either side hoped. The shinobi and hunters arrived near simultaneously, leaping to the roof and cutting paths through the half-hearted rain. Knuckle, Shoot, and Morel watched the Kazekage with curiosity. The shinobi simply approached him as a friend, Akamaru rising and bolting for Kaiba. As the large dog tackled the man to the roof and furiously licked his face, Nove wondered where Palm was. She must have been away from the group, or else she would have come too. Gaara, Hinata said, putting her hand out. The man obviously surprised her when he ignored it, placing his hand on her shoulder. The Hyuga stiffened for a moment. Hinata, he said. Glad you're safe. He looked past her to Kaiba, who was currently being mauled, and then to Shino, his gaze lingering on his missing arm. Shino. I'm sorry. Not your fault, Lord Fifth, the man said, even more polite than usual. It could have been much worse. So? Knuckle asked. You're the reinforcements. He glanced at Akamaru, who'd finally let Kaiba take a breath. And the dog too, I guess. Gaara of the Desert, Nove said as the new shinobi nodded. He'll be acting as the Union's ambassador while he's here, in addition to assisting us against the ants. Are you it? Kaiba asked, rhythmically patting his dog. Akamaru's tail thumped against the roof like a wet towel, and Gaara nodded again. For now, he said. Hopefully, I'll be all that's required. Hopefully indeed. Kaiba laughed, unaware of Nove's thoughts. Yeah, let's hope. You all caught up yet, or? Hardly, Gaara said, stepping forward. We have a lot to discuss. The chairman's guarantee. Hinata was still talking with Gaara in the lobby of their hotel when Isaac Netero entered the city. There'd been plenty to talk about, the situation with the ants, the Dark Continent and its Shinju, what had been going on back home in the nearly 2 months she'd been gone. They'd been at it with along with Knuckle and Morel, who had elected to stay with them, for well over 2 hours by the time Netero arrived. She'd been periodically activating her Byakugan throughout the conversation. The king had ordered his ants to attack the following dawn, but it was more than possible that order had been a deception. He'd been well aware she was watching. Killua and Gon were busy with a personal project, something that involved raiding several of the East Gordo military stockpiles throughout the capital. She'd directed them earlier in the day and then left them to the task, sure that it was well within their capabilities, and her checkups had confirmed they were making quick progress. A modern military was little impediment to hunters of their skill. The girl whom the king seemed so determined to defeat at Agunji, as she'd learned the board game was called, was still alive, despite Hinata's expectations. She seemed to defeat the Chimera without fail, and for some reason he took her efforts in stride. It was definitely odd that the king had become so fixated on someone apparently unremarkable, but Hinata was glad he had something to occupy him. Better games than petty cruelty. Gaara was explaining to her the mix-up with the dead Shinju far to the north when Netero came into her line of sight. Apparently both Kakashi and Naruto had been under the impression the other had informed her about it. Neither the former Hokage nor her husband had thought the dead tree would have been relevant to their mission. According to the Kazekage, Suzuki Uchiha had encountered more than a few such failed Shinju in his travels, and rarely found anything remarkable about them. The admission had brought a smile to Hinata's face. She couldn't blame Naruto for letting something ultimately minor slip his mind. Ever since taking up the mantle from the 6th, he'd had to carefully balance hundreds of responsibilities at once, including his family. Even a year later, he was still getting the hang of it. Sometimes, less pressing information slipped through the cracks. It could be frustrating, but Naruto never forgot the important things, and at the moment that was more than enough for her. But the warm thought of her husband's sometimes charming forgetfulness and the relief of the Shinju to the north being no threat were both wiped away by Netero's arrival. The chairman arrived on the back of a violet and gold dragon, accompanied by another ancient man, bent-backed and with an impressively long mustache. They soared through the sky, above the rain-writhing clouds and invisible to those on the ground. The dragon was an impressive non-construct, almost as much as the chairman's Hatsu, but it wasn't what drew the brunt of Hinata's attention. She was focused on Netero's heart, and the device nestled behind it. It was small and metallic, like a curled-up spider, and a series of wires ran from its casing directly to the man's heart. For anyone else, this would have been fatal, but Netero didn't appear to notice. His heart beat with the same slow strength it always had, and his whole chest cavity seemed to have slightly expanded to make room for the metal intruder. He had new scars, 2 long sets along the left side of his torso. Clean, straight scars, surgical scars. The man had had whatever that thing was purposefully inserted into his chest and attached to his heart. The sight of it shocked Hinata, enough for Gaara to notice. Something wrong? He asked, and Morel perked up as well. The chairman's back, Hinata said. She was sure the man accompanying the chairman had detected her sight by now. He'd grown ill at ease. Along with someone else. An older man. Most likely Zeno Zaldik, Morel said, standing up from the chair he'd appropriated. He's been hired by the chairman to assist us with the ants. Zaldik? Hinata asked. She looked back at the chairman's companion with new eyes. This must have been Killua's grandfather. Gon had told her about Killua's family of assassins when they'd been traveling, with his friend's irritated approval. He wasn't what she had pictured, but of the Zaldik family, Zeno was the one Gon had known the least about. It can't just have been someone new that startled you, Gaara said softly, and Hinata shook her head. There's something in the chairman's chest, she said, and Morel winced. She deactivated her Byakugan to turn and meet his eyes. Hinata had noticed long ago that it made the hunters uncomfortable to talk to the back of her head, even if they knew she could see them. You know what it is? Probably, the hunter said, looking uncomfortable. Morel had relaxed quite a bit since the shinobi had told them the truth, to the point that Hinata had realized she hadn't understood how much stress the man had been under, but now he'd returned to an earlier, tenser time. And? Gaara asked. Morel twisted his pipe. I think, he said, I should let the chairman explain. It's not my place, as his subordinate. That was entirely unlike Morel. Whatever lay in Netero's chest, it was enough to seriously discomfort the usually imperturbable man. That was obviously worrisome, that Knuckle was just watching his master with a perplexed expression even more so. I thought we were done hiding things, Morel, she said, and the man frowned. This wasn't intentional, I assure you, he said, sounding a little hurt. Hinata instantly felt some regret at her tone. She'd been happy to see Gaara, but deep inside she'd been hoping her husband would have been the one coming through the portal. She was tired of the ants, and of fighting, and of being away from her family. It was making her too confrontational. She took a deep breath, bringing up a hand. I'm sorry, she said. I didn't mean to sound like that. Morel blew out a breath of his own. No, it's understandable. He scratched the back of his neck. Like I said, I think I'll let the chairman explain, but that thing you saw, it was just a backup plan, nothing more. Trust me. A backup plan? The original plan had been focused around forcing a direct confrontation between the chairman and the king. For the chairman to have safely undergone such invasive surgery, this device must have been intended for that duel. What could possibly be? Something that could boost his nin, perhaps? She didn't know of any such thing, but it didn't seem impossible. The dragon vanished, and both Netero and Zeno plummeted towards the city without any sense of care. Hinata tracked them, noting where they'd likely land. Despite their age, the two men were proof against a long fall. The basics of terminal velocity saw to that. It was in a street only 300 or so meters away, rather close in a city like this. Hinata wondered if one of the men had detected them somehow. The distance was too convenient to be a coincidence. If we have to ask him, she said, standing up straight, then let's go greet him. She looked to Knuckle. Can you call the others? He understood she meant her teammates, and pulled a small purple phone from his white pants, keying through different numbers. As he did, Hinata made her way to the exit of the lobby. The rain had picked up a little since Gaara's arrival, but it still barely counted as more than a drizzle. Followed by the Kazekage and the two hunters, Hinata made her way out into the streets. The city looked practically deserted, but her eyes had told her it was an illusion. While much of the populace had fled or made their way to the palace, the majority of it, just over 300,000 all told, had simply remained inside, bunkering up in their homes and apartments and refusing to leave while the shinobi and hunters had the run of the place. Watching so many people at once was exhausting, so Hinata usually just ignored them, but today she was painfully aware that while the capital made a good base to observe the palace from, there was an incredible amount of collateral within it. If the ants did attack at dawn, innocents would be caught between them and the humans, no matter what measures were taken. Netero landed 2 blocks away with impossible grace, falling onto the balls of his feet and only leaving a slight crack in the concrete. The man shook his legs out, glancing around, and then began strolling down the street, practically whistling as several terrified people hurried away from their windows and doors. He wasn't wearing shoes, just socks. Hinata wondered if he was cold. A moment later, Zeno landed as well, light as a feather. It was some trick, if the aura around his feet was anything to go by. They've landed, Hinata said. Landed? Gaara asked, and Hinata realized she hadn't told them exactly how the chairman was entering the city. She stifled a grin. Just a block away, she said, and Morel hefted his pipe onto his shoulder. Over the last 2 months it had steadily accrued stains and dents, now, it truly looked like a weapon. The rain dripping off of it somehow added to the effect. No time like the present, then, he said before making his way down the street. Hinata and Gaara followed him, with Knuckle falling in behind them. It was a natural escort formation. Even now, Morel was being careful to present the image of the shinobi being under control to the chairman. Hinata wondered why he was still bothering. They met Netero and Zeno in the middle of the street, the two old men curiously regarding Gaara over Hinata's shoulder. The Zaldik silently appraised both the shinobi, and Hinata felt his eyes cover every inch of her body. It was far more openly uncomfortable than she'd expected. The man's outfit was peculiar, a purple vest over a white shirt, with his black pants wrapped in bandages. So, Zeno said, as Netero remained silent. You're the one who's been chaperoning my grandson, so I'm told. So the man was Killua's grandfather. He had focused silver eyes, eyes that regarded killing as a chore. Hinata bowed, very slightly, and the Zaldik grinned. Polite, too. Maybe you've been teaching him some manners, then. I wouldn't say that, sir, Hinata said, standing up straight. She was taller than the man, but only because he was so bent-backed. I'm Hinata, this is Gaara. The Kazekage nodded. It's a pleasure to meet you. The man stroked his chin. I'll admit, I have to say the same. I never thought I'd be meeting competition from another world. He smiled. Hopefully you two will impress. Aren't there supposed to be more of you? Competition. It rang a little oddly with Hinata. Nowadays, shinobi weren't sent on assassination missions very often, at least not out of Konoha. But of course, the man wouldn't know that. He'd only know what the hunters had relayed, that the shinobi were well-trained killers with otherworldly energy. The rest of my team is out in the city, preparing, Hinata said. It was the truth. Kaiba was putting Akamaru through his paces for the next day, and Shino was laying yet more insect traps. If you wish, I can set up a meeting with them. That won't be necessary, Netero said, and Zeno smirked at the other man's presumption. He quirked an eyebrow. You haven't asked about it yet. I didn't want to be rude, Chairman, Hinata said, and Netero laughed. Charming, he chortled. But there's no need to be so mincing. I'm sure Morel refused to tell you, after all. The man was unceasingly preternatural. It brought a grin to Hinata's face. Very well then, Netero, she said, and the chairman perked up at the use of his name. The man seemed, strangely happy. What is that thing in your chest? It can't be comfortable. It restricts my breathing a little, Netero casually admitted. And it's a bomb. Hinata blinked, not sure she'd heard the man correctly. Perhaps he'd slurred his words. Or maybe she'd just stopped listening to him for a moment and not realized it. At her side, Gaara crossed his arms. A bomb? He asked, and the chairman glanced at him. So, you're the reinforcements? He asked, tapping his chest with his middle finger. Naruto didn't come then, I take it. He's talking it over, Gaara said coolly, clearly unimpressed by the ancient man. As are the other Kage. Until they come to a decision, I will be here as an ambassador of the Shinobi Union. He raised his hand, and after a careful second Netero took it in a brief and firm shake. The men locked eyes. Hinata was sure they were communicating something between them that she wasn't privy to. Well, Netero said, releasing Gaara's hand, I'm excited you're here, even if you aren't who I expected. He grinned, the first time in a while Hinata had seen a clean smile from him. Perhaps we'll have time to talk later. Can we back up? Hinata asked, and the chairman chuckled. A bomb? You put a bomb in your chest. Does that surprise you? Netero asked. What? Hinata did her best not to stutter. She hadn't had to fight that in more than a decade. Is this a common thing? Do people in this world frequently put explosives inside their body? Zeno Zaldik laughed, shaking his head. I assure you, that's not the case. He clasped his hands behind his back with a groan. Isaac is simply a very foolish man. Bah! The chairman waved him off, an old joke between friends, Hinata realized, or at least friendly enemies. Has a brain like a plant. Very flexible, Zeno continued with a grin. Doesn't think like a person, you see. So naturally his first instinct when he was faced with something like the king was to implant an explosive next to his heart. Hinata turned to Morel. You knew about this. He raised up his hands in mock surrender. Like I said, it was just a precaution. The Hyuga frowned, turning back to Netero. Gaara was content to silently absorb the conversation for now. It's wired to your heart, she said quietly. A dead man's switch. The man clucked his tongue, smile refusing to fade. Precisely. I was sure you'd figure it out on your own. So, it was going to be a secondary measure for the king, Hinata said. That made sense. Suicide jutsu weren't unheard of. The third Hokage had sacrificed himself to drive off Orochimaru long ago, at her first Chunin exam. Naruto's father had sealed the Kyuubi in him with the same technique. If victory was absolutely necessary, there was nothing irrational or dishonorable in trading your life for your opponent's. But something so invasive and technological, that she'd never seen before. Hinata frowned. But, it's so small, she said. Could it really damage the king? Certainly something like an explosive tag wouldn't be enough to dent a royal guard, let alone their monarch. Nothing the Union could produce of that size could. Netaro's lips pulled back. It wasn't a smile. If I keeled over right here, he said, sticking out his tongue in a mocking gag, this bomb would leave the entirety of this city as molten rubble. Perhaps a fair bit of the land beyond as well. No. That couldn't be right, could it? The bomb in the chairman's chest, smaller than a purse, was powerful enough to destroy an entire city? That thing that Hinata could hold in her hand had the destructive power of a Bijahudama? Hinata's heart skipped a beat at the thought, and Netaro saw her hesitation. The man definitely took pleasure in it. The old bastard. It was a harsh thought, but standing here, at the mercy of the chairman's heartbeat, Hinata felt betrayed by someone she'd grown to trust. Was he bluffing? Why would he? He wouldn't have taken such drastic action if he weren't sure the bomb could have taken out the king. And you didn't tell us you were planning this. The man shrugged. Why bother? If I had returned from the battle, you would notice it in a moment. If I had died to the king, the effects would have been more than obvious. Hinata, Morel stepped up, his face sour. That weapon in the chairman's chest is known as the poor man's rose. Its detonation is powerful, large enough to destroy a city, but even if the king had been strong enough to survive that by some fluke, the bomb would still have killed him. Netaro gave his subordinate an amused glance as Morel clenched his teeth. The rose produces a powerful poison along with its detonation, a virulent molecular toxin that rapidly destroys the cells of anything that comes near the detonation site for days afterwards, and can linger for years. No matter how powerful the king's immune system, if the rose's thorns pricked him, he would surely die. Hinata couldn't believe what she was hearing. Weapons like this were unheard of in the Five Nations. Poison, she was familiar with. Bombs, well within her understanding. But a bomb so small and yet deadly enough to wipe out a city, and poison anyone investigating the aftermath? She felt her gorge rise at the concept. The rose had clearly been designed with one thing in mind, burning cities, and salting their earth. How? While Hinata struggled with the weapon in the chairman's chest, Gaara carefully formulated a question, picking his words meticulously. How common are weapons like this, here? Extremely, Morel said. The rose has claimed millions of lives, and dozens of cities. Over 250 nations officially possess it, or weapons like it, but the actual number is probably closer to 300. That thing in the chairman's chest is just one of hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands? Hinata felt a little faint as she tried to wrap her head around what Morel was saying. Not only were there more than 300 independent nations in this world, a sizable amount of them possessed hundreds or thousands of weapons just as powerful as the poor man's rose. Weapons that could only be matched by a Baijuyu or a Jinchuriki, that could poison entire cities. The implications were more than enormous. Gaara was silent as well as they both turned the numbers over in their head. Morel and Knuckle were both clearly uncomfortable, maybe even ashamed of what they were talking about. Zeno was ambivalent, and Netaro. Netaro seemed happy. As I thought, he said. A weapon like this is beyond you. Hinata narrowed her eyes, and the man smiled, an expression that carried actual comfort. I suspected it the moment you claimed we would need reinforcements to destroy the king. Weapons like this one don't exist in your world, do they? From what you've said, your husband could perhaps match this power, but your technology isn't quite up to snuff. He was right. Isaac Netaro really was frighteningly observant. The initial shock was already starting to pass, and Hinata was thinking a bit more clearly. She could still respect Netaro, despite this. After all, the man was an ally, not a friend. When it came to war in the Five Nations, she said, historically, the nations focused on developing chakra as a weapon, not technology. Over time, jutsu became deadlier, but it's only within the last couple years that there have been unified pushes towards the development of technological weapons. And why would you? Netaro said good-naturedly. From what you've said, chakra is not as rare as nin. You are born with it, you did not need dedication simply to gain your power. When anyone can train to be faster than a bullet, weapons like this would never come to be. He wasn't completely correct, and his tone was insolent as ever, but the chairman had clearly been thinking about the subject in depth while he'd been away. Hinata swept away the incorrect and stinging assumption about earning her power without care, focusing on the future. We'll need to discuss this, she said, and Gaara nodded. With Kaiba and Shino. Mari as well. Feel free, Netaro waved them off. I'm told the ants are planning an attack at dawn. If that is their intention, we should meet as a group once more before then. The chairman walked away, and Xenozaldik and the other hunters followed him through the rain. Knuckle was the only one to look back, a stricken glance, before they turned a corner and were gone. Number. Kaiba took the news rather well, all things considered. What the fuck is wrong with these people? They were back in the hotel lobby, Akamaru happily lounging next to Kaiba as he infrequently petted his dog. The hotel staff had put up a brief and futile opposition to allowing the enormous dog into the hotel, before a joint growl from Kaiba and Akamaru had silenced them. Like, I'm not gonna say the nations were a bunch of angels or something, but making thousands of bombs like that. He shook his head. That's insane. Wouldn't using even one just guarantee a counterattack anyway? Yes, Shino said, sitting across from the Inyazuka. Most nations possess them to ensure mutual destruction if they are attacked. They are defensive weapons, mostly deployed by terrorists. Shino had interrogated Morel on his own. After Hinata's meeting with the chairman, there had still be questions both she and Gaara had needed to ask, but they'd been understandably distracted. The villages used the Baijuyu in a similar way, a weapon of last resort intended to dissuade full assaults. The primary difference here is the scale of potential destruction. And size, Hinata said. She was stuck on that, perhaps because she'd actually seen how snugly the bomb fit in Netero's chest. Smuggling a Jinchuriki somewhere is one thing, but the rose could fit in a backpack, or suitcase. It was far more portable than anything so destructive had any right to be. She looked to the Kazekage. How could the Union not know? West Gordo has been concealing things from us, purposefully or not. It's unacceptable, Gaara said softly. Security around the portal will have to be far beyond what it currently stands it. That wasn't already the case? Shino asked, and the Kazekage shrugged. Security precautions were taken, of course, he said. But these weapons? He leaned forward, clasping his hands. He'd taken off his gourd and set it to the side of his chair so that he could sit unimpeded. We were not concerned about infiltration, or sabotage. The engine is well defended by several different barriers, and no one can pass through it without extensive vetting. But by their description, something like the rose would do enormous damage no matter where it were detonated. Even if by a fluke one were to be smuggled to the outskirts of a village and unable to penetrate its defensive barriers, it would do irreparable damage to the environment. As the idea of such a weapon detonating outside Konoha chilled Hinata, Gaara sighed. Few nations are foolish enough to create such weapons of terror, he said, and Hinata wondered if something like the rose wasn't as much a novelty to him as it was to her. Perhaps other worlds had created such weapons? We didn't believe Gordo would be among them, despite the tension with their neighbor. It didn't matter much for your mission, but this is a relatively new relationship. Contact with West Gordo was only made recently, less than 4 months ago. It always takes some time for relations to stabilize, but it seems this world was hiding several secrets. Only 4 months? Hinata had assumed the Union had been communicating with Gordo for longer than that, but clearly that wasn't the case. It explained their foreign secretary's eagerness, and the gaps in the Union's intelligence. How forthcoming would West Gordo have been about their defensive weapons to an alien nation, so soon after meeting them? I don't get why we're even here, Kaiba said, and everyone turned to him with a questioning look. Why'd they send hunters after the ants, after that nest? Why not just blow it up, with weapons like that? Hinata hadn't considered that yet, and she was at a loss as well. The nest had been a place of horror, wiping it off the face of the planet with a weapon like the rose would have been an appropriate end. It was Shino who spoke up after several seconds of silence with an answer. We've misjudged the threat, he said, and Kaiba raised an eyebrow, glancing at his missing arm. Not like that. We assumed because of the lack of an effective counterattack by the hunters, the Chimera were a potential existential danger to this world. But the hunters weren't in the NGL because they were the only ones who could deal with the threat. They were there to see if it could be contained with minimal casualties. He tapped his knee with one finger, closing his eyes. Do you remember what Mari told us about the autonomous region? Front for a drug trade. Kaiba said, and Shino shrugged. That too, he said with a faint smile. But also that it was a reserve of sorts, with unprecedented biological diversity. Kaiba leaned back with a look of dawning comprehension, which Hinata shared. All those animals she'd seen, the huge variety of creatures the ants had devoured, the hunters had been sent in to preserve it. So they didn't bomb the nest so they wouldn't poison the reserve, Kaiba muttered. He scoffed. That didn't work out too well. The NGL is still there, Hinata said. The ants depopulated a section of it, but if Morel was being completely honest, the rose would have torn through a large section of it with its poison. It's better off now than otherwise. And now? Kaiba said. I guess it's the same thing, just people instead of animals. That's why Netero was going to draw the king off by himself, so if he had to detonate the bomb, it'd be in a secluded area. East Gordo runs many tests with their weapons of mass destruction, Shino said. Public tests. According to Morel, another such weapon going off in one of the wastelands those have produced wouldn't have turned any heads. If the rose were to detonate near the capital, it would be construed as an act of war internationally, which would complicate things. The shinobi sat quietly as their conception of the situation quietly shifted. This was about saving face, Hinata said eventually. Not survival. It was, Gaara said. But now, with the king having chakra, that might have changed. There's no question the danger of the situation is well beyond what the hunters predicted. Hopefully the Union will be finished deciding the matter soon. Knowing Naruto, he finished, glancing at Hinata, it shouldn't take too long. He stood up, and the other shinobi did too. When a cage stood, no one sat. I'm going to call Ms. Kansai. This changes things, obviously. Right, Kaiba said. We gotta go talk with the hunters. Big day tomorrow, if the king stays on schedule. He gave Hinata a look. Plus Gon and Killua were up to something. She shrugged. I don't know either. They just asked me for directions. Well, we'll see then, he shrugged back. Hey, Hinata. Hinata spun, startled. Gon had just entered the lobby, sprinting through the spinning door without hesitation as though mentioning the hunter had made him pop out of thin air. Killua followed after him, slightly more subdued. The boy had some electric burns on his left hand. You are here. Gon announced, obviously excited. Cool. We weren't sure where to look after this, honestly. Gon. Hinata greeted him with a smile. The boy's tone always cheered her up. You could have just called. Our phone got shot, Gon pouted, patting his left pocket where he usually kept the cell. There was a bullet hole, Hinata realized, in the fabric of the pocket. Some tripwire machine gun or something in one of the bunkers, a bunch of them, actually. Bounced off me, but got my pocket. He frowned. I don't even have any other pants. You can get new pants, Killua said, rolling his eyes, and Gon stuck his tongue out at him. Anyway, we have to thank you Hinata, he said. With your directions, things went off without a hitch. We're nearly set. Just a bit of preparation to take care of first. Preparation? Hinata asked. What are you up to? Killua grinned, and it was more than a little devilish. Hinata grinned back, recognizing the look. She'd seen it on Naruto's face before. It's a surprise, he said happily. But I think it'll impress you, we're probably gonna need your help, after all. Vaguely ominous, but Hinata was happy to realize that of all the hunters, Gon and Killua were truly on her side. Hey, Gon asked. He was staring at Gaara, who was meeting his gaze without blinking. Who's this guy? This guy, Gaara said, reaching his hand out. He'd probably been doing that a lot today, Hinata thought. Is Gaara of the desert? It's good to meet you, Gon. Gon side-eyed the man, before taking his handshake. Gaara glanced down at the hole in Gon's pocket. I could fix that for you, if you'd like. What, my pants? Gon asked. You have a needle. Gaara smiled blankly, and a chunk of sand drifted off of his hand, a tiny fragment of his armor detaching without effort. Hinata had wondered why the Kazekage had been wearing his armor when he arrived with Nove, but hadn't asked. The man was probably just properly paranoid. The sand danced downwards, glinting a little in the lobby lights, and Gon's surprised eyes followed it. It settled over the hole in his pocket, sealing the hole and turning the same green shade as the rest of the cloth. Gon poked at the new material with a perplexed face, and found it unyielding. Neat, he said. I'd guess you're a transmuter, but you're another ninja, aren't you? You were on their list. He's the backup, Kaiba confirmed. And the Kazekage besides. Be polite. Gon stiffened up. An honor to meet you. Gaara waved off the awkward introduction. I'm here to assist with the ants, he said. And as an ambassador from the Union. No need to be concerned about that sort of thing. As Gon blew out a relieved breath, Killua nodded at Gaara, who returned the subtle gesture. The Zaldik turned to Hinata. By the way, we've been thinking, he said, and Hinata raised an eyebrow at his tone. Killua was almost always painfully confident, but now, he sounded a little hesitant. Yes? She asked, trying to prod the question out of the boy. He shrugged. You guys are planning on scoping out the palace, right? Killua asked. With your shadow clones. Hinata and me, yeah, Kaiba said, as Akamaru ambled over to Gon in search of affection. The boy laughed and rubbed the dog's head, which was only a little smaller than him, with an enormous grin. We're just gonna poke around tonight, irritate them a little, see if we can figure out anything from being there that her eyes can't. Yeah, that is the most reasonable thing to do, Killua said quietly, biting his nails. You're going to be taking out ants while you're there. If we can, Kaiba shrugged. I like to think the ones that re-left after everything are the smart ones, but if that cheetah thing is any indication, that might not be true. Maybe some of them will be dumb enough to chase after us and get ganked. And the guards? Gon asked. Or the king? Not happening, Kaiba chuckled, massaging his ribs. Those guys are way too tough, and they've got crazy instincts besides. If we want to take them out, we'll have to take them face to face. He frowned. Or lure them into the rose, if we could get another one. Hey, Gon said, continuing to rub Akamaru's head and back with a contemplative look. Killua glanced at him, and Gon looked back. Killua arched an eyebrow, and Gon shrugged. So you can't fight them, the boy said, and Hinata echoed Killua's look. Maybe you could talk to them. What? The guards? Kaiba asked, and Gon spread his arms, earning a disappointed shove from Akamaru. The dog wandered over to Killua, and after a moment of hesitation the boy gingerly scratched the nindog behind its ears. Gon, I don't think. He said, but Gon cut him off. Back in Yunda, Ikalgo was desperate not to hurt anyone, he said. And before that, Colt was the one who came to you guys with a white flag. The ants can be psychos, but they're like people, some of them are nuts and some of them don't want anything to do with this. And the king, he's definitely not just killing any humans he sees. That girl's still alive. Hinata flared her Byakugan to confirm that yes, the frail girl was still alive, still playing and defeating the king, time after time. Yes, she said slowly, considering the idea more seriously. So, maybe you could talk to him. Not the guards, they're definitely crazy, but the king. Gon said, and Killua scoffed. The idea was absurd and naive, unbelievably naive. Would Gon had said this about Neferpitou, whom he hated so intensely? Of course not, the king was an abstract to him. He couldn't or wouldn't make the leap of the king is responsible for Neferpitou. To him, the guard was an independent entity from the king, who had a strange relationship with Hinata. The Hyuga knew it in her bones. When the king had noticed her the previous night, there'd been a moment of connection. His chakra had reached out, looking for a connection. The thing was completely alone. She hadn't really thought about it until now, but not only was it undisputed in the Chimera hierarchy, it was the only one of its kind to have chakra. Surely that had to breed a sense of isolation, no matter how confident it was. The ants are scared of you, Gon continued as Hinata pondered the idea. You've got a title and everything. The king knows it too, he asked them to bring you to him when they attacked the city, right? Kill any special humans and bring the Watcher to me, or something like that, you said. He fiddled with his patched pant leg. So why not just go there with a clone and ask for an audience or something? See what happens? Maybe we can avoid the ants attacking the city if you do, there's still a ton of people here, and they'll get caught in the fight for sure. That's not likely, Hinata said, even though she agreed with the boy's words. He wants me, not a copy. It was the truth, but despite that she couldn't help but continue thinking. Gon was naive, but so was the king. Sending soldiers into enemy territory on a whim, content to sit and play board games while his enemies mobilized, less than a month old. Still a baby in wisdom, if not intelligence. Was it aware that despite its own enormous power, the nations of the world possessed weapons that could harm it? Its actions betrayed ignorance as fundamental as the shinobi's had been. Perhaps Gon had unintentionally hit a good point, working from a similar level of the king? Hinata was reminded a little, no, more than a little, of her husband. Again. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you've got nothing to lose, Killua said as Akamaru limped away with a sigh. Those clones of yours, the chakra goes right back when they're destroyed, correct? If your clone doesn't fight, you won't be hindered when the assault happens. And with another shinobi. He glanced at Gaara. How are you in a fight? The man smiled blandly. Good, he said simply, allowing a hint of his chakra to leak out, and Killua smiled back. Good, he said. So, you could give it a shot, even though it probably won't do anything. Hinata considered the two boys, and then the situation as a whole. The city full of civilians, the poor man's rose, Gaara's presence, the promise of future reinforcements, and Netero's smile. I'll send a clone before dawn, she decided, and Gon grinned. Worst comes to worst, the guard will kill it on sight. When that happens, we'll send our recon clones as planned. Thanks, Hinata, Gon said. Hey, who knows? Maybe we could figure this out without anyone else dying. Hinata saw her son in the boy's eyes, and her heart jumped. I'll try. The king. Pitou did not know what to think when, in the dead of night, the Watcher fearlessly stepped into her inn. It was a suicidal move, one which sent the royal guard from a relaxed posture into full alertness in less than a second, all of her senses straining to penetrate the distance and darkness. Even with the preternatural senses of a royal guard, on a cold, wet night with no moon and few stars, Pitou had been unable to see the human approaching from the distance through the shadows. The Watcher had not begun existing until they'd entered Pitou's inn. At the same moment that Pitou's inn covered the silent and near invisible human, the Watcher's gaze fell on Pitou, further alarming her. The woman had kept her sight inactive until she herself was spotted, knowing that it would alert the guard. It only took Pitou a moment to appreciate her opponent's cleverness, understanding the Watcher had long ago realized the dangers of its active observation. The woman did not stop once she entered Pitou's inn, maintaining a steady pace towards the palace. They tracked one another every step of the way. With the initial moment of surprise gone, replaced by hatred, part2 considered what to do. Her first instinct was to attack. That was obvious. Allowing the Watcher to get close to the palace would be a disaster, especially on the eve of their own assault on Beijing. The woman could doubtlessly disrupt things. But that first impulse was only formed out of protective instincts for the king. part2 had to approach the situation with more thought than that. She could not maintain her and fight the Watcher at the same time, so if she were to attack, launching herself from the top of the palace with claws extended, the protective aura around the palace would vanish. Until another guard noticed and established therein, the building would be vulnerable to infiltration. That meant she could best serve the king by remaining vigilant. Another guard, or a number of ants, would be able to deal with the Watcher. There were other concerns as well. After the humans' nearly successful attack on the queen, Shiapoof had told her that either the Watcher or another among the humans had some trick that let them produce perfect copies of themselves, which puffed into smoke once they were destroyed. If this Watcher were one of those smoke clones, meant to bait a response, attacking it could be disastrous. It was that thought that convinced part2 this was, in fact, a clone, the woman who had entered the zone of death around part2 without a missed step. The Watcher was brave, and strong, but no human could have entered her in that manner. So she remained, still as the night, as the woman drew closer. Make a move, she thought, and somehow she was sure that the woman was thinking the same thing, the both of them frozen by the moment of shared understanding. Despite her lack of hesitation, the woman didn't want to be here. A feeling part2 shared. But neither of them shifted. The Watcher continued towards the palace, and part2 watched her go, both entirely ready to attack, neither taking their focus off the other. The moment stretched into 10 seconds, and then 20, 30, a whole minute. Both of them trembled in anticipation, part2 viciously fighting against her defensive instincts. If the human really was a clone, would it shiver like it did? Perhaps it took courage to walk into certain death, even as a clone. She continued to track the Watcher as she drew closer. The woman didn't look as she had back in the NGL. She was sharper, harder. The royal guard could not define those qualities, for certainly the woman's features were the same, but they bled off the Watcher nonetheless. A month of strife had made her even more dangerous than before. Who would intercept her? A lowly ant, or one of the other guards? Even a clone would strike down an ordinary ant without hesitation. It would have to be Menthuthweopi or Shiapoof. Yopi was lurking in the halls of the palace, still, as he usually was, when he didn't have a task. The large guard was inert. part2 sometimes wondered if he thought the same way she did. She understood that Shiapoof perceived the world differently from her, but still understood the vain guard. Menthuthweopi's thoughts were a mystery to her, and to Shiapoof as well. Nonetheless, Yopi was the better option. Shiapoof could be threatened by the Watcher's burning fists. His body was built for evasion over strength. Not ideal for an omniscient opponent who could burn internal organs with her energy. Alerting the other guard was a simple matter. Not taking her focus off the Watcher, part2 flexed her aura, a fraction of her and rippling towards the inert Yopi like a forceful tide. It washed over him, and the guard blinked, looking up at her position. After a moment of silent confusion, he began moving towards her. Yopi was not the only one who noticed the fluctuation in part2's Nen. Almost every being in the palace perked up at the supernatural movement, sixth senses tingling. Even the king, engrossed in his board game, twitched his tail. part2 prayed to the king that he would not move, not investigate, that the frail little human that had so engrossed him would be enough to stifle his curiosity. Thankfully, it seemed that was the case. After a moment, he settled back into the rhythm of the game. It took less for a minute for Yopi to reach her side, and he loomed over her when he did, swallowing her in his shadow and regarding part2 with bland curiosity. He looked out into the darkness, unable to see what she could, and then back to her. Something wrong? He asked, and part2 flicked an ear. The Watcher is coming, she said, and Yopi stood up a little straighter. You can't tell. My neck itches, Yopi said, scratching at it as he followed her line of sight. Apparently, he was less perceptive than his fellow guards, if all the Watcher's gaze elicited was an itch. She's out there? It's too dark. You should be able to see her soon, part2 said. The woman was barely a mile away now. You need to go stop her. She cannot reach the palace. You're telling me to leave the king? Yopi asked, and part2 twisted her head to look up at him. There'd been a hint of challenge in his voice, the first bit of individuality she'd heard out of him. I'm asking you, part2 said, marveling at the new situation. I would go myself, but I would have to drop my end to attack. If this is a feint, that could be dangerous. Yopi took some time to consider her answer, nearly 6 seconds. As he thought, his eyes staring blankly ahead, not perceiving anything but his own mind. They reminded part2 of the eyes of the human whose brain she had stolen the secrets of Nen from. Glassy, but faintly conscious. I will go, Yopi eventually decided, and part2 smiled. After I ask the king. Before part2 could respond, he turned and lumbered off, entering the shadow of the palace's halls and quickly vanishing from her sight. Despite his roughly equal age to the other guards, he was like a child, she thought, more so than any of the other ants. Afraid to move without permission from the king. Or suspicious of her. It was impossible to tell. Perhaps he didn't have a motive of his own at all and was simply seeking instructions instead of advice from a peer. It didn't really matter. The king would surely make the same decision that she had. part2 returned her attention to the watcher, which drew steadily closer, growing more cautious with each step. Clone or not, it would have to die, and Yuppie would be more than enough for the task. But in the meantime, she would stretch her nun out, farther, hungrier. The watcher's allies, or the real body, could not approach the palace under any circumstances. Number. Hinata was cold, but in the strange, distant way that shinobi felt cold when they were in good condition. The weather was damp, the sky was dark, and the air was still, perfect conditions for chilly temperatures, but her lukewarm chakra, inundated throughout her body, kept the majority of the chill at bay. While frosted grass crunched under her feet, she only felt the occasional wisp of warmth being stolen from her body. However, striding into Neferpitu's end had been more freezing than the weather ever could have been. It hadn't taken long for her body to betray her and produce a cold sweat despite her razor focus. After a minute of peace, the anticipation had become far worse than the in itself. part2 refused to look away from her, even when the creature was speaking with a fellow royal guard, and the sensation was unnerving as ever. Though now, Hinata knew how to kill the thing. That certainty, even if she was only a shadow clone, gave her a measure of calm. If this expedition ended in quick disaster, at least the next day would almost definitely see the guard's demise. The other royal guard had gone to speak with the king after part2 had called it over. The conversation had been short. The king had said something, softly, still engrossed in his game with the small, frail Gunji master, and sent the guard on its way. Hinata hadn't been able to read his lips from the angle she was approaching it, at a slight incline, almost perpendicular to her. The human movement from the inhuman, childlike face could have been anything. But now, the guard was coming directly for her, tromping across the crackling earth with heavy cloven hooves. Concealing herself was pointless with Neferpitu's nun still covering her. The guard would be able to alert its comrade to her position the same way it had called it over earlier. She would have to slip past the largest of the guards, or even fight it. Hinata didn't know anything about this one, Menthuthweopi. He had rarely spoken to other ants while she observed him, and out of all the guards, he reacted the least violently to her sight. It was impossible to know what he'd do when he spotted her. He could attack immediately, as Neferpitu would, or take a more cautious approach as many more experienced ants did. If he did the first, her mission would be over before it began. But there was little she could do aside from keep up her courage and stay on her toes. When the guard drew within 300 meters of her, his sight finally picked her out of the gloom. The ant didn't pause, or rush to attack. It just slightly altered its trajectories, now heading directly for her. Hinata half-consciously did the same, curiosity sparked by the muted reaction. The guard's expression had barely changed when it had spotted her. Just what could it be thinking? They moved towards one another with silent finality, Hinata's curiosity growing as the ant drew closer. At 100 meters, the guard clenched its left fist, but otherwise made no move. Aside from that flicker of aggression, the thing was totally relaxed. If it was going to attack, its intent was so buried that even the Byakugan couldn't find it. 50 meters, 40, 30. They were making definite eye contact now. Yuppie's face seemed painted on, his eyes flecks of red in the dark. He was enormous. It was never quite the same seeing something from a distance and being near it up close. The royal guard was easily twice Hinata's height, more than 11 feet tall. Hinata came to a stop, tensing up. If the guard was going to attack, now would be the time. But the thing kept up its remorseless tread, drawing yet closer and refusing to drop its placid attitude. 10 meters, 8. Finally, it stopped, less than 15 feet from her. Hinata felt a bit of cold sweat on the nape of her neck. The muddy earth between seemed to swirl with deadly potential. She felt one foot shift back and checked it, ready to spin into a kaiden at the slightest bit of movement. Yuppie leaned forward, his red face looming in the darkness, and cocked his head slightly to the right, blatantly examining her. Even leaning down, his head was still several feet higher than hers. He suddenly said, his voice like cement rubbing together. Hinata was surprised by his mild tone. She had expected something more emotional from such a towering opponent. You're small. She looked up at the massive ant somewhat at a loss for words. It hadn't even crossed her mind that it would try to talk to her. That didn't seem like the appropriate actions for a royal guard, especially one sent directly by the king. Did you expect me to be bigger? She eventually asked, staying ready for an attack. The guard continued to disappoint her and reared back up, idly scratching at his chin. Not sure, he said, looking back over his shoulder. Did he not regard her as a threat? You almost killed part2. He frowned. But she is pretty small too. And so is the king. The guard shook his head, refocusing on her. Come with me. Excuse me. Hinata relaxed, more out of confusion than anything. Nothing was going as she'd assumed. The king wants to talk to you, Yuppie said. So, I'm supposed to bring you to him. He let slip an infinitesimal smile, revealing the huge fangs barely confined to his mouth. Whether you want to or not. Hinata blinked, unable to believe her luck. The king wanted to talk to her? Had Gon really pegged the chimera so easily? Then lead the way, she said. Yuppie chuckled, turned around, and did just that. Number. When he laid eyes on the watcher, Shiapoof could think only of killing her. The woman entered behind Yuppie, walking with composed caution. The royal guard had fearlessly presented his back to her, out of disdain or naivety Shiapoof could not know. Seeing the thing here, in the king's palace, in the king's country, no, his world, drove Shiapoof to grind his teeth. This loathsome creature had fooled him from the moment of his birth with its all-encompassing sight, the urge to tear out her eyes was overwhelming. The watcher's steps spoke of calm, but her aura told a different story. Shiapoof's spiritual message penetrated her facade with the care of a man wiping a cobweb away, laying out her emotions bare to see. Anxiety, curiosity, confidence, fury. The woman wasn't frightened, ready for anything, but she was anything but unflappable. How easy would it be to push that anxiety to fear, push it to 100% until her head popped, veins rupturing from the stress. The king swiped his tail through the air, barely glancing up from his game as the woman entered, and in a moment Shiapoof's bloodlust was transformed into disgust and terror. The woman was here by the king's wishes. He'd sent Yuppie to escort her, invite her. She was the same as the frail Komuji, an article of the king's will. Shiapoof's eye twitched, and he fought down the iron urge to rip his own face off and present it to the king for his errant, heretical thought. Foolish Poof. His fingers dug into his hand. Arrogant Poof. He felt as a mote of dust. You would think to deny the king his wishes? You are a worm, a speck, a stain on his hand. You should never have been born. You were a mistake, a foolish, easily fooled mistake. Outwardly, Poof showed none of this, he simply inclined his head towards the king, though he had obviously already noticed the woman. She has arrived, my king, he said, on the edge of simpering, and one of the king's narrow eyes darted towards him. Quiet, he said, and then he was immersed in his gunji once more. It was beyond Shiapoof why the king had occupied himself with games, with the pitiful blind girl, for so long. A salve for boredom had become an obsession. It seemed like his monarch gave more thought to the board than to the country he was depopulating. But perhaps that was part of the beauty of a king, that he could engage in trivialities while his will was carried out. Poof could never be a king, and so had long ago surrendered to ignorance of his majesty's majesty, bitter as the admission was. The room remained silent as the king played, save for the murmurs of both gunji players as they called out their moves. 40 seconds later, and it was over. The king swept his pieces from the board, conceding defeat once again. A good game, he said, and the girl across from him smiled and nodded. She really was disgusting, snot constantly dripping from her nose, eyes glassy. If any creature's birth had been a complete accident, Poof thought, it was surely this gunji master's. I have another guest. Take this opportunity to rest, I will call on you later. Thank you, Supreme Leader. The girl was exhausted, but enthusiastic as always. The king signaled, and Yuppie stepped forward to escort the master from the room. She left with only the sound of her cane accompanying her, practically asleep on her feet, and as she did, the king turned to the watcher, regarding her with curious eyes. Sit, he commanded, gesturing across from him. The woman slowly stepped forward, gracefully sinking down on the other side of the empty board. A chill went up Poof's spine. Sitting in the same position as the blind girl, the physical similarities between the watcher and the gunji champion Komuji were impossibly pronounced. But where the girl was awkward, pathetic, and frail, the watcher was harsh and dangerous. Even before the king, she still showed no obvious fear. The thing had to be a clone, like the humans that had attacked him inside the nest. No human could be this close to the king and not be overcome with rightful fear. Are you here to make an attempt on my life? The king asked, and Poof almost vomited at the notion. His mind and gut boiled, but he did his best to remain quiet and listen. The king was surely relying on him to keep an eye on the watcher with his spiritual message, there were things he could see with it that even the Chimera's monarch could not. If I were, I would not have gone with your guard, the woman said. She was still infuriatingly composed. Though if I see the opportunity. The king chuckled. How honest. You must be some duplicate, correct? The real watcher wouldn't be foolish enough to come before me. Of course, the woman admitted. She was rigid, unwilling to shift her stance. But in every way that matters, I am. The watcher, I suppose. I wouldn't be here if I weren't. Then why are you here, if not to kill me? The king said with a smile. Or die trying, at least. I'm here to prevent death, not cause it, the woman said, her composure shifting. Poof watched with fascination as her anxiety drained away and was replaced with even more confidence, as well as anger. You're planning to root us out of paging later today. I want to try and convince you against it. The king had been smiling, perhaps at the woman's audacity, maybe at the novelty of the situation, but the watcher's arrogant declaration drove it away immediately. Don't be ridiculous, he said, and Poof melted at his harsh tone. There's nothing you could possibly offer me. His aura rippled, water disturbed by a falling stone, but the watcher refused to budge. How can you be so sure? The woman said. Calm, measured. How? You were to send your guards to retrieve me from the city. I'm here now, surely that is something. The king's tail flicked back and forth, irritation clear in his aura. Poof found himself fantasizing about it whipping the watcher's head off. It was an amusing image. You're not real, you're just a copy. Worthless. Really? The woman asked. You didn't want me out of the city just because I'm a danger to your aunts. We both know it. You felt it that night you ordered the attack, as sure as I did. Poof was suddenly lost, and horribly alarmed by the woman's tone. If I were just an enemy, you would have had your guard kill me. The king's tail jabbed out, stopping just short of the woman's throat. For the first time since sitting down, the watcher flinched back, putting another inch between her and the king. I felt nothing, the ant said. His aura grew larger, wilder, enveloping both himself and the woman. Poof was sure of it, the king would destroy her at any moment. His body vibrated in anticipation, his very cells thrilled at the prospect of the watcher's death. Yet, suddenly, the king flinched back as well. The watcher's eyes grew wide. The tail withdrew. The aura expanded, coursing with more and more energy, and yet growing less aggressive by the second. It boiled, dominated by confusion. Poof froze, he'd never seen the king exhibit anything like that feeling. Though he could never admit it to himself, the watcher's confusion was just as alarming to him. The field of energy, now visible to the naked eye, pulsed and grew yet more, pushing out towards Poof. On reflex, he took a step back. He didn't know what would happen if the mixed emotions of the king and the watcher washed over him, but he had zero doubt they would completely overwhelm him. Shia Poof, the king said, and even under the circumstances Poof couldn't help but thrill at his name in the king's mouth. Leave. I am in no danger. Wait for my command. Your Majesty. It was all Poof managed to say before the king's nun pierced him like a fly on a pin. Leave. The king barked, and Shia Poof fled the room in an instant, mortal terror penetrating his being. As he flew through the nearest window, he stole a single glance back. The last thing he saw was the king and the watcher, eyes locked, as the aura around them boiled yet more. To his spiritual message, the constant ripples almost looked like communication. But he was sure it was only a hopeful thought, some rationalization for what was happening, before he retreated into the darkness beyond the throne room. Number. Nothing had gone as was expected since she'd set out for the palace, so it shouldn't have surprised Hinata that her meeting with the king had been nothing like what she'd prepared for. She'd been ready to be killed on the spot, to be bargained with, to be threatened. That had been easy enough to prepare for. Never in 1,000 years would she have expected his chakra to reach out and surround her. What have you done? He said, and Hinata tried not to betray her hesitation. It was a futile task, but she had to try. This isn't my doing, she responded. It's... She stopped cold as she recognized the feeling. She'd been here before, hadn't she, in this silvery cold world? But the way she remembered it, it was... gold. The king asked. Don't be ridiculous. They were still in the room. Nowhere else. There was no silver. No gold. But the king was... unsure? Impossible. You are. We both are. We don't understand what's happening. That's a lie. It is, Hinata said. But not on purpose. I never thought. What is happening? The king demanded, the imperative striking Hinata like a tidal wave. She actually had to resist the urge to anchor herself with chakra. Chakra? That's what's causing this? With Naruto. That's when she had experienced this. Only ever with her husband. It made her want to retch, to think that the only other thing she'd experienced this sort of primordial connection. Explain. With was this awful creature. This starving, fearful, curious, malicious, arrogant, confused, thoughtful, developing, regretless. The king was rooted as well. I can move. But he did not. Fear, honest fear, curiosity, uncertainty, they all weighed him down with impossible strength. If he moved, then you would move too, then Hinata would move too, and neither of them knew what would happen then. Could they fight like this? Could we fight like this? It would be like fighting yourself. Myself? Stop, Hinata said. Stop, the king agreed, and the stream of unstoppable emotions, half-formed sentences, and alien compulsions stopped. They hung in the air around the both of them, and the ant and the woman took the same breath, trying to center themselves. This is dangerous, Hinata said without opening her mouth, and the king cocked his head, looking so much like a child. I am not a child, he growled, and Hinata narrowed her eyes. He'd been born just weeks ago, by any rational standard, he was a baby. Her tail, no, his tail twitched, the homicidal urge anchored by sheer curiosity. Chakra, he said. That's this energy. I understand. You think you understand. But you don't have a full picture. She couldn't tell him this, any of the thoughts running through her mind. The information could be unbelievably dangerous in the hands of the king. He didn't deserve it. There was nothing he did not deserve. The very idea was a fallacy. He was the perfect being. Listen, Hinata gritted out, forcing herself to speak. The room had to crack like an egg, soon, surely. It couldn't contain what was being thrown around here, this storm of chakra. She'd felt nothing like it. That energy of yours, you know it's not like the other ants. He did know, and she knew, because he knew. She felt his loneliness, his trepidation. Was he really so different that even his aura was unrecognizable to them? Of course not, he had an explanation now. That arm, from her delicious friend, it had changed him. It's a weapon, the king said, not deigning to speak. You are a weapon, and you have made me a greater weapon still. Should I thank you? Shut up. Hinata pushed back, flaring her chakra for the first time, striking at the king with her anger and fear, and the link shriveled, receding, as the aura gained a purple cast. Her thoughts were her own for a second, and she took a steady breath. Listen, she said, even if she meant more for him to feel. She had to spill out what was boiling in her brain, even if the ant didn't deserve to know. The king was trembling with anger and fear. For the first time in his existence, he was afraid, for this was something he could not understand without her, and Hinata felt it as her own. She struggled to speak through a thick mouth. We were like you once, before my ancestor changed us. Without even meaning to, she showed him what she meant, her memories arising before the both of them like a primitive puppet show. The sage of six paths, yearning for people to connect without conflict, imparting chakra to his descendants, and then the rest of humanity. The foundation of Ninshu. It was like a red string, from heart to heart, like the scarf she'd knitted once upon a time. And then, quite out of her control, the scarf spiraled apart, like a bloody razor. She saw it become the very ninjutsu she'd been slaying the ants with. The king watched coldly as dozens of his subordinates split apart under her fists, blue blood staining her jacket. So, this is chakra, the king said. Neither had the courage to move. This is Ninshu. My chakra has connected with yours. It was so matter of fact, so obvious, even though he'd only learned the word 5 seconds before. So many things made sense now. It shouldn't be possible, Hinata said. Not this easily. But you've been doing it on accident. Hinata remembered trying to push her energy into all of the ants in the palace, no, the king's energy, his probing, trying to find something that just wasn't there. Since his birth, he'd been searching, his chakra had been searching, for that connection. And finding nothing. He'd made puppets instead of equals. That was appropriate, that was the job of a monarch who had no equals. But now, he'd found the connection, the empty space, and Hinata. Hinata. That was her name, wasn't it? The name of the watcher that had been such a thorn in his side. Hinata Uzumaki. That was her real name, not the name she took when she was on business, on a mission, dealing with strangers. The proud name of her husband. Why was his chakra so strong, so early? Why had it searched so greedily for a peer? He did not know, and she did not know, so neither of them could know. It would remain a mystery of his soul. Was she a monarch as well? A princess, perhaps in some amusing way, but certainly no queen. She rejected the title so violently that for a moment the king found royalty itself impossibly detestful. The current was threatening to sweep them both away once again. That's what you meant by dangerous. This isn't Ninshu, Hinata said. It's too aggressive. We're both losing ourselves. That was his fault, without a doubt. Perhaps she was just too weak. The musing made it real, which she could not allow. Hinata struck the foreign thought down, in that moment, she certainly was not weak. The king fell back once more. It was starting to make sense now. Hinata tried to make a basin in her mind, where her thoughts could pool without the king's mixing with them, like an undersea lake. The king was doing the exact same thing, it was impossible to know which of them had come up with the idea first. The king's chakra was wild and barely usable, constantly searching for something to combine with. That's how it had to reached out to her across more than 10 kilometers when she'd been watching him from Beijing, that sudden electric connection, the preternatural observation skills of the ants and the hunger of his chakra, the same hunger he constantly felt, combining to produce an impossible result. In effect, he was constantly producing a field of raw, aggressive ninchu, invading the bodies of those surrounding him with his chakra. That explained everything about what she'd seen of the ants around him in the palace. But what did it mean for her? She'd already learned things from the king about the ants without even realizing it, but the connection went both ways. What had he already stolen from her without her knowing? She had to terminate the connection as soon as possible, but what would happen if she dispelled herself while filled with the king's chakra? Would her energy return corrupted to her original body? That was an unacceptable risk. We can't back out of this, the king said, and Hinata lost her train of thought. I can't allow her to leave, she thought. There's too much I have to learn. No, too much to teach. She was thinking the wrong thoughts again. What did you learn? The names of the guards, their strangeness, their habits. He didn't care to learn the names of the lesser ants. The only reason he had any respect for the guards was because they could survive his incidental anger. The other ants were so pathetic, his own hunger had turned them on themselves. He hardly had time for such creatures. The only aspect of them that raised them over common humans was their obedience, even if it wasn't given honestly. Ninja was a fair trade, and despite the king's predatory nature, that fundamental remained. What had she given him for those names, those personalities, that disdain? The names of her comrades, their plans. No. Hinata tried to snap her mind shut like a steel trap, hoping to strike like a Yamanaka and sever the king's consciousness, but this wasn't an attack. It could not be an attack. This was a two-way street, an electric connection between their souls. She couldn't close the connection, only substitute the information. The silver void pulsed, the walls of the room cracked and coated purple with her own energy visible beyond it, and they both understood that Hinata's epiphany had opened the same door for the king. Not their plans. They needed those to be sovereign from the sovereign. Something else bubbled to the surface quite naturally, something that was inevitably on the watcher's mind, no, Hinata Uzumaki's mind. The rest of the Uzumakis. Her family, immediate family. Hinata's family was quite large, but when she thought family, this was what appeared. What were their names? Two blondes, a child that looked like her. Humans were so dreadfully similar in personality and looks, it was little wonder they resorted to names to artificially differentiate them. Naruto and Boruto, ha! Even their names were similar. Had they picked such a ridiculous repetition on purpose, simply because the smaller human shared the same hair, the same scar? Absurd. The little one, however, she was different. She looked like her mother in a way ants could never look like their mother, like the Gunji player. Himawari, that was her name. A delicate name for a delicate creature. She was just like that little morsel in the fields around the palace, that had screamed so loudly as her heart had been painlessly removed from her chest. Patu had said humans screamed even when they weren't in pain. Just another bizarre trait of theirs. Would Himawari's brain taste just like that little girl's? Crab meat, though not quite, and spongy, almost like poorly made cake? No. She had the same eyes as her mother. She would surely be far finer. Hinata pulled back, feeling her daughter's brain in her teeth. It was a taste she couldn't begin to describe, the king's imagination driven wild. It was beyond delicious. She screamed, for she was in indescribable pain, and the room exploded in a hurricane of violet energy. The Gunji board was sent flying, pieces scattered to the wind, and the walls cracked further. The king, absorbed in the taste of her daughter, wasn't prepared for the force of the scream, of Hinata's anger, and was bowled over backwards. He rolled smoothly to his feet and regained his original position so quickly it was as if nothing had happened, but the unintended movement was still shocking. Hinata surged to her feet, her entire body boiling with her ancestor's chakra, and rushed at the king without hesitation. She leapt and struck at him like a bird of prey, intent on tearing the top of his head off. For just a second, her anger and her ancient chakra had severed the connection. The king barely bothered to move, not even to get to his feet. He lazily raised his right arm and caught her left hand by the wrist with unbelievable tenderness, stopping half of her attack cold. Before her other hand could move even an inch, his tail flashed out, encircling it and freezing it just as he had her other limb. Hinata was left stuck, both arms pinned. She had kicked out the moment her first attack had been stopped. She finally realized, her brain barely keeping up with her body, but the king merely tilted his head and let the attack pass him by less than a centimeter, one of his ears fluttering from the force. He moved his head back, and suddenly her leg was pinned, simply by the muscles in his neck. Before she could send out another kick, his hand wrapped around her ankle, and as suddenly as the attack had begun Hinata was completely trapped. "You fool," he whispered, still recoiling from the violence of the severed connection. His entire body violently shivered. "Chakra shock. I'll tear you apart." Hinata thought of her daughter, felt the phantom taste in her mouth, and the world went white. The king would rip her limb from limb any moment. With the primitive ninja dispelled, there was nothing holding him back. That was fine. She was just a clone, after all. But she couldn't dream of dying without a fight, even if it was a pointless one. Another her appeared in a puff of smoke, and the king's head turned, eyes growing just a bit wider. The vice around her foot loosened. All of her limbs were pinned. Making any sort of sign to form her chakra was entirely impossible. But to the Byakugan her chakra was simple to see, and with her terror, it was simple to guide. The king started to say something. Probably how. Hinata would never know. With her marginally free foot, she kicked at the king's throat, and her clone threw a lion's fist right at his face. Both attacks made contact in the same moment, one slamming the king's head back and the other pushing into his trachea. The ant didn't react. It just squeezed, utterly destroying Hinata's arm and leg, and the first clone disappeared with a muffled hiss of pain. He turned to the other one, her fist still boiling against his cheek. Once again, neither moved. The king hadn't sustained any visible damage, and yet, he didn't counterattack. Hinata couldn't shift. If she attacked, she'd die. If she retreated, she'd die. So like an animal caught in headlights, she stood stock still, her fist pressed to the king's face. The silver void started to creep back into her vision, occluding the guards anxiously waiting outside the room. They were clearly afraid of disobeying the king and come back, and even with the commotion, torn between their duty and their obedience. With the moment of violence and panic gone, the second granted by both of their hesitation, their chakra link was re-establishing itself. If you were not so weak, the king said, his words once again slipping back and forth between sound and thought, you could have killed me. He stood up, the top of his head coming up to Hinata's chin. You had me dead to rights. He tilted his head, regarding her with open curiosity. Somehow, the link was calmer now. Before, it had seemed like a wrestling match for her soul, now, it felt more like their minds brushing against one another. It was far too comfortable for her taste. Just a moment ago, he would have killed her. They both knew it with the same certainty of a heartbeat. But now, something had changed. Maybe it was the more stable link, or her managing to outmaneuver him, or both, or something else entirely. Neither of them were sure where the king's sudden tranquility stemmed from. Hinata Uzumaki, he said, and it was the first human name he'd bothered to speak. You really much are like that girl. If I didn't know better, I'd assume some sort of conspiracy. The Gunji player? The king could have killed her as well, and yet had spared her for game after game. Was this the same thing? Since she had defeated him in however minor a manner, he'd hesitated to land a killing blow of his own? Perhaps, the king admitted. I could kill you now, but it would accomplish nothing. You'd only return to your original self. He'd stolen that knowledge as the other clone had died, she understood with a jolt. She'd let it slip in her pain. And you're no threat to me at the moment, that much is clear. It was patronizing, but accurate. I didn't expect this. Hinata spoke the truth. She'd thought the king would be cruel and arrogant, and he was, but she hadn't foreseen his Byronic traits. She couldn't have conceived of him stalling a killing blow in battle. How could she have, with the limited information of her Byakugan? Nor I, the king said, before suddenly switching tracks, his aura probing hers. Unlike last time, Hinata found some success in pushing back. You have two different chakras. How peculiar. Is that the case with most humans, or are you special? He frowned in thought. Pregnant. Why should I tell you? Hinata asked. Just kill me and be done with it. I won't answer your questions. You can't be pregnant, he said. Your reaction to your children, you would never go into combat carrying one inside you. And of all the special humans I've met so far, none have had binary energies. So you. The king blinked, slowly, looking at her like he was trying to peel away her skin with his gaze. You must be particularly special. My chakra doesn't matter, Hinata said. Don't be distracted. I'm here for a reason. Peijing, the king said. He crossed his arms. That will be quite impossible. Though. He smiled, revealing tombstone teeth, and Hinata jerked as the taste of Himawari drifted across her consciousness again. Perhaps that's not true. She could stay, Hinata realized, the thought foreign and hers at the same time. That's what the king wanted now. His curiosity was just growing more and more overwhelming. All he wanted now was to pick her brain, somewhat literally. It was the first thing since the Gung player, Komuji, that had truly drawn his attention. The revelation of chakra had ignited an obsession. Komuji? The king asked, their surprise combining, Hinata's at the question, and the king's at the name. He'd never really considered that the girl had a name, but now that he'd learned it seemed almost exotic. Komuji, that was the name of the human he could not defeat in her chosen arena. Komuji, that was the name of the human who refused to fall to fatigue or fear. Komuji, that was the name of the first human he'd respected, whether he realized it or not. Had Hinata snuck that thought into the king's head, or was it wholly his own? Neither of them were sure. It was entirely sensible, of course. Everything had a name. It was simply the way of things for even insignificant creatures and objects to have some sort of identifier. All ants had names, including his royal guard. Except him. That was true, wasn't it? He was only the king. His position was the only identifier necessary. He hadn't been. No. Hinata said, still caught up in the current of thoughts. The connection was growing more controlled by the moment as they both learned to navigate it. You had a name. The king started, his first indication of surprise. Hinata didn't need him to speak to understand why. I have a name. The king said, and for only a second he sounded his age. He took a step forward. What, where is it? This could be a bargaining chip, Hinata thought. Valuable, no, priceless information. But when she searched her recollection, groping back nearly 2 months ago, trying to recall a conversation she'd only witnessed secondhand, something Morel had passed on to her afterwards that she'd deemed as meaningless, she could only see twitching, mismatched eyes, feel Gon's knife blacken, hear the hollow thud of Kite's body falling to the floor. Patu's puppetry had completely overwhelmed the other events of the day. You forgot my name. The king murmured. His chakra suddenly boiled, and Hinata's entire body jerked with a brief sharp pain, as though she'd received an incredible static shock. You forgot my name. Why would I have remembered it? Hinata spat, and the king flinched. It was the name of a monster that murdered its mother, there was no need to know it. Her guilty-looking sister was superimposed over the ant for a heartbeat, eyes downcast, before reality returned. The king had moved forward again, his hands wrapping around her throat before she'd realized it. You are probably right, he said, his tone measured. With just a thought, he could crush her throat and bring this to an end. Hinata wished he would. Ultimately, my name surely does not matter. His tail flexed. And yet, I would dearly like to know it. If I did find it for you, Hinata said after a moment, would you stay out of paying? The king considered, and then removed his hands from her throat. No, he decided with complete certainty. You and your comrades are plotting something out there, there's no way you're foolish enough to simply wait for your ends. He clenched a fist. You're frightened of me, and rightfully so, but you're still confident you can win. There's something you've hidden from me. Not quite, Hinata thought, but she refused to let more than that slip into the connection. The king regarded her, and then turned his back on her. How could she attack, when their souls were communing like this? He'd know the moment she made a move. Shia poof, the king pronounced, and as if by magic the royal guard scuttled back into the room, bleeding fear, hatred, and unimpeachable loyalty. Hinata felt the same amusement as the king at the sight of the guard's almost jealous glance towards her. Was he really so insecure? I'll be traveling to Beijing myself, the king said, and Hinata's heart froze. So too, apparently, did Shipoof's. The royal guard looked as though he were about to have a stroke. There's things I can only find out from the real watcher. This copy is too disposable. Your Majesty. Poof gasped for air, growing paler and paler. You must not. To enter enemy territory, fortified territory, even with an escort. The king's tail flashed out, and Poof fell to one knee, his cheek split open. The king stared down at him, his chakra flaring out and threatening to crush the other ant. Hinata could only watch in astonishment at the sudden violence. It was like she was participating in Shipoof's beating. The feeling was incredibly bizarre. Do you doubt me, Poof? The king said, his voice soft and deadly. Somehow, the guard managed to meet his gaze. Never, my king, the ant cried, his whole body trembling. Never. Nonetheless. The king struck him again, opening up the guard's other cheek, and more blue blood spilled to the ground. Poof shook violently, but somehow continued to speak. You are invincible. The guard declared, and the king's eyes narrowed. But invincibility is not enough. The king finally struck out with one of his hands, snapping Poof's head to the side, but the guard refused to be quiet. Hinata couldn't imagine the strain it was putting itself under. The king could barely comprehend how Poof could deny his wishes. The guard was battling its very genes. The humans have had time to prepare, Shia Poof said, more blood leaking from his mouth. They have powerful non-users among them, and more like the Watcher besides. They could not defeat you. The king struck out, and this time Hinata could feel his murderous intent. Shipoof's stubbornness was no longer amusing. The slap shattered the ant's jaw, sending some of his perfect teeth flying, but it only delayed the creature for a moment. They could not defeat you, Shiapoof said, dropping his head as blood poured from his broken jaw, but it's conceivable they could trick you, or trap you. A trap. The king glanced over his shoulder at Hinata as his subject shuddered and spat out more teeth. She resisted the urge to grimace. The guard was right there, there were certainly no shortage of traps in Beijing. And with hide and seek, it was conceivable they could trap the king, though they'd never planned on it, it was simply too dangerous to even approach him. The king kneeled down, taking Poof's crushed jaw in his hand and lifting the ant's face to look him in the eyes once more. Broken bones ground together under his fingers. Then you propose I wait, as I have. My king, Shia Poof gurgled. As a monarch, as our king, you must sometimes make sacrifices. You must allow others to bear your burdens, even if it seems more difficult than doing it on your own. Poof seemed ready to burst at his own arrogance, but somehow he managed to choke out his next few words. That is what a king is. If you do not rely on your servants, you are just. The guard was finally at a loss for words, his courage had run out, and he was left gasping for air. And yet, Hinata found herself agreeing with what he had said. It reminded her of her husband's convictions, and that feeling of solidarity infiltrated the king. If I do not trust my subjects, the king mused, standing back up and letting Poof's face fall, then I am simply a pillar of strength. A monolith, not a leader. A moment that seemed an hour later, he nodded. That's correct. He started to turn, and then paused, leaving Poof lying on the floor. The guard was sobbing in relief. The king reached back, gently placing his hand on Shia Poof's shoulder, and the guard instantly froze. You are odd, and foolish, the king said. But you are not a fool. I will send others in my place. Shia Poof seemed as though he might die of happiness, despite his shattered jaw and split cheeks. But the plan has changed. My king. The guard mumbled, and the king bent down. Listen carefully, he said. Neferpitu and Menthuthweopi will lead the assault on the city. Her N will be more valuable there. They will capture any special humans they can manage, and especially the Watcher if possible. That has not changed. You will remain here, and guard the palace. My king. Shia Poof's eyes welled up. Thank you. He shot to his feet, towering over his monarch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I will leave this place impenetrable. His eyes shifted towards Hinata, growing thin and cruel. And the copy. The king smiled, turning to face Hinata, and she realized she should have dispelled herself as soon as the creature's attention had drifted away. Now, with the weight of his chakra on her, she wasn't sure she could manage it unscathed. Some of the king's heavy energy might return with the rest of the cage bunchen. It could be nothing, or it could cause disaster. She will remain with me, the king said, and Hinata's eyes narrowed. Will I? She asked, and the king's smile grew. You are just a copy, and a sentimental one at that, he said. If you depart, I will kill Komuji. He tilted his head. You are in no real danger, just a creature of smoke. Are you willing to trade your presence for that girl's life? The king wasn't trying to trick her. Komuji was of interest, but she was a smaller piece of the puzzle now. No, only an archer on the board, Hinata thought, the Gunji analogy slipping into her mind. She was important, but she could be sacrificed for something greater. Like more secrets of chakra. It was the right decision to dispel immediately, or failing that to kill herself, Hinata realized. Komuji was just one life. If the king did manage to wring even rudimentary knowledge out of her, the results could be disastrous. And even if he didn't, her real self would be left without a quarter of her chakras so long as she remained her, which could be equally horrible given time. But could she throw away an innocent girl's life without regard, after she'd beaten the odds for so long? It took 5 seconds for Hinata to make her decision. She sunk to the ground, falling into a cross-legged position, and deactivated her Byakugan. The king smirked. You are strong for a human, Hinata Uzumaki, he said, sitting down before her as Shia Poof flew out of the room behind him. But you will never have the strength of an ant. 9 lives. The sun hadn't yet slipped over the horizon when chimera ants began pouring out of the palace. They emerged as a solid unit, just over 100 monsters silently making their way across the muddy fields between the palace and the capital. Their vanguard was amusing in its contrast, Menthuthweopi, towering over even the tallest ants and brashly stomping towards Beijing, and Neferpitu, one of the most diminutive ants left alive. The 2 royal guards walked side by side, in complete unison despite their differences, and to the soldiers behind them their presence was both inspiring and terrifying. The guards were direct instruments of the king's will. Their eyes were the king's eyes, and their orders his orders. Every ant who'd been selected for the honor of the assault knew exactly what that meant. I've fought the Watcher before, Patu said, her shoes growing muddy. Yuppie acknowledged the obvious statement with a laconic nod. I'll track her down and drag her real body back to the king. She glanced back. Will you lead the rest? Lead. Yuppie said. He cocked his head. I can't lead. Then don't lead, Patu suggested coyly, her eyes shining in the dark. Leave it to the squadron commanders to direct their troops. But keep an eye on them. Keep the commanders alive, guard them as you would the king. That is my suggestion, the more organized the soldiers, the more successful we will be. A suggestion that would help make the king's wishes a reality. To Yupi, that was more palatable than an order. Part2 was first among the guard, but that meant very little to him. He nodded again. I will stay with them. Go, find the watcher. Part2 smiled and leapt towards the city, drawing away from the greater contingent of ants. Yupi watched her go without emotion. It did not occur to him to wish her luck, or give thought to her safety. Part2 was first among the guard, and while that meant little to him, it surely meant she could not fail. Number. Kaiba sniffed at the night air and grimaced. Having his nose broken twice in quick succession hadn't done much for his looks, until he was back in the hands of a certified medical ninja, it would remain just crooked enough to ruin his face's symmetry. They're on their way. A lot of them, he grumbled. He'd taken up position atop the hotel, along with Morel, Nove, and Shino. Akamaru was there as well, lounging at his feet. Kaiba could not put into words how glad he was to have him there. The chairman was stored away in Nove's dimensional apartment, at the old man's obvious displeasure, thanks to the ridiculous bomb in his chest. Even if the chances of his dying in the coming battle were low, he was just as aware as the rest of them that an unlucky incident could end with the annihilation of the entire contingent of both hunters and ninja. And set off an international incident besides. How many? Morel hefted his pipe. The hulking hunter was more than ready for a fight. Kaiba could tell he hadn't been satisfied waiting in the city as the ants steadily depopulated the country. Hard to tell, Kaiba said, taking another whiff of the corpse-like scent the ants carried everywhere they went. More than 80, I'd say. It's gonna be rough, that's for sure. They'll be here any minute. Nove pushed up his glasses. No matter. We'll send them scuttling back regardless of their numbers. He glanced back towards the city. Are Gaara and Knuckle ready? They better be, Kaiba scoffed. That big guard almost killed me with one damn punch. I don't want to go up against him alone. Menthuthwiopi, Shino said, and Kaiba grumbled at the name. Scarlet asshole, more like, he said, and Morel let out a muffled chuckle. Gaar'll take him. We just have to focus on the small fry. Silently, he hoped that it would be that simple. Hinata was off somewhere with Gon and Killua, sure that the butterfly guard, Shiapoof, would be coming directly for her. Though. Shino's phone rang, and he plucked it from his vest. Hinata? He asked. To Kaiba's enhanced hearing, Hinata's voice came through the phone as clearly as if he was the one holding it. Something's wrong. Hinata sounded shaky, breathless. Akamaru perked up at her tone, looking worried. The king. I'll explain later. Neferpitou is coming, Shiapoof is staying behind. It'll be coming directly for us. Will you be alright? Shino asked. Kaiba wondered why the ants had changed their plans at the last moment, having their most effective censor leave the palace. Something about Hinata's clone must have really spooked them. Maybe the watcher coming for the king had upped Hinata on his priority list. Oh, day. He smacked himself, eliciting an odd look from Nove. Part2 was their best censor. If they wanted to track Hinata in particular, it made perfect sense to send it to the city instead of Shiapoof. We'll be fine, Hinata said, sounding proud. Killua's pulled out all the stops. We'll take out the guard, and then meet up with you all to finish off the rest. If you say so, Shino said. Be safe. You too. There was a click, and Hinata returned to whatever she and the two younger hunters had been up to since late in the day before. Kaiba still wasn't sure what Gon and Killua had been planning, but he was positive they'd been hoping that this very situation was going to arise. He wasn't as close to the boys as Hinata, but it was obvious even to him that they held a special hatred for Neferpitou. That thing almost killed her last time, Nove said, glancing at Shino. And took your arm. You're happy to let her fight it alone. Shino shrugged. No, he said, and his bluntness drew a laugh out of Nove. But if she thinks she, Gon, and Killua will have the situation in hand, I trust her. There will be more than enough ants for the rest of us. Speaking of which. Yeah, Kaiba said. Akamaru growled, and rose to his feet. We gotta get going right now. If we don't start splitting them up, we'll get overwhelmed. It was a cold and damp dawn, and as the sun just barely began peeking over the horizon, Kaiba suddenly had a premonition it was going to be shining on a blood-soaked city before the day was through. He shared a look with Shino, and was positive the Aberme was thinking the same thing. Nove, you're with me, Kaiba said, and the man wandered over, preparing a portal. Shino, Morel, have fun. Everyone be sure to play it careful. He grinned. Anyone who dies this late in the game is gonna feel pretty stupid. Naturally, Shino said, and then without another word Kaiba leapt off the hotel, Nove and Akamaru following close behind. Number. Beijing, Neferpitou thought, was both a battlefield and a hunting ground. The king had sent them there with a dual purpose, to kill special humans and to retrieve the watcher, and each purpose was served differently. The battlefield would be the domain of Yuppie and the other ants, and the hunting ground would be hers. In the back of her mind, beyond what she'd rate conscious consideration, part2 was somewhat uncomfortable with the king's fixation on the Watcher. She hadn't seen whatever had transpired in the throne room, but she'd felt the violent confrontation with her and the clashing energies of the woman and the Chimera King had been terrifying to feel secondhand. She couldn't imagine what it would have been like to be at the center of the hurricane of aura, nor could she conceive of how the Watcher's duplicate had survived it. There was something about the woman that the king had an interest in beyond her supernatural vision, but part2 couldn't understand what. That frustrated her, she realized, but it was also completely immaterial. It wasn't the place for a guard to question its king. He was infallible. In the end, part2 was just fortunate to be an instrument of his will. It was a fate infinitely more, in every way, than almost any other creatures on the planet. If she could not be content with that, she didn't deserve to exist. part2 wasn't sure when part2 had transformed into her and she. Gender was not an immaterial concept to Chimera ants, but the royal guards had no need of it. If it didn't serve a purpose to the king, it was an internal pollution. And yet, she'd found the identifier arising as the days since the king's birth had relentlessly passed. The change, she thought, was birthed from symmetry. Of the humans who so consistently opposed them, the Watcher was the only woman. In a way, the hunters and the royal guard played the same role for their species, a vanguard against annihilation. The Watcher was also, part2 thought, the strongest among the humans, just as she was the strongest among the guards. It was an arrogance she would never voice aloud, but it still had a truthful ring to it. Firstborn, first among peers. It was only natural something as simple as a pronoun would also separate her from the stoic Yuppie and anxious Poof. She enjoyed the idea, garnishing it as a private pleasure. It was simple. It lent the undertaking a narrative, the continuation of the name Shia Poof have given the Watcher. It sat comfortably in her mind, helping to solidify the aspect of Neferpitu, King's Guard, the Watcher's hunter, and so she employed it. It was a choice of convenience, and of resonance. Her N scoured the city as she leapt from street to street, invisible to ordinary eyes, the only mark of her passage was scuffed concrete and rustling wind. Thousands of humans huddled inside their homes, imprisoned by a curfew and the promise of retribution from their idiotic junta. part2 felt nothing but disgust for the pitiful creatures, and her N passed over them without regard, temporarily freezing the hearts of the weaker and older and instilling night terrors in those that still slumbered. She only had one target, and until she found it stopping was impossible. After nearly a minute of searching, her methodical search pattern covering more and more of the city with her ring of N, part2 finally found what she was looking for. The Watcher had a distinct signature inside her aura, something part2 couldn't really define. The word for the sensation didn't exist, the closest she could get would be cold, but the feeling wasn't a temperature, not really any sort of thing nerves could transmit. The guard altered course, slowing down. After their last encounter, part2 had a healthy respect for the Watcher's strength and vision. The woman had survived a point-blank ambush and endured nearly 40 attacks in less than 5 seconds without making a single mistake. Approaching her with anything but severe caution would be asking for another inconclusive battle. There were others with the Watcher, 3 people. All of them pulsed with the distinctive aura of hunters. Was the woman preparing an ambush? It was the natural conclusion. If that were the case, she'd have to find a way around it. The streets had widened out, the buildings having grown squatter, the Watcher had been waiting in an older portion of the city, one abandoned by the population for the more modern districts. The woman likely didn't want anyone getting in the way if they came to blows, her techniques were destructive, and part2 had known the moment she'd taken her comrade's arm that the woman abhorred harm coming to others. She was less than a kilometer away now, huddled inside one of the building. part2 would flush her out, and bring her back to the king in as many pieces as required. Within a moment, she'd located the building the Watcher was waiting within. It was a ugly concrete thing, 4 stories tall, with wide windows and a squat, foreboding aura. Once upon a time, it might have been a serviceable apartment. As she approached it, her N withdrawing, the 3 hunters with the Watcher moved away, retreating deeper into the city. part2 considered following them, but disregarded the idea instantly. The Watcher was staying still, and she was the priority, the woman must have warned them away. part2 slipped in through the front door, feeling the Watcher less than 40 feet away now. She was positive the woman was just as aware of her own location, but for the moment her prey seemed content to stay put. Something was wrong. There was no way the Watcher would just let her approach without any countermeasures. part2 looked around, taking in the building's entrance. The first floor was mostly devoted to one large room, bulky support pillars scattered around it. A long wooden desk, stripped of all dignity, sat along the leftmost wall. So far as she could see, there was nothing around, with one exception. Hanging from several of the pillars were small cloth bags, bulging with hidden objects. The Watcher was on the other side of the room, hidden behind some thin concrete walls. She could attack at any moment. part2 crept over to one of the bags, her entire body nearly vibrating as every single cell primed itself for combat. Her senses pushing themselves to absurdity, she tugged the bag open, the soft rustle almost painful to her ears. Nothing. All that rested inside was some tarnished silverware, several ball bearing, and other rubbish. Part2 perked her head. What could the bag's purpose have been? A place for the lazy to drop their detritus? A shrine to garbage? Humans were strange, and in some ways beyond her understanding. Whatever it wasn't the trap she'd been fearing. The wall behind the bag had been scuffed, as though it had been beaten out and replaced at some point in the past. The patch of concrete was newer. Part2 dismissed the pointless detail. Her confusion was distracting her. Was the Watcher trying to fool her in some way, hiding in an empty building without any countermeasures? Could this one be another clone? She would have to defeat it to find out. She silently crept across the room, moving with utmost care, and as she drew closer the Watcher moved away, slipping across the wall and moving upwards. A flight of stairs, Part2 realized. She turned the corner, peeking behind the wall, and found the Watcher nowhere to be seen. The woman was directly above her, just a floor up, moving down a long hallway that split the building. Part2 looked up, and realized the woman's error. She jumped. Above her, the Watcher realized her mistake instantly and moved with just as much decisiveness. Part2 smashed through the concrete floor without slowing down, snatching at the woman's ankles, but the woman had skipped just out of reach, flipping down the hall. Part2 hit the ceiling and stuck, a flash of Terpsichore freezing her in place, and then dropped carefully to the floor of the hall, ready for a counterattack. None came. The Watcher turned and regarded Part2 with her blank eyes, slowly backing up, hands at the ready. There was a wide window behind her, 20 feet down the hall, bereft of glass, a possible escape route. Part2 straightened up, feeling her strength, the king's will inside her. The Watcher felt it too, and Part2 was sure that it brought fear with it. She stopped in her tracks. Watcher, she said, stepping forward, ready to launch herself and rip the human in half at a moment's notice. The woman's eyes narrowed. The king wishes to have you. The real you. She held out a hand, a gesture that was both sincere and mocking. Come with me. Or die. The Watcher didn't speak, not at first. She just backed up another 2 feet, choosing her steps carefully. The woman's face was flushed, her cheeks slightly damp. Had she been crying? Just as Part2 was about to take her inaction as refusal, she spoke. Do you, she asked, her voice gentle, and Part2 was instantly sure something was terribly wrong, remember the first man you killed? Part2 cocked her head, hair rising across her body as her instincts abruptly began screaming at her. Danger! Even with her tear-stained cheeks, the woman bled it from every pore, but she wasn't the real threat. Should she attack or should she flee? Part2 didn't know, retreat was an impossibility, but staying would be fatal. The woman wasn't the direct threat, and that alone made Part2 positive her instincts were correct. She was in fatal danger, and she had no idea why. Within a heartbeat, the situation had flipped on its head. A hunter with silver hair, the Watcher said. There were 2 children with him. Of course. Her first dance. Part2 backed up a step, an impossible retreat. What was wrong? What was she missing? The other humans had run, the Watcher wasn't close enough to be a threat. Why was her heart screaming? She nodded, hoping to keep the woman talking, hoping to buy another second to figure out what had gone wrong without her realizing. What was it? What was it? The new concrete, she thought. The image of the fresh patch struck her like a bolt of lightning. The pillar had had the concrete recently replaced. This section of the city was old, dilapidated, but that patch had been new. She'd ignored it as meaningless in pursuing the Watcher, but that had been foolish. Why had that concrete been replaced? That man was their king, the Watcher said, speaking of the children. Part2 couldn't care less. If you can understand that, maybe you'll understand this. The woman leapt back, and Part2 hurled herself after her, hand reaching out. She had to take the Watcher. She had to get out of this building. Her ears, the sharpest they had been in her life, picked up a distant click. All at once, with a roar that defied comprehension, the ceiling and walls exploded. The blast was directed and incredibly powerful. It left the Watcher untouched as Part2's senses threw themselves to the absolute limit, stretching time like a rubber band. Despite the danger, she found herself considering the situation with a quiet detachment. This was why the concrete on the first floor had been replaced. The humans had placed explosives inside the building, shaped charges that hurled fire and force in a single direction at many times the speed of sound. Even if Part2 hadn't been in the midst of leaping forward, the shockwave would have easily chased her down. As it was, the only defense she could muster was to curl up, tuck in her ears, and close her eyes. The rubber band snapped. All at once, as though the moment of clarity had never existed, Part2 was assaulted by unbelievable heat and pressure. The sound was indescribable, Patu's hearing simply shut off, instantly deafened by the blast. Her carapace cooked, her clothes caught fire. Every inch of her body burned and bruised under the concussive force, her organs rattling inside her like bugs in a bottle. Patu realized she could feel her brain bouncing off her skull. An ordinary ant would likely have been blasted into pieces, but like a stone in a hurricane, Patu held strong. The explosion intensified, the pain approaching the point of unbearable as the primary blast rolled over her, and then as quickly as it had begun the pressure was gone. Patu had been thrown down at incredible speed. She opened her eyes to find the building hadn't weathered the bombs as well as she had, the hallway had been completely ripped apart, opening it up to the first floor. She was falling back into the lobby she'd passed through. She only fell a meter, an eternity to her, before the second set of explosives went off. Across the lobby, pillars detonated and walls bucked. The room was consumed in fire and shrapnel. Thousands of shards of metal ricocheted through the space, as uncountable as the stars. The bags, she realized. The bags full of utensils and rubbish hadn't been waste disposal. They'd been makeshift ammunition that the explosives had transformed into supersonic fragments. The humans were trying to kill her with garbage. Patu snarled, Hernan surging, and Dr. Blythe erupted from her tail. The Hatsu was a stationary projection, no matter the force, it could not move from its starting position. It could serve as a safety line, keeping her from falling into the storm of metal below. But the tether of Nan was long, and with her senses blurred by pain, most of her body still on fire, Patu's hand slipped before she could gather it all beneath her. She fell another 2 feet, finally jerking to a stop. Her hand slipped. More than 200 individual shards of metal traveling more than 4 times the speed of sound ripped through her errant hand. Patu looked down, barely able to feel the new sensation over everything else, and found that she could see the ground floor through her hand. Her wrist bone was visible. The detonations finally ceased, the final sequence of explosives sounding as if they were hundreds of miles away. Patu hung in the air, too stunned to move, watching her ruined hand dangle from her snapped wrist. It hurt. It hurt. Blood was running from her eyes, ears, and mouth, matting her shattered and burned carapace with sticky liquid and blinding her further. The internal damage was too extensive to catalogue, any attempt at analysis was smothered by the pain. But she was still alive. She could still fight. The ambush had failed. Patu wheezed, her lungs filled with smoke and fire, and allowed herself to drop to the ground floor. She had to collect herself, the Watcher would already be moving in, fully aware of her survival. With Terpsichore, she... The floor rumbled, a distant groan somehow making its way past her deafness. Patu looked up. Ah, she thought. The building's collapsing. She took a half step forward and her feet slid out from under her, greased by her own blood. Patu collapsed on her face, her heart skipped a beat for the first time in her life. The building folded inward, every inch of it falling towards its own center, where she lay, and Patu took a weak breath, her throat burning with the effort. She had to move, but she could not. As Terpsichore rose around her, urging her to dance beyond her limits, nearly 10 tons of concrete and steel crushed her to the ground. To Patu, it was as though the entire world had collapsed around her in a chorus as painful and deafening as the explosives. Then it was silence, silence, and pressure. Her entire right side was in agony, her ruined hand further destroyed by the weight of the building. Like a nail beneath a hammer, she'd been smashed flat. She passed out before she could begin screaming. Number. Gon was 100% positive that he'd never heard something as satisfying at the series of explosions and final rumbling collapse that brought an entire apartment building crashing down on Neferpitu's head. Watching the demolition from the top of the building across the block, Gon was surprised to realize he didn't feel any relief. He was sure there would have been some catharsis from seeing Patu buried alive, but instead he was still just anxious and angry. This had only been the first strike. It couldn't have been that easy. He looked to Killua to confirm his friend was feeling the same way, and Killua glanced over, keeping one eye on the wreckage. His finger was still on the trigger of the remote detonator. He grinned, and Gon grinned back. Worth it? He asked, and Gon laughed. Definitely worth it, he said. Gathering up all those plastic explosives had been a bit of a pain, but the result had been way more than he'd imagined. Killua really did know a crazy amount about weapons. Gon had never really considered that stuff like C4 existed until his friend had laid out how it could take down a building in amazing detail. He hadn't really thought, or cared, about how Killua knew. Maybe he'd blown up a building or two in the past. That didn't matter now, except in that it had helped them hurt Patu. About a second later, Hinata landed next to them. The woman had just managed to leap clear of the building on Killua's signal. Why she hadn't just used a clone to bait Patu, Gon wasn't sure, but he was positive she'd had a good reason. Maybe the guard was just that canny, and it would have picked up on whether Hinata was real or not. She didn't waste any time. It's still alive, she said. Let's get in there together, now. Carefully. She was terse this morning, but Gon didn't know what to say. He and Killua had had no idea what to do less than 20 minutes earlier when the shinobi had suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs and collapsed to the ground with a guttural cry. They'd thought she'd been the victim of some invisible nin curse, or had been having a heart attack, but the moment they'd reached her side it had been obvious it was something less entirely different. Hinata, always unflappable, a woman who'd never been out of control, who treated him and Killua like children and peers at the same time, had been reduced to uncontrollable sobbing. She'd shaken it off pretty quickly, rising to her feet with a deep breath and a vicious growl, something Gon had never expected to hear from her, but that moment of something had deeply unsettled the both of them. Somehow, he was sure it had something to do with her clone's visit to the king. Now, watching the woman's cold face, he felt a bizarre mix of guilt and validation for convincing her to go. Whatever had happened, she wanted Part2 dead almost as much as he did now. They leapt off the building together and approached the rebel as a group, Hinata in the front and Gon and Killua keeping to her sides. Behind them, Palm Siberia kept watch from the rooftop. Gon had been the one to suggest bringing her along. It hurt to think about, but if they didn't manage to take Part2 down, having someone who could keep watch over the royal guard afterwards would be invaluable. Is it moving? Killua asked, and Hinata shook her head. No, it's very badly damaged. It avoided most of the secondary explosives, but the first set was effective. Hinata peered with uncanny accuracy at a specific point in the rebel. Heavy internal bleeding, but the wounds are already starting to coagulate. A couple fractures, but most of its bones are intact. Her eyes narrowed. Its right hand is ruined. She confidently strode forward. It'll probably regain consciousness soon. Let's take care of it before it can. They approached the center of the demolition zone carefully, picking over fragments of steel and concrete. Hinata didn't make any motions, which meant Part2 wasn't either. Within 5 seconds, they'd reached the royal guard's position. Gon, get a Hajaken ready, Hinata whispered. Smash the rebel and Killua and I will follow up. He wouldn't be the one to kill her if that was the case. But that was fine. That was what friends were for. Gon hunched over, channeling Nin across his body, directing it towards his fist. The pre-dawn air glowed with a soft orange light, the sun, finally rising on the clouded horizon, and his Nin, coursing around him like a violent river. First comes rock, he said, clenching his fist. The familiar mantra centered him, the world began rotating around Gon Freaks. Rock. The pile of rebel exploded outwards, flinging Hinata and Killua away, and Neferpitu emerged. The guard looked more like a devil than a cat now. Its clothes and skin had been completely burned away, and one of its hands was hanging from a series of thick tendons. There was a wild look in its eyes, and its Nin burned the air around it. Gon had only encountered Nin violent enough to make a sound a few times, but Neferpitu's aura was screaming, a high-pitched keen that made his teeth vibrate. 2 months ago, Gon had only been able to think of attacking when he'd met Neferpitu. Kite's injury had driven everything else out of his mind. However, if the royal guard had approached him like this, its aura screaming and its eyes wide, he would have frozen, like Killua had. They both would have died. Today, his heartbeat barely changed. Even as Killua and Hinata were both hurled back by Part2's dramatic emergence, Gon stood his ground. Paper. He refused to break eye contact with the royal guard. He wasn't really seeing his opponent. The only eyes he was looking into were Kite's, misshapen and desperate. Neferpitu launched herself forward, intact hand extending. With his Nin focused in his hand, it would be able to cut him to pieces without any effort at all. Rock. Gon stepped into the punch, the action seeming slow and smooth, and slipped past Part2's attack. Its claw tore a hole in his cheek, a long gash that ended just below his right ear. He barely felt it. His punch, fist covered in stormy black Nin, slammed directly into Neferpitu's right eye. The guard had raised an enormously powerful shield of Ken, so thick it would almost have been visible to the naked eye. For a moment, it resisted, and for a slow heartbeat of frozen time, Gon and Neferpitu were frozen there, his fist against the guard's face as they both realized what had happened. The shield cracked. Gon's fist hammered through, his aura exploding. The entire pile of rebel shifted, smaller pieces jumping several inches into the air. Neferpitu's eye popped. Its orbital bone fractured. The guard was hurled away, spinning through the air like a bloody pinwheel. Gon straightened up and breathed out, shaking the remains of Part2's eye off his fist. For the first time since Kite had died, he felt at peace. Gon. Killua scrambled back to his side. Hinata was circling the other direction, keeping an eye on Part2 as it bounced back to its feet. It's still alive, Gon said. He stepped to the left, keeping both Part2 and Killua in his line of sight. Let's finish it. They advanced on Neferpitu as a unit, a triangle slowly closing around the guard. It looked back and forth frantically, blood running freely from its eye socket. Gon wasn't sure if it was looking for its next target or an escape route. The thing was badly hurt, but still more than capable of fighting. If it launched an attack like the first again, Gon was sure he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Something had left him with that punch. The triangle closed another foot, and the guard acted, launching itself at Killua. That had been the natural target, Gon thought. It had attacked both him and Hinata and failed both times. Killua was the only one there who hadn't heard it yet. The guard was 2 feet from tearing off Killua's face with a grasping claw when there was an electric flash. The surge of ozone sent Gon's hair on end. Killua, suddenly wreathed in lightning, had ducked the guard's attack. It looked down, lone eye widening in shock. As the lightning around Killua faded slightly, he hammered 3 punches into the thing's chest, sending it stumbling back. Right into Hinata's range. The shinobi launched 64 attacks at once, like a multi-headed snake. Gon's friend couldn't use that lightning technique, which he hadn't yet named, at attack at the same time. Apparently it was way too confusing to coordinate them internally. But that was completely fine, all they needed here was for Hinata to complete an attack on Neferpitou. Killua had given them that opening perfectly. The guard managed to block more than half the strikes, Juken, that's what Hinata had called the technique, with its ken. That alone was incredible, regardless of its condition. But its wounds slowed it, and nearly 30 slipped through. Patou's remaining arm fell limp, and it gasped for air, as though its lungs had been punctured. Hinata's fatal hands had sealed off the nen in its upper body. It leapt back, buying distance, and scrambled under a vacuum palm that Hinata launched after it. Gon and Killua both burst into motion, closing the distance and pressing the advantage. That was pretty much it, wasn't it? Gon couldn't believe it. It had been too simple. But that's why they'd made the plan, hadn't they? No matter which royal guard had come looking for Hinata, Killua's C4, Hinata's gentle fist, and his Hajaken were the perfect combo to take down a single target, no matter how tough it was. Kill it now, Hinata said, her voice tight. More ants are coming. They know it's in trouble. They attacked all at once, trying to cover every angle. Neferpitou flipped backwards, sliding under another vacuum palm and bouncing over a sliding kick from Killua. It reached down to remove Killua's leg, but Gon was there, covering the hole in his friend's defenses. He slapped the guard's claw aside with a kick and then was hurled away as the thing used his own attack to rotate and kick him in the shoulder. Even with most of his nen concentrated in a single ken, the groundless kick nearly broke his arm. Hinata went high, attacking like a hawk, but Patou just barely managed to scramble aside. Gon followed up, his whole body still ringing, but before he could level another punch into the thing's face it kicked at the ground, sending up a shotgun blast of concrete and steel. He gritted his teeth and tried to push through the shrapnel with more ken, but one chip slipped past and opened up a cut above his eye. Patou tried to buy more space with the distraction, but Killua was already there, still trailing electricity. He went for its remaining eye with hardened nails, but Gon could tell it was a feint, his lightning was still up. Patou couldn't know the difference, and was forced to retreat again. Instead of making its way farther along the street, it went straight up. Gon and Hinata were there to meet the guard. Hinata went for its gut with a lion's fist, and Gon sent another kick for the side of its head. The guard, gasping for air, kicked away Hinata's blow and caught Gon's with its intact hand. Instead of falling back, he kicked out with his other leg, scything through Patou's weak guard and sending it hurtling through the sky. It tore all the skin off his ankle in passing, but the exchange had still gone in his favor. Below, Killua struck 2 fingers out, almost as if announcing victory, and like an afterimage burned into Gon's eyes. The empty space between his friend and Neferpitou was filled with lightning. The royal guard convulsed, smoke rolling off its body, and fell to the earth. It rolled, struggling to come to its feet. Gon and Hinata landed, approaching once more with Killua. Despite all the damage Patou had taken, Gon was more cautious than ever. An animal was at its most dangerous when it was about to die. Number. Neferpitou wasn't willing to admit that she was about to die. She had been willing to sacrifice herself for the king from the second she'd begun existing, but this wouldn't be that. This was a foolish, pointless waste. If she was killed here, by 3 humans in the middle of an ugly city, she would be dying for nothing and for nobody. It was an absurdity that the first of the royal guards would ever have ended up in this situation. But no matter how she denied it, she couldn't undo it. Her arrogance had led her here, to an ignominious grave. Her king had given her simple orders and she had completely failed them and him. She could hardly stand any more. The Watcher had sealed her from the torso up. Her body was still heavily bleeding internally. Half of her vision was gone. One of the young hunters had destroyed her eye with a single, incomprehensibly powerful punch. Everything had gone wrong. She hadn't even taken one of them with her in return. At that moment Neferpitou was, in every possible way, an utter failure of a royal guard. She looked up, her vision blurring. Her attackers were drawing closer, but slowly. Even now, they weren't willing to treat her with anything but the most severe caution. It was almost flattering, if it hadn't been so effective. She'd have a chance for one final stand. All attempts to retreat and temporarily repair herself with Dr. Blythe had completely failed, so now that was all she had the energy for. One last opportunity to at least partially undo her mistake. She sunk down, trying to make it look like exhaustion, and gathered Nen in her legs. They'd notice almost immediately, but almost wouldn't be enough against her. She could at least take one of them. The boy in green, most likely. She knew his movement now. She'd take his head in payment for her eye. Without warning, the watcher diverted, looking up and to the left. She launched a storm of empty energy from her palm at something beyond Patu's sight. A luminescent dragonfly drifted before her. It almost seemed a hallucination. Royal Guard. Neferpatu, the dragonfly whispered, and she blinked, clarity slipping back into the world with her name. Forgive me, but you must flee. We will hold them here. A projection. Anan projection. Neferpatu's mind moved from self-pity back to analysis. Her pain faded. This was the Nan projection of the squadron officer Flutter, subordinate to the squadron commander Hatya. A particularly disloyal group of ants. Hatya's squadron was petty and selfish, and had been sent to Paging in the hope something meaningful would come of their deaths. They, of all ants, had come to help her? Patu realized her introspection arose from a desire to avoid her body's agony. She embraced it. Anything would help right now. There had to be an ulterior motive, one she could not know with her limited perspective. Perhaps they had crept away from the rest of the assault team, or been drawn by the explosions. The Nan projection whipped away, and Neferpatu jerked her head up in time to catch sight of Flutter being torn from the sky, his wings ripped away by one of the Watcher's cruel palm strikes. The white-haired hunter was sparring with Hatya, zipping around the lion-like ant and driving deep blows into the creature's large bodies. The squadron commander grunted and reached out, and in an instant both he and the hunter were spirited away in a storm of vibrant Nan. There were more ants, 8 of them, all creatures of various shapes and sizes. One of them, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a chameleon, was moving directly for her. That ant wasn't a member of Hatya's squad. How had he ended up here? There was something else on a direct course for her, the remaining hunter. He'd frozen when his companion had been torn away from the battle, but now was refocused on her, sprinting forward with a tremendous amount of Nan building up in his fist once more. What had the Watcher said? That the man she'd slain had been these boys' king? Patu had paid in no mind at the time, but the look in the hunter's eyes made her reconsider the words. If the king were to be killed, would she have any regard to herself when trying to avenge him? She tried to step back, prepare a counterattack, but she couldn't catch her breath. The Watcher had shredded one of her lungs, and the other had been badly burned. If she took another one of the human's punches, it would definitely be her end. The chameleon reached her side and sucked in an enormous breath. The boy jumped, ready to strike her down. Instead of another punch, a meter-long sword of bright red Nan extended from his fist. With her weakened Nan, she wouldn't be able to deflect it, she would have to trade her life for his. The hunter would cut her completely in half. The chameleon firmly took a hold of her arm, his impertinence shocking. No other ant had ever dared to touch her. He yanked her to the left, a futile gesture. There was no way they'd be able to dodge enough to avoid any adjustments the hunter would make. She stumbled 3 steps, not nearly enough. But instead of the hunter adjusting the angle of his blade and ending her immediately, he landed without completing the attack. His eyes went wide, his breathing sped up. Patu could not understand. He had had her dead to rights. But now, she had him. Gone. The Watcher screamed, and as Patu reached out to end the boy's life, he rocketed back on the woman's word. She cursed, coughing up blood. Too slow. The hunter would have died before he could have understood an attack was coming if she were not burned and bruised and shattered as she was. Right now, she was an ember, not a royal guard. It's still here. The Watcher shouted, slamming her fist deep into another ant's eye and crushing its brain. Don't let your guard down. They couldn't see her? Patu realized why the hunter hadn't killed her. They couldn't see her. She glanced to the chameleon and found it looking at her with pleading eyes, its cheeks comically puffed up. The puzzle came together as her body had come apart. You have concealed us, she whispered, and was surprised at how terrible her voice sounded. Sight and sound. Either would have given our movement away. How long? The ant held up one finger. 1 second? 1 minute? 1 hour? Impossible to know. It couldn't have been the larger sums. That would be absurd. How had the ant kept this Hatsu secret? None of the guard were aware of it. Was it the same for the squadron leaders? Why had it kept it secret? None of that mattered right now. More than a second had passed, so Patu decided to assume the time limit on the Hatsu was a single minute. Given the ant's bulging cheeks, that would make sense, the trigger was as simple as him holding his breath. Even in her reduced state, 1 minute of invisibility would be more than enough time to kill the 2 hunters and incapacitate the Watcher. And then, afterwards. No. Focus. Kill them now. Patu tried to gather her strength again, giving up on breathing. She would heal afterwards. Gon's sword crept back into his hand, leaving it stuffed with Nen, and the hunter roared. Of course he did. He'd been denied his vengeance against her. Part2 smiled, drawing back her executioner's limb. She'd take his head with a second attempt. Or she intended to, until the hunter struck the ground with all the considerable force of his hatsu, breaking one of his own knuckles and upending the entire street. The city block shattered, blocks of concrete flying in every direction as the hunter screamed in frustration. The surviving ants jumped back. Somehow, whether by coincidence or design, Hachia and the other hunter reappeared in the center of the pandemonium. Hachia had his hands wrapped around the boy's neck, but the hunter had both his hands buried up their elbows in Hachia's gut. Part2 dodged one shard of concrete, but another slipped past her on the right and slammed directly into the chameleon's throat. The ant gagged, losing his breath, and in incredible unison all of the humans' heads snapped towards her. She was visible. They both were. Part2 watched the watcher realize what had happened as quickly as she had. Now the chameleon, not her, was the woman's primary target. Part2, even in her wretched condition, made her decision faster than any human could have. She tucked the chameleon under her arm, one last surge of Nen and adrenaline giving her the necessary strength, and jumped. Not towards the humans, but away. Right now, with the ants' hatsu exposed, they didn't stand a chance. The best way she could serve the king would be returning this ant to him in lieu of the watcher. Her leap was incredibly powerful, enough to propel them several kilometers, but an inconvenient building interposed itself between her and the escape vector. Part2 smashed directly through it, the ant she was dragging along hurling protests and shielding his head. Once they were clear of the wreck, he babbled something slightly more useful. They had a pursuer. Part2 looked back to find that the hunter Hachia had temporarily kidnapped was right on their tail, his body wreathed in lightning. He was trying to slow them down, ground them until the watcher and Gon could arrive. Part2 didn't have any method of counterattack. The hunter was out of reach of her legs, approaching from above, and her arm was occupied. The other was ruined. Ah! But it being ruined made it useful. Before she could think about the consequences, Part2 stopped the flow of Nen to her ruined limb and whipped it at the hunter, faster than the eye could follow. Her shredded hand, a dangling, agonizing irritant, ripped free like a gory missile. The projectile, more bone than flesh, would have taken the hunter's heart clear out of his body had he not slammed both his hands together in front of him in a hasty lightning-assisted catch. The hunter had saved his own life, but in the process robbed himself of all momentum. He fell straight down, well clear of Part2, and she and the other ant continued their flight out of Beijing unmolested. 20 seconds later they landed in the muddy earth and scrub outside the city. Part2's legs buckled under her, and she collapsed, only prevented from slamming her chin into the earth by the chameleon chimera. Get us back, she gasped, still unable to breathe. She was finally running out of air. The ant looked at her with fearful eyes. Get us back, and you will be rewarded. The ant's eyes softened. He took a deep breath, concealing them both once more, and shucked her onto his back. Unable to even offer protest, Part2 closed her eyes, focusing on staying awake. She needed to heal herself, and she couldn't deploy Blythe until they were back in the palace. Until then, she couldn't afford to think about anything else. Not even her complete failure. The Royal Guard, Menthuthweopi. The Royal Guard, Menthuthweopi, was awash in a sea of chimera ants. Like a wave breaking upon a shore, they streamed into the city of Beijing. The Royal Guard, Menthuthweopi, could barely tell the difference between them. There were ants of every size and shape, turtles and birds, reptiles and mammals, but to the Royal Guard, Menthuthweopi, the ants were all the same regardless of their physical diversity. It did not matter to him whether an ant resembled a cat or a dog, or anything else beyond or in between. To him, they were of equal utility, and their value to the king was the only quality worth attention. He did not pay any more attention to the city than he did to the individual ants. The only thing he looked for was where humans could hide. On those rooftops, in those doorways? If they emerged he would crush them, but the hunters were not stupid. They wouldn't present themselves. They would have to be rooted out. Sir, someone said, and Yopi ignored it, moving onward, continuing his skin for humans. Sir. The same voice, more insistent. He wondered why whoever the ant was addressing wasn't responding. Had they been attacked? He looked back, only to find a small ant staring at him. Was he the sir? Menthuthweopi cocked his head, deciding to try out an answer. Yes. He grumbled, and the ant brightened up. So he was the sir. Strange. The squadron leaders are thinking we should grab some humans, the ant said. Some of us are hungry, and they think some hostages will help bring the hunters out. They're supposedly here to save these idiots, so. I don't care, the Royal Guard, Menthuthweopi, decided, and the ant blinked. Do as you like. You're sure? The ant asked. Some of its fellows shifted. The group had spread out a little more, breaking into smaller squads, but still united as a spearhead. That appealed to Yuppie. The streets of Beijing were wide, intended for motorized vehicles, and they accommodated the ants with ease. Do as you like, he repeated, returning to his skin for hunters. Without considering it, he grew several dozen more eyes across his body, and his field of vision expanded 100-fold. The action wasn't a conscious one, he'd just wanted to see more, and his body had agreed. He would have considered it interesting, but that required taking an interest in something besides the hunters. Buildings, buildings, buildings. Yuppie quickly grew bored, trotting through the city. Where was the enemy? Where were the hunters, the watcher? Behind him, the ants spread out, breaking into buildings and returning with squirming, screaming humans. Some were barely dressed, yanked from their beds. The ants assembled them into a raucous cluster. Maybe the noise would draw something for Yuppie to kill. The soldiers Neferpitu and the king had turned into semi-lifeless puppets, paid no mind to the others' humans, continuing to wander the street with their weapons held at the ready. It was like the king himself was reaching out to crush the resistance in the city. Yuppie smiled at the idea. The image was appealing. He guessed he was one of the king's fingers. Did that make sense? Did it matter if it did? Ants filled the air, borne aloft by Hatsu or natural wings, joining Yuppie in scanning the city for enemies. Yuppie was joined in his solidarity as the ants' incursion into Beijing grew steadily louder, heralded by terrified humans and buzzing wings. The ants in the sky were the first to die. Yuppie realized it before any of the other ants did. The eyes on his shoulders and the crown of his head spotted the lasso of smoke that dragged one ant out of sight, over the lip of a nearby building, and his enlarged ears picked up the faint spatter of liquid that shortly followed. Up, he grunted. He considered leaping ahead, as Neferpitu had, but abandoned the idea after a moment. Better to let the humans come to him, if they would. If they persisted, he would give chase. The other ants realized what he meant and clustered up, taking safety in numbers. Still, more flying ants died. Another 4, drawn down to earth by smoke and sand and killed by unseen enemies. Yuppie could not hear the psychic clamor of the ants, but he was aware of it nonetheless. With impressive fluidity, the vanguard arrayed itself against the sudden assault. Neferpitu had left to chase the watcher herself, but if she had stayed, they would have been able to easily fend off this hidden attack, Yuppie thought. He could have stayed behind to deter a counterattack and Pitu could have leapt to the roof to slaughter the aggressors. She was too focused on the watcher. She was obeying the king, but the decision to chase after the woman had been motivated by ego, not obedience. It had been foolish. As he wasted time chastising a royal guard that was no longer present with words he wouldn't have bothered to speak aloud, the ants grew restless. What had Pitu said, before she'd left? Don't lead, just keep the commanders alive. As Yuppie watched with one of his many eyes, one of the squadron leaders snapped her long scorpion-like tail and formed the ants up into several distinct rows, each with a hostage or two of their own. They advanced in a phalanx, waiting for a counterattack. Yuppie was content to be the spearhead. They had expected some sort of open confrontation, but it refused to present itself. A dart of sand was launched from a distant window, and Yuppie watched it with disinterest as it soared past both his own head and a human hostage and buried itself in an ant's eye. The creature screeched, the attack sending it stumbling back, but survived. The sand hadn't pierced its brain. Another one followed, larger and quicker than its fellow. The hunter must have realized heavier projectiles would be needed to bring down chimera ants. Yuppie was prepared to ignore it as he had the first, but as he watched it pass by, he realized that the ants were important to the king. Not really as subjects, because the king held as much interest in them as Yuppie did, but as extensions of his will. Letting them die would be reducing the king's ability, however infinitesimally. That would mark him a failure of a royal guard. With a snarl, Yuppie sprung another arm from his shoulder, punching the spear off course. Most of it shattered, the tip pierced a hostage's kneecap, who let out a high-pitched keen. He shook the new limb, feeling its power. That had been satisfying. It had felt satisfying to protect property of the king. He felt something growling in his chest. Enough of this, he decided. It was time to go on the offensive. The squadron commanders apparently agreed. Bring down that building. One of them thundered, and one ant shaped like a lizard stepped up and fastballed a stream of light, pulsing and keening directly into the ground floor of the building the sand had emerged from. There was a dull rumble, and the light detonated, flash frying the building's foundations. It groaned and collapsed like a wounded animal, and Yuppie felt the thrill of the hunt. That was a cool Hatsu. He wondered if he could do something like that. An ant screamed, and Yuppie turned towards the noise. One at the back of the phalanx had been dragged back by a thick black swarm of insects, all of which were busy stripping away the creature's skin and flesh. Its comrades beat back the bugs, but more were emerging every second. This was an ambush, Yuppie thought. This whole city was an ambush, and unless he acted it would steadily destroy the ants the king had trusted him and Neferpitu with. You? He asked the squadron leader who'd had the building brought down. The ant looked confused, and he realized it was because it was the first time he'd directly addressed any chimera ant. Get them behind me. Sir. The squadron leader stuttered, looking flustered. I will shield them while you plan an attack. Right now, they're just dying. It's pointless. Yuppie narrowed his eyes. I will give you time to do better. Use it. The ant didn't hesitate. She barked some orders, and most of the ants that remained, over 90, sprung into action. Most took their hostages and clustered as best they could behind Yuppie, the rest, numbering at least 30, bounded off into the city, breaking from the main group. Yuppie couldn't hear the silent voices directing them, so he focused on the situation in front of him instead. The hunters were using projectiles, trying to bait them out. To deflect the attacks, many attacks, coming from many different angles, he'd need more arms. He got more arms. 20 more. No, 30 would be safer. His torso constricted a little, before his nen generated more flesh. They were thin, whip-like, perfect for throwing aside lassos and spears. He was a shield for the king's will. He was a shield. A knife flashed out of the dark, from beyond the lip of a nearby building. It was like a test. He slapped it away without effort, sending it back where it came from. He'd hoped to hear a cry of pain, but he was disappointed. His lack of catharsis sent out an arm hardened into a bludgeon to smash at the roof, dislodging concrete and sending up a satisfying crack. He could attack and defend at the same time, Yuppie realized. It would be child's play. If they could bait the hunters out, somehow, they'd be easy victims, but the humans were completely unwilling to emerge. Why would they? They didn't want to die, and they wanted to pick off chimera ants. Both goals were better served from concealment. It was enraging. He couldn't call it cowardice, even though it was, because it was undeniably effective. He couldn't use N, not like part2 could, so locating the concealed humans would have to be done the hard way. Someone had made a mistake, sending the ants so unprepared, but he couldn't dream of who. It must have been his fault, or Neferpitu's. Yes, she had left. This was entirely her fault. Yuppie shook his head. While he'd been absorbed in pointless thought, he'd deflected another 12 projectiles. Were the hunters irritated? They'd definitely increased the rate of their attacks. That was a good thing, right? Menthuth Yuppie. It was the same squadron leader, peering at him over a sea of her underlings. What was her name? It started with AZ, but Yuppie had never bothered remembering it. How far can you strike? He considered, deflecting more sand and smoke and bugs. They stung, but only a little. Another pair of eyes grew to cover a near blind spot he hadn't noticed until a lasso had almost crept through it. I do not know, he answered honestly, and the ant laughed. Well, I guess we're gonna find out, big guy, she grinned. Yalrop here has a pretty good N, she continued, poking at a nearby ant with huge, fish-like lips and a mantis-esque body. A little over 100 meters. He's going to flash it, find the nearest hunters, and we're gonna rush them. Even if we only grab 1 or 2, that'll bring down their numbers by a lot. Can you cover us the whole way? A mobile shield. It was simple, but Yuppie was sure he couldn't have come to the conclusion himself. He didn't have any experience in battle, like these ants did. In that arena, bizarre as it felt, they were head and shoulders above him. Of course, he said. The projectiles had stopped, for the moment. The hunters had to be reconsidering their strategy. Now was the best time to move. Do it. The ants didn't give a signal, Yalrop just shouted, a massive effort, and his aura exploded out of him in a flash of magenta. It covered about 350 feet in an instant, and Yalrop quickly pointed within several directions with 3 of his 6 limbs, one especially emphatically. 3 groups of enemies then, one of which was closet. There was no time to think. Over 30 of the ants, including the squadron leader whose name Yuppie wanted to know, charged west towards the closest hunters. They wouldn't be fast enough on their own, Yuppie realized, and so he sent several limbs out ahead of them as the others deflected yet more steel and sand bullets. There was a building there, about 60 feet away, and Yuppie's arms broke through the walls and windows, sprouting eyes as they did. His third arm found something. A hunter was leaning against one wall, away from the windows, eyes half closed and nose twitching furiously. He held a thick knife in one hand, and a huge white dog lay next to the man, one paw resting on his knee. They both seemed entirely focused on something Yuppie couldn't see, perhaps a smell. Yuppie recognized the man. This was the hunter who had infiltrated the nest all those weeks ago, made it all the way to the queen's chamber before Yuppie had ejected him from the structure with a single punch. He was sure his strike had killed the man. The human hadn't had time to direct his nen. Yet here he was, seemingly little worse for wear. The realization made him completely furious. The man's eyes jolted open, focusing on Yuppie's arm, and the eyes covering it. He started to say something, some profanity, before Yuppie whipped his arm sideways with nothing but fury on his mind, trying to swipe the man's head off. The hunter ducked, and Yuppie's arm made a clean hole in the side of the building. Kill him! Yuppie roared as the hunter scrambled away, his dog at his side. The charging ants leapt forward, breaching the building. He attacked the queen. Kill him! That the queen was now dead, killed by the king, didn't really matter, she had still birthed them, and this man had had no right, to hunt her. Yuppie's arm watched as a half-dozen ants fell upon the man simultaneously, but he remained infuriatingly alive. Dancing among the chimera, the hunter and his dog whirled and slashed, bit and clawed, dodging dismemberment by inches every second and removing eyes and limbs in return. He had gotten faster. Yuppie's arm watched, fascinated, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. The hunter had gotten faster, and maybe stronger. Had he been hunting other ants, improving himself, while Yuppie guarded the king? It was a remarkable idea, something that Yuppie had never considered. Here, watching the lone hunter grab one ant's scything claw and drive it into another ant's abdomen, he felt jealousy. An opening presented itself as the ants fell back to gather themselves, and Yuppie struck again. He realized his body had been moving towards the building, and so 7 limbs could attack instead of 1. They came from every direction, some sharpening into blades and others growing dense. And yet, faced with 7 different attacks from 7 different angles, the hunter remained calm. Yuppie yearned for him to scream or cry, but the man, stone-faced, slipped past all but 3 of his limbs. One, his dog knocked away with snarl, and another, the man deflected with a blade. But the last made it through, and slammed directly into the hunter's shoulder. The blow sent him hurtling through the room, past a stunned ant. A hit! Yuppie was elated, even though the attack hadn't done much damage. If only it had been a blade, to cut the hunter in 2, but a nearly broken arm was still satisfying. The ants surged forward, looking to take the opening and finish the man off. Before they could make it 3 steps, the room was flooded with smoke. Yuppie felt his eyes sting, and heard the ants yell in shock as they lost sight of one another. The room filled with bullets as part2's puppet soldiers finally caught up with the ants, and through the contrails they cut in the smoke Yuppie perceived the hunter moving from ant to ant with incredible grace, jamming his thick knife up to its hilt into the back of their heads and leaving the bodies to fall. He killed 3 ants in that manner before Yuppie, even further enraged, swung at him once more. This time, his blow struck the man in the gut, knocking the air out of him and tossing him clear out of the building. The hunter's dog followed him, transforming into a copy of the man as it slipped from one pillar of smoke to the next. The man spun in the air, catching sight of Yuppie below him, and grimaced. Die! Fall to pieces! Yuppie struck at him 20 times in a second, trying to tear the hunter apart with a barrage of limbs before he could fall another foot, but the man refused to die. Even in midair he weaved through several attacks, kicked others away, and the few that would have slain him were turned away by smoke and sand. Yuppie howled in frustration, feeling blood drawn by several blows spatter his face. By all rights the hunter should have been dead, but instead he was pulled away as another volley of bullets and several ranged hatsu tore through the space he'd just occupied. Not by smoke, but by an ownerless hand glowing with faint green energy. Yuppie struck out once more and made contact, a blade slicing deep into the man's arm, only stopped by unreasonably stubborn bone. Just a foot higher and it would have been his neck. As Yuppie panted in rage, barely able to believe the hunter had survived, several ants barked a warning. His many eyes had already seen what had startled them, a tsunami of sand, completely out of place on the city streets, had broken from one of the nearby alleys and was roaring down the avenue, preparing to engulf him and the rest of the contingent. Yuppie roared, redirecting his ire towards the sudden wave. He pummeled the sand with dozens of heavy punches, slowing it down. Ants came to his side, throwing energy, spitting water. One threw a car. Another slammed the street, raising up a thick wall of concrete that broke the tsunami's base. Their combined efforts stopped the wave in its tracks, leaving it creeping forward with only a fraction of its initial energy. As the sand rolled to a stop, a man crested the top of the wave, staring out at the ants over the impromptu beach. He was unlike any human Yuppie had seen before, with stark red hair and blank green eyes. The human, no, certainly a hunter, crossed his arms. This was the man who had been manipulating the sand, that much was obvious. Tearing his head off was the equally obvious solution. Yuppie struck at him with a dozen limbs, and every single blow was deflected by the man's sand, stopping them short or turning them away. The ants at his side fell away, sensing that Yuppie wanted the opponent to himself, or perhaps that the human was beyond them. One charged, and was instantly sucked down into the sand around the hunter, vanishing without a trace. Yuppie couldn't understand it. Why couldn't he wipe the hunter away? The human gave no motion, no indication of fear or stress or even interest. He simply watched as Yuppie tried to batter through his defenses, his sand forming a perfect shield without fail. He didn't even deign to launch an attack of his own. Spikes, spears, scythes, hammers, nothing, nothing. Nothing came even close. Menthuthweopi felt as though he were boiling over. Distantly, he was aware of the other ants drawing away from him. They had been frightened off by the terrific heat he was beginning to emit. The boiling in his brain was steadily becoming a physical reality. Die! 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 He gave voice to the last command, trying to demand the world keel over and die and take this triple-damned hunter with it, and his vision was wiped away in a torrent of black and red, his whole body convulsing with uncontrollable emotions. Every single cell vibrated with such intense heat and hatred that for a moment Yuppie was worried that he would stop existing, that his anger would burn him away instead of the man in front of him, but instead of the heat turning against him, it exploded out in a single glorious burst of passion. The street exploded, and the city shuddered. The buildings around Yuppie collapsed, blown away by his anger, and took the ones behind them down. The ants behind him were tossed away, and the hunter in front of him was knocked backwards, only prevented from going head over heels by his own gentle sand. In the wake of his explosion, Yuppie could hardly believe he had been the one responsible for it. He looked down at his hands, his body had returned to his default state. What had that been? It had been completely different from his body's ordinary transformations. He stood in the center of a crater carved out of the street by his anger. Menthuthweopi smiled. This anger was a gift from the king, no question. It was the tool he'd use to shatter the hunter's bones and burn their bodies to ash. He looked up, and saw only the walls of the crater. Sand erupted from the ground all around him, engulfing him in an instant. The hunter was no longer happy to stay on defense, the man was definitely trying to kill him now. Was he scared? You should be. Yuppie shouted, and sand poured down his throat and crushed his eyes. It hurt, worse than anything he'd experienced before, but that only egged him on. He channeled the feeling, the frustration at the situation, his vindication, his yearning for the hunter's death, and the lovely boiling feeling returned, though not as intense. Menthuthweopi detonated once more, shattering the crater he stood in, and regenerated whole and unmarked. He laughed, a wild and joyous sound, and sprouted wings. The royal guard tore up into the sky, leering down at the hunter who still hadn't budged from his position atop his mound of sand. Menthuthweopi. Zazan. He'd finally remembered that name, the name he'd heard once or twice in passing. Zazan was the name of the squadron leader. He looked back at her with a face on his hip, and the ant looked up at him with astonishment. Can you hold that, hunter? We'll take care of the rest. Cooperation. Survival. The ants here were instruments of the king's will, and Yuppie was starting to realize that made them more than property. They were part of the king. They needed to be protected, the same way this sandy hunter had protected his comrades. That was what had made them effective, and now, Yuppie could serve the same role. But better. He was a royal guard, after all. I won't hold him, Yuppie said with a grin. I'll kill him. The hunter smiled back, and Yuppie's good mood evaporated. He roared, swooping down in a flurry of feathers and then. He flew in as close as he could, sprouting more limbs, a storm of punches, his chest exploded into thousands of needles, each dozens of meters long, but the hunter's sand plucked each needle and snapped it with infinite tenderness, turned aside each punch with infuriating grace. Even now, even as he couldn't penetrate the man's defense. It was automatic and apparently infallible. Yuppie roared, his body exploding once more, but this time he maintained his cohesion. The blast rolled over the hunter's sand, turning it to glass and shattering it in places, but before he could be wiped away, disintegrated, the hunter raised a hand and made a sign. A torrent of electric wind whipped up around him, turning aside Yuppie's anger, and the royal guard gagged in fury at the dismissal. You! He screamed, hammering through the glassed sand with both hands, desperate to strangle the hunter and rip his head clear off. Before he could close his fists, a broad blade of sand shot out from beneath the man and transfixed his mouth, it broadened and neatly sliced off everything above his jaw. Yuppie didn't care. His head didn't contain anything important, he only had one to maintain his facsimile of a biped. His fists closed, but more sand blades cut his hands off before they could squeeze life from the man, and for the first time the hunter directly attacked. He kicked out, driving Yuppie back by a foot with a powerful shot to the gut. The guard rooted himself with tentacles that sprouted from his back and buried themselves in the ground, but he'd still given up precious space. He'd given ground. He, a royal guard, instrument of the king, had given ground. That meant the king had given ground. Menthuthweopi screamed in frustration, feeling the hunter's existence trail away from him, just out of reach, and boiled over once more. But this time, he was unwilling to simply let the anger wash away as an ineffectual explosion. He'd already seen it would be useless against this man. There had to be more. The king had to have given him more. Control it. Yuppie experienced an euphoric epiphany. Shape it. The rage didn't have to simply explode out. It had boiled him before, but that he'd had let him shape himself, even if he hadn't realized it. If he could shape what was supposed to be a royal guard into a bomb, why not something more useful? Yuppie narrowed his eyes, unconsciously striking away probes of deadly sand with more tentacles, and poured all of his hatred and frustration into his left arm. Piece of crap. Garbage. Sand in my eye. He raged, picturing his arm swelling beyond his body. No, more than that would be needed. Blades, rotating drills, power, power, power. He needed overwhelming power, concentrated in a single point, not just uselessly spread, the power to decimate a city street, focused in one limb, on one target. That was what he needed, if he wanted to beat the hunter's perfect defense. The hunter ripped at his body, his head, his legs, but Yuppie refused to budge even as his skin and muscle was stripped away by scouring sand. He just roared in pain and determination, ignoring everything but his arm. It morphed, it changed. His hand became a series of armored spearhead, each as thick as a spade and harder than diamond, and his arm coiled, muscles compounding upon muscle and twisting themselves to the point of self-destruction, creating a living drill. His shoulder collapsed, holes opening up and jets of raw crimson ejecting from his body like the corona of a dying star. The hunter frowned, jumping back a step, but it was too late. Die! Yuppie howled. Every muscle in his body exploded as he lunged forward, his entire existence focused upon his opponent. A wall of sand, covered in buffeting wind and harsh static, rose up before him and he struck it with the force of a missile. There was resistance, confounding resistance for the briefest of moments, and then he howled once more, twisting his arm and ejecting them from every pore, and the wall shattered. His eyes caught the barest hint of sand becoming red and turning into glass before it was crushed, and then all he could see was the hunter's surprised face. Wide green eyes. Kill them. The drill made contact, and the hunter was transformed into a grotesque corpse, completely twisted around Yuppie's arm, flesh deformed, bones shattered. But instead of blood, more sand erupted from the hunter. Not warm blood and organs as he had expected but more sand. As Yuppie watched, unable to comprehend what he was seeing, the body he had so handedly destroyed fell apart and instead of a corpse, all he got was more damn sand. He crashed into the ground and stared at where the hunter had been in confusion. Yuppie's arm changed back to normal. The world around him was quiet. That had been the real hunter. He was positive of it. There was no way it had been a clone, sand, or otherwise. What? Yuppie asked, and then someone punched him in the face. It didn't hurt. The blow was pathetically weak. The fact that he'd been punched at all, so mundanely, harmed him more than the fist ever could have. Someone had punched the king's royal guard square on the chin, someone had struck at the king. Yuppie's furnace reignited, his skin burning orange. His eyes, flaming red, fell upon the man who'd punched him, emerging from the sand. He'd been hidden below the other hunter. Shirtless, with long white pants and stupid hair, fucking stupid hair, sitting on top of his head like a crushed car tire. And a cocky grin. The grin sent Yuppie over the edge. As he roared, reaching out, the man turned on his heels and fled. For a human, he was incredibly fast, accelerating from a standstill to full sprint in less than a heartbeat. Yuppie's hand fell short, and so did the blades his fingers shot out after the man. Yuppie stopped thinking and threw himself in pursuit, but his senses reasserted themselves before he made it 10 feet. He wasn't a beast, chasing after every irritant. He was a royal guard. The hunter probably wanted Yuppie to chase after him. That's why he had punched him, that's why he had run. But the man wasn't a threat. His punch hadn't done any damage. All he had was speed. Yuppie would better serve the king by staying with the rest of the chimera, not by chasing after someone for stinging him. That was what part2 had done, which was what had landed them in this situation in the first place. The logic slotted itself into place like two simple but beautiful puzzle pieces, and the royal guard smiled, turning his back on the hunter. His insides were still boiling with anger, but that was all right. No, it was great. There were more deserving targets. Like that bastard with the sand. Where was he? Nowhere in sight. His attacks had stopped as well. Where were the rest of the ants? Still fighting. He couldn't see any on the street anymore, but he could hear the sounds of battle close by. He needed to return to them, and continue to shield them. Yuppie set off towards the battle, his long stride cracking the concrete under him. He'd almost reached the sound when a sudden voice startled him. Adding interest. An eye popped out of the side of his head, searching for the voice, and found itself staring at a small, chubby calculator person. What was it? Yuppie continued to watch as he cut through a building, concrete and drywall shattering around him as he bulldozed past it. He hadn't detected it until now, the thing had been completely silent. When had it latched onto him? Was it a weapon? A bomb? He struck at it curiously, and his arm sent the creature spinning away, but the thing returned undamaged, still smiling cheerfully. Yuppie unhinged his jaw and bit down on the cherub with enough force to slice clean through steel, but his teeth just sunk into the thing as though it were rubber. It gave no sign of pain or distress, and Yuppie let go after a moment, watching the teeth marks he'd left vanish without a trace. Now, that was irritating. As if to mock him, the thing spoke just a second later. Adding interest. It chirped, swelling slightly, and Yuppie resolved to ignore it for now. It wasn't doing anything except being annoying. Perhaps it was just the worst Hatsu ever invented. He finally came upon the battlefield, only to find it was nothing of the such. There were only a dozen ants here, moving through an intersection and exchanging Hatsu and insults with two distant hunters, both scurrying from rooftop to rooftop like frightened grasshoppers. One of them was a commander, but it wasn't Zezan, so Yuppie didn't know its name. Hey! He yelled, and one of the ants turned with a questioning look. A knife bounced off the hard shell on its back. Yuppie had accidentally saved its life. Where is Zezan? Gone, the ant shouted. The sand separated us all, no one knows who's where now. Everyone scattered. That was bad. Really bad, actually. If the ants were scattered so bad that even their telepathy couldn't turn them around, the hunters could just pick off small groups of them instead of having to engage the whole army at a distance, which was probably exactly what their plan had been the whole time. Yuppie couldn't admire humans, but he could acknowledge their plan was effective. His attention turned to the two hunters harrying the ants from the roof. One was huge and stocky, hefting a large pipe, and the other was short and dark, his face covered by a tall hood. Any attempt to approach them was turned away by swarms of killer insects and smoky humanoids armed with knives and firearms, but the hunters couldn't seem to put down the ants in the intersection regardless, only hem them in. It was a stalemate. Until Yuppie had arrived, anyway. Since spotting him the hunters had unmistakably begun drawing back. Apparently, fighting him wasn't part of their plan. They were about 200 feet away. Yuppie drew back an arm, the limb liquefying and stretching like a hose, trailing far behind him. Adding interest. His constant companion squeaked, and swelled once more. It was becoming a respectable size now. What the hell was interest anyway? Yuppie concentrated, shoving his irritation, lingering rage for the hunter with the dumb hair, hatred for sand, and pure contempt for the two hunters before him down his arm, picturing it coursing through the limb like bloody water. The end of his arm expanded, transforming the limb into a long flail. Yuppie roared, swinging it over his head, and to the hunter's clear and satisfying astonishment the lengthened arm covered almost the entire distance to the two men. They leapt aside as it smashed down between them, crushing the roof beneath it like tinfoil. Yuppie had missed, but that was okay, cause he hadn't needed to hit. He roared in laughter, his entire body shaking with mirth and hatred. Without his explicit command his hand, blown up like an explosive balloon and glowing with an inner crimson light, detonated. The blast gutted the building and sent both hunters hurtling away like dull confetti. That had worked. He'd done it. He'd sent his anger into the right place, at the right time, and it had worked. Yuppie had never felt so elated in his life, not even when he'd set eyes on the king. Was that a bad thing? It was beyond him to know. Unfortunately, two whips of sand caught the men out of the air before they could fall, and Yuppie's elation turned to rage once more. That piece of shit! The sand hunter couldn't let him have a single moment of satisfaction. No. He grinned. That was good. Anger was good. Disappointment was good. Keep it up. He roared at the sand as it drew the hunters down to safety in the ruins of the building. Why not? Keep making me angry. Angrier. More and more and more. He took a step forward. Keep it up so I can blow you to bits. Adding interest. Yuppie didn't think. He just grabbed the thing and started slamming it into the ground, over and over again. It didn't make any sort of impact on the street, so he started stomping on it as well, creating a satisfying crater. More and more and more and more and more and more. He grew louder with each slam, pouring more and more hate into his arm, into the damn calculator, into the city, into the universe, trying to drown all of creation with his scream and his blinding anger. He felt sure that if shouted loud enough, dug deep enough, he could wipe away the whole forsaken city with a single, perfect expression of frustration and malice. He threw the creature away and struck out with a flail-like arm again, determined to reduce the pile of rubble the hunters had taken shelter into ashes. His blow landed like an artillery strike, and Yuppie blew out all his hatred at once. His arm erupted, the explosion wiping away the remains of the building. There was an echo, somewhere out in the city, of a blast of almost equal might. Yuppie cocked his head, drawing his arm back as he grew more eyes to see if any hunters would emerge from the blast zone. There was no sign of life, but the humans were quick and quiet. He couldn't take that for granted. Wow! The voice emerged from behind him, and Yuppie's eyes focused as a man stepped out of one of the empty shops on the corner of the street. He didn't recognize this hunter, it was a scruffy-looking man in dull, old robes and a turban. That's pretty impressive. A tide of sand followed close after the man, surging around his heels. Was this the real sand hunter, or was the bastard just protecting him from a hidden space? The latter seemed more likely, it seemed to be the man's main tactic. Yuppie sent an exploratory blade out, trying to cut the man in half, and the sand rose and turned the blade aside. He spat in frustration, his tongue transforming into an immensely long and thin spear. The spear managed to slip past the sand, to Yuppie's surprise, but instead of punching through the hunter's throat, the man's hand blurred up and slapped the attack aside. It hadn't been a strong one, but the motion was still shocking in its speed and surety. This was someone to take more seriously. So, the man said, drawing closer. He'd just kept up a steady stride, calmly drawing closer and closer to Yuppie. He was less than 30 feet away now. How do you do that? Was a hunter trying to talk to him? That didn't make any sense. The human was probably speaking to an unseen ally. Yuppie struck out again, and the hunter danced aside, the sand not bothering to defend him this time. He could have hit him that time, Yuppie realized. But the hunter was sapping his anger and replacing it with confusion. Adding interest. That piece of shit. He must have been doing it on purpose, trying to weaken him. Yuppie roared and exploded forward, quite literally, his back detonated and propelled him forward with the force of a missile. He tried to clothesline the man in half, his body becoming one giant blade, and the hunter ducked. Just ducked, as though he was stepping under a low door frame, his hands shoved in his pockets. That wasn't possible, was it? No human could have just ducked that kind of attack. That wasn't possible. Yuppie turned, trying to fix his mistake and crush the human with a single punch, and the man just skipped to the left, the passage of Yuppie's fist ruffling his hair. He hopped, dodging the shockwave that destroyed the street, and landed behind Yuppie, several bladed tentacles that would have cut him down waylaid and pinned by sand. I know you can talk, the man said, pacing around Yuppie's back. The royal guard was too shocked to attack. What was happening? Something was wrong. Sokmin. How are you doing that? Yuppie swung again, 4 limbs at once, a wall of violence that nothing could slip through, and the man dove into the ground as though it were water, leaping up out of the concrete after the whips passed over him. The way your body keeps changing, it's like you're made of putty or something. How are you doing that without losing yourself? Adding interest. He skipped past another attack, and the sand saved him from several more. It seemed impatient to Yuppie. You obviously don't have a brain, not in the normal way. Is it spread out through your whole body? It almost seems like your cells are independent, but if that were the case, would you even be conscious? Yuppie screamed in frustration, blowing away the man in the street, but he just rolled to his feet without a care, his hair even uglier than before. And that explosion. What's generating that heat? You're destroying yourself and putting yourself back together at the same time, what gives you the guts? I've seen you can direct it, but is it only out, or could you keep it confined? You're like a living reactor. The man was almost sparkling with enthusiasm. Yuppie wanted to throw up. The urge to kill was completely overwhelming. He was forgetting all about the other ants, part2, the distant explosion, even the king. Murder was becoming his existence. Silent treatment, hey. Shut up. Yuppie flailed in frustration, begging his body to just erase the irritants, but the man continued to hop, skip, and duck past everything the royal guard threw out. Shut up and die. Listen. The man came to a stop, holding up a finger. You answer. Yuppie threw a punch larger than the human's torso, but a wall of sand rose up before the man and swallowed his arm. The human poked his head around the barrier, not missing a beat. One question, just one, and I'll leave you alone, okay? Leave him alone? That didn't make sense either. Nothing was making sense. This was a hunter, hunters killed ants, or tried and failed. The sand was trying to crush his arm at that very moment. Adding interest. Not happening, Yuppie grunted, yanking his arm back and leaving most of the limb behind. He tried to calm down while retaining his anger. The paradox hurt his head a little, but who said his mind had to be the same as his body? Surely his cells could retain their rage while he kept cool. This hunter needed more consideration. How about a trade then? The hunter said with a grin. You answer one of my questions, and I'll give you a free hit. Patronizing. Patronizing. What a piece of shit. Yuppie almost threw another punch, but he'd finally come around to accepting that no matter how angry he was, simply hitting the hunter was out of the question. The human was too fast, completely unreadable in his movement, and could pass through the ground anyway. Any attacks that overcame all those factors were turned away by the sand that crept around the hunter's feet like a doting dog. He straightened up. Yuppie was a royal guard. There had to be more to being a guard than hitting things. Someday, there could be a threat to the king like this man, something that force alone wouldn't fix. He needed to learn cunning, the same cunning part2 and Poof were capable of. Otherwise, he'd be useless if that day came. Yuppie couldn't be useless. One question, he said, unable to believe the situation. He shoved that disbelief and indignation down, fuel for the fire. If the hunter was being honest, he'd need to make sure the one hit would be the last one. Nice. The hunter smiled guilelessly. I'm Jing, by the way. Jing freaks. You probably don't care about that, but people tell me I don't introduce myself enough. Do you have a name? Is that your question? Yuppie grunted, and the hunter laughed. If you want it to be. I bet I can figure the rest out once you're dead. Arrogant. Yuppie imagined it would be a greater pleasure than any before it to reduce the hunter to ash. But patience. Patience. The man might have been lying, but they had a contract of sorts now. How the hunter held up his part of the deal would be necessary information, especially since it was obvious he couldn't harm Yuppie on his own. If he could have, he would have by now. Menthuthweopi, he said. Long name. I didn't choose it. Yuppie struck out, and the blade his arm had become punched through the man's chest. The royal guard blinked. He hadn't really expected that to happen. Even impaled, the man refused to flinch. He didn't scream like most humans did when they were injured. He just took a firm hold of Yuppie's arm blade, then sliding around his fingers in an intense current. As you can see, I'm a man of my word, he said, backing up and carefully sliding Yuppie's arm out of his chest. Yuppie, who had been a creature of pure instinct until perhaps 10 minutes before, was too surprised and intrigued to resist, to transform his arm into clinging barbs. He wanted to see what this hunter, this enemy of the king, would do next. The blade cleared the hunter's chest, and Yuppie realized that the blow was clean. Too clean. The hole left behind barely bled. Nan was in many ways still a mystery to him, but it was still obvious what had happened. The hunter had copied him. The man had shifted his insides around to make a blow clean through the chest a painful inconvenience instead of fatal. Was that even possible for a human? Stupid question. If it could be done with his Nan, why couldn't this hunter do it with his? Adding interest. The words brought Yuppie back to his senses. This man was ruining him, he could feel it. Since he'd been confronted, his rage had been leached out and replaced by curiosity. That could be helpful later, but for now it was making him stand around like an idiot. He needed to be killing hunters, not talking with them. He struck out again, once more without warning, but Jing freaks didn't let Yuppie impale him once more. The hunter danced back with a gentle grin. It was good to meet you, Menthuthweopi, the hunter said. The royal guard stalked forward, looking for an opening. Maybe we'll have a chance to have a real conversation before this is all over. If we meet again, it will be for the last time, Yuppie promised. He could chase after the man, but it would be a waste. If he couldn't hit him, what would be the point of catching him? Adding interest. Well, you're probably right. The hunter sounded disappointed. Especially if you don't get that thing off. Yuppie smacked the thing hanging over his shoulder on habit. This? It's useless. Nan is never useless. Jing grinned. I think you have about 15 minutes. Maybe less, if you exert yourself. Past that, and you're doomed. You're lying. The man wanted to intimidate him into leaving the city. It was too obvious. The Hatsu hadn't done anything except grow since it had attached itself to him. It was as frightening as the humans the king stocked the palace with, frail girls and old men. Come on, I let you stab me, the man groused, continuing to skip back away from Yuppie. Doesn't that buy me anything? It did, but Yuppie didn't want to let the hunter know that. What kind of disgusting thought was it, to believe a human without proof just because of his actions? So instead of being honest, which was the only thing Yuppie had known how to be that morning, the royal guard lied. No. Just a hole in your chest. Yuppie grinned, and the man laughed. Was this a conversation? There was something fun about it. It was like a fight, but with words. Was this how Patu and Poof looked at talking? No wonder they did so much of it, if that was the case. The sand hunter crested a nearby roof, looking down on the both of them. Jing, the man said. The way he spoke reminded Yuppie of the king. Enough. The hunter hesitated, and then leapt up to the roof. Yuppie considered cutting him out of the air, but the promise of sand kept him still. What would be the point of wasting energy on attacks that wouldn't reach, especially if the hunter was telling the truth about his strange little stalker? Go back to the palace, Menthuthweopi, Jing called down as the sand hunter watched them both with pale, cold eyes. Go back to your king. Your comrade is probably dead by now, the king will need all the guards he can spare. Yuppie tilted his head. Patu? He asked. Impossible. But there was a seed of doubt inside him, another alien feeling nurtured by the curiosity the hunter had planted inside the once flawless royal guard. Patu was flawed too, and had gone off on her own against the Watcher. Could something truly have happened to her, separated from the other ants in this city had eaten more of them than any of the ants had dreamed? You know I won't let him go. If you can keep him here, you're welcome to, Jing said, crossing his arms to mirror the hunter at his side. Yuppie had forgotten how fractious humans could be, the two men clearly weren't friends. I want to see if he can even make the decision to leave. The sand hunter didn't respond to that. He just gestured, and a thick limb of sand surged out of the gourd on his back, exploding around him and down towards Yuppie. The royal guard was forced into defense, falling back as the street ruptured under the pressure of the attack. Limbs of sand chased after him, and for every 3 Yuppie smacked into dust another 5 appeared. As Yuppie retreated, he found himself looking inward. By now, he couldn't deny that the assault was a failure. The hunters, so much more experienced at battle than any of the ants, had stretched the ants out across the city, separated their 2 most powerful enemies, and painfully bled them. Yuppie wasn't harmed but for some irritating thoughts and a more irritating companion attached to him, but dozens of ants had died by now. So had part2, if the hunters were somehow, impossibly, telling the truth. If that really was the case, and no matter how ridiculous it sounded it could be, because the Watcher had certainly hurt Nefer part2 before, then Yuppie had an ironclad duty to run. A humiliating duty, but one he couldn't deny. Leaving the king with only 1 guard would be completely unacceptable. And irresponsible, almost as irresponsible as chatting with an enemy for over a minute just because he'd been stupid enough to take one of Yuppie's blows without flinching. So that was it, flee. Was that really the logical option? Or was he blinded by his horrible, sapping curiosity? His rage had guttered out, but would rekindling it be the actions of a guard, or a fool? Yuppie didn't know. Yuppie doubted. Yuppie didn't feel fear, but to the royal guard who had felt nothing but obedience and dull anger until today, uncertainty was just as poisonous. There was more than just sand assailing him now. Smoke, blades, insects. Other hunters were trickling into the battle, trying to bring him down with weight of fire, attacking from every side. Had they even killed one? If not, the whole assault had been pointless. No, Yuppie realized. Not pointless. He'd learned something about the enemy. He'd learned something about himself. More than he could understand right now, being bombarded by the enemy, his consciousness stretched across hundreds of attacks. Sand engulfed him, turning the world black and attempting to crush him. To Yuppie's eventual shame, it was that epiphany that decided his retreat. Not the king possibly being short a guard, not the failure of the assault, not even the odds steadily mounting against him as 4 hunters became 5, all doing their best to bring him down as Jing watched. The understanding that he had become more than what he was that morning, and the yearning to preserve and explore that new version of himself. He burst free from the sand cocoon. Not towards the hunters, but up, high into the sky, carried by exploding wings and determination. As he soared skyward, he rained parts of himself down on the hunters below, each exploding upon impact. One sent a thin hunter Yuppie didn't recognize flying, but the others were stopped in their tracks by the sand hunter. That was fine. They'd been distractions, not true attacks. Yuppie took the reprieve from the sand as a chance to grow yet more eyes and ears, so many that even his concentration almost collapsed under the avalanche of information. He couldn't use N, but this was almost as effective. Hanging in the sky above the city for a frozen moment, the second before gravity reasserted itself, Yuppie picked out the remaining ants across Beijing. There were only about 40 left, less than half of the group that had set out. Extensions of the king, he thought. He couldn't leave without them. He grew more wings, trading weapons for speed. His legs folded in, replaced by jets of Nen. Rage, who was he even angry at now? Part2? Jing? Himself, and something else, shaped his body quicker than he'd ever managed before. Fighting the hunters wasn't his goal anymore. Now, he had to run as efficiently as possible. Adding interest. Yuppie broke the sound barrier in an instant, tearing down and through the streets of Beijing and scattering the residents that hadn't been smart or brave enough to flee the battlefront in his passing. The next minute was a blur. He plunged into groups of ants, some as few as 2 and one as large as 15, and shared his revelation as he went. Retreat! Retreat! The call came from him at first, but given the command the ants quickly carried it farther with their telepathy. Some resisted, but none of them challenged him. Like a tide reversing, the chimera ants steadily poured out of Beijing, harried by hunters along the way. Some carried hostages as they went, but most simply fled as fast as they could. It was a failure of a battle, Yuppie reflected, but it would have been even worse if these ants had stayed and died. As he soared above the retreat, he felt an absurd pride. These ants were moving at his will, the king's will through him. Sober as it was, it seemed like the only thing he'd actually accomplished this morning. Adding interest. The thing had kept chattering the whole time. When Yuppie focused on it, its size shocked him. The once diminutive cherub, no bigger than his fist, had grown twice as large as him, following him around like a disgusting blimp. 15 minutes, Jing had said when he urged his retreat. The man had been lying, it hadn't been nearly that long. But something bad was clearly happening. Yuppie wasn't smart, but he didn't have to be to understand that something that was attached to him growing like that couldn't be good. No, that hadn't been all Jing said. Unless you exert yourself. How much Nen had he been using? More than in the rest of his life, probably combined. His supersonic flight, the jets of Nen replacing his legs, the sensory overload that had nearly overwhelmed even his indomitable mind. The Hatsu fed on Nen, Yuppie finally realized. It was obvious and horrible. The hunter with retarded hair had tagged him with the perfect counter-weapon. Nen is never useless. But if that were the case, what would happen when it was full? An explosion? That would have been his only conclusion before, but now he was aware it could be something far worse. What if the creature turned him into a puppet, as the king and part2 could humans? He was thinking too much. Yuppie missed the simplicity of thought he'd enjoyed less than a half hour before. That had been clean and easy. Now he was questioning everything, and suffering for it. But no matter how many thoughts he entertained, they all led to the same solution. He had to get this off. At the edge of the city, Yuppie returned to the body he'd been born in, and plummeted into paging like a dull red missile. He entirely destroyed a military checkpoint when he landed, reducing one unlucky puppet soldier to paste and crippling another, and was running before his body had finished adjusting to the shock of impact. Am I a coward? The thought followed him as he tore the earth apart under him, the palace in the distance growing larger every second. Did I make the right decision? Yuppie wasn't smart enough to know, or so he believed. But the king was. When the king judged him, as he inevitably would, he would make the right decision. He would be able to tell Yuppie whether he was a coward who should have sold himself as dearly as he could, or a royal guard who'd done their best to protect the king and his subjects. It was a comforting and true realization. As Yuppie fled from the city that had taken so many ants and given him so much, it finally put his mind at peace. Inhumanity. Hinata died for the 26th time when the king drove his fist through her eye, crushing her brain. She shivered as the ant withdrew his fist, the shared image of her demise echoing in both their minds. The king had always pulled his blows before they could actually destroy the shadow clone, but the connection their chakra had forged made each near-death just as bad as the real thing. The king had a vivid imagination, and he was more than happy to share it. You're slow, the king noted. He'd stopped the endless mental interrogation shortly after his ants had returned bloody and despairing. Hinata's joy and amusement at their failure had infuriated the king, but unfortunately not enough for him to kill her. At least her real self was safe. After he'd sent Yuppie to seek an exorcist, not knowing that Hinata herself was a solution to Knuckles' Hatsu, he'd demanded she spar with him. You still don't want to fight me? It wouldn't accomplish anything, Hinata said, crossing her arms. Why would I waste my time trying to kill you now, when it's out of my reach? The king flashed the taste of her daughter's brain across her mind once more, and she grit her teeth. Amusement, the king said. Satisfaction. You enjoy fighting. That's not true. It was a strong denial, but even as Hinata said it she doubted herself. Or was it the king's doubt? The creature smiled as he watched something drift across her mind, her and Hanabi dancing across polished wooden floors, flowing like water from form to form, practicing their gentle fist. Beyond them, she and Naruto tussled in an empty field, rolling across the grass and laughing. Isn't this the same? He asked, and Hinata pictured his head cracking open, brains dribbling across the floor. Certainly, my chakra has made us closer than you could ever hope to be with another human. He was trying to ground her down. It took an iron will for Hinata to keep her mind safe against the king's grasping touch. Every time she slipped, he greedily withdrew yet more about chakra, about her home, from her traitorous mind. She had to focus on herself, on her body, on her hatred of the ants, to keep herself safe, but it was only growing more difficult with time. Eventually, she would let something important slip. Was that her thought, or the king's? Most likely both. It horrified her to admit it, but their thoughts were aligning more often than not over the last hour. As would only be natural, the king said, stalking around Hinata and throwing another punch at her side. 27. His hands would easily pierce her and rip her kidney out. When she fought, Hinata's body was tougher than steel, but if the king wanted to he could effortlessly tear her apart like so much silly putty. She refused to react to the punch, and the ant growled in frustration. There was thunder outside, constant and violent. She could barely hear it. You can continue to delude yourself, he said. That's a human prerogative, it's about all your species is good at. But sooner or later, you'll have to accept that I deserve this more than you. Chakra. Hinata said, shifting to keep eye contact with the thing. It was important to say it out loud. It was too easy to forget that they were talking and just start thinking, transmitting her thoughts directly once more, and when she did that the king would just find his job even easier. The king didn't respond, only sneered. What else? He paced faster, circling Hinata like a shark. She felt that no matter where she looked, the king was there, his bright violet eyes boring into her, implacable and inhuman. It must be difficult for you to understand, he said, his voice low and quiet. Those eyes of yours are certainly impressive, but they'll always be blind to what you don't want to see. Faster. Hinata was at the center of a violet ring, inescapable. The king's eyes were the same color as her chakra. It terrified her. You are just a single human. A single woman, powerful for a human, brave to come here, but only one, alone. You are just a single ant, a vain and cruel insect. The king took the barb smiling, and Hinata realized she'd forgotten to speak. Surely, if you were blind, you'd think that, the king said. He suddenly came to a stop before her. But I'm not an individual. The king of the chimera ants is a monument to every chimera that came before me. Hinata saw it, the countless victims of the ants, animals and humans and beyond, burned into the king's very DNA, a living relic of their gluttony and horror. The king saw it too, and it pleased him. He wouldn't have come up with such a lovely metaphor on his own. Why should a frail thing such as you, an individual with no achievements but your own, deserve something like this chakra? The king asked, suddenly angry. Hinata's fury was leaking into him. You've done nothing to earn it. My subordinates gifted me this, my mother built it. It was yours to surrender, and you did. You're naive, Hinata declared, and she seized the confidence to smash the king back, to make him believe, just for a moment, that he was the child she took him for. Humans are just the same. We're built from our parents, from their achievements and failures. It's impossible to separate us from our past. She frowned, trying to become a rock against which the king would break. She had to find a chink in his armor. The ant's logic was laughable, but it was his ego she had to attack. You want to believe you're special, but chakra doesn't make anyone special. She screamed it inside too, wanting to make him believe, impossible as it was. Your genes don't make you. Your actions have, and by them, you are nothing but a petty murderer. The king bristled, feeling Hinata's pins pricking every inch of his soul. If you truly... My eyes. Hinata angrily poked at them, as if to take them out, cutting the king's thought like a string. My eyes do not make me. They are a part of me. Only a child such as you, consumed with your own importance, wouldn't see the difference. Kill me, she yearned, and the king very nearly did. Ninja was a doubled connection, and Hinata's own desire to die, to escape, infiltrated the king just as surely as he had her. His tail twitched, ready to take her head off, and then stilled. Like an iron gate slamming shut, the king dispelled Hinata's wish. My king. Shiapoof poked his head through the door. The royal guard had been ordered outside the room by the king. He hadn't wanted any distractions from the preening creature as he'd interrogated Hinata. The girl has returned, she desires another game. Shall I send her? In, yes, the king snarled, grabbing handfuls of his composure back. Send her in. Poof looked like he'd swallowed his own tongue. Of course, my king. He retreated out of the room, and both Hinata and the king snorted in amusement. They glared at one another, neither sure who the laugh had come from. Maybe it had been a genuine shared feeling. Komuji entered, frail and pale as ever, and Hinata remembered why she'd stayed behind against all reason to endure the king's tortuous curiosity. This girl's life was the chain the king had bound her with. If she died, so too would Komuji. The king had promised. And yet, drifting across the room, visible only to the king and Hinata, there was something unusual accompanying Komuji's entrance. Hinata couldn't put it to words, and when she glanced at the king it vanished. As ever, the ant was cold and curious. I thought you would sleep longer, the king said. The girl smiled at his voice, and Hinata shuddered. I tried, Supreme Leader, but I couldn't. Tap, tap, tap went her cane as she made her way further into the room. It was a comforting sound, Hinata thought, though she'd never heard it before. Steady and solid. All I could think about was our last game. New moves and strategies just kept pestering me all night. I couldn't write them down, and I couldn't risk forgetting them. I had to stay awake. The girl's monofocus was as admirable as it was alarming. Hinata realized that she was practically glowing with an inner light. A closer look confirmed her suspicions. The girl was practically boiling over with Nin. What was it that the hunters called it? Awakening? The king had unintentionally done to Komuji what he was planning to do to the entire country, without transforming her into an ant. The girl had surpassed normal human potential and become something more, all over a board game. Hinata laughed. She couldn't help it. It was a relief and a tragedy at the same time, and she couldn't fathom another response to it. The king glared at her, and Komuji started. Who's there? The girl asked, suddenly frightened. She'd thought she was alone with the king, and now that she knew someone else was there she was frightened. Hinata was ashamed, but when she tried to step forward, the king stopped her with a look. A guest, the king said, and Komuji seemed to wilt a little. Her name is Hinata. It's nice to meet you. Komuji squeaked, and Hinata smiled. The girl reached the gunji board in the center of the board and sunk down, reaching out to confirm her faith that it was still there. The king strode forward as well, ignoring Hinata and taking a seat before Komuji, radiating anticipation. This, even more than the secrets of chakra, enticed him more than anything in the world. Playing Gunji. Playing against an opponent he couldn't defeat. Playing Komuji. Hinata couldn't understand the feeling, not yet, so instead she returned Komuji's greeting as the king retrieved the board's tiles and began setting them. It's nice to meet you too, Komuji. In person, she amended. As she watched, with no preamble the king and the girl began their match. It was different than just observing from the city, as she had once or twice before. Now, watching the girl's concentration and feeling the king's thoughts, the game took on another dimension to her. The king was a relentless opponent, making each and every move without hesitation. Tied to him by their chakra, Hinata understood the incredible processing power of his mind better than ever before. Even when they had been sparring, he'd never applied this level of concentration to any task. The ant was making hundreds of decisions a second, creating and discarding new plans of attack without pause. His defense was a bottomless pit that liberties could only enter but never depart. But once the king was committed to a plan, he was committed permanently. Not out of stubbornness, but patience. He was prepared to play as many games as possible to defeat his opponent. Only there, through a board game, did Hinata wrap her head around the paradox of the king's desperate patience and endless stamina. To a creature that believed he was the pinnacle of life, what would a couple thousand games of Gunji be, if not the prologue to yet more proof of his superiority? Komuji was the perfect counterpart to the king, as though she'd been born to defeat him. Truly, it seemed physically impossible to Hinata. How could any human, no matter how skilled, compete in such a game against the sheer scale of the king's thoughts? But like a ship navigating a hurricane, Komuji only ever made the perfect decision, destroying 10 score of the king's strategies with each move. Her activated Nen made her fearless. When Hinata had first watched her, she had been a cautious and slow player, but now with her soul boiling over she often made moves even before the king announced his, as though she'd already anticipated it. Hinata activated her Byakugan, trying to see if there was anything more she could pull from the remarkable girl before her. Just as quickly, she willed her vision back to normal. She'd seen something she shouldn't have, beyond the throne room. It was only thanks to the king's obsession with her and his game that he hadn't noticed what she had. But as she considered her luck, something else caught her attention. Remarkable? Surely, Komuji was good at Gunji, but that was only a board game. Hinata had never put much stock in such games. To her shock that the word, remarkable, hadn't been hers. It was the king's. It was the one thought running under all his strategizing and aggression. Remarkable, admirable, strong. If the king cared for Hinata's insight, he didn't show it. Instead, he lost his first game as Komuji swept an entire flank up in just 3 moves. The king conceded, bleeding nothing but grace and satisfaction, and cleared the board so they could begin again. The game had only taken 3 minutes, the speed of both players, and Komuji's new confidence, had destroyed the king in record time. As the king reset the board, Komuji coughed, sitting back. So, you're a guest of the king, Hinata? You don't sound like you're from Gorto. Don't speak to her. Was the king's thought directed at her, or Komuji? Hinata did not know and did not care. She began to open her mouth, not sure what she would say, but as ever, the king was faster than her. She is an assassin, he said with some amusement. Sent to kill me. Komuji gasped, and the innocence of the sound made Hinata laugh. She's been watching me since the day I was born. What? Komuji's blank eyes didn't shift their focus from the board, but the distress radiating off her spoke louder than they ever could have. Aren't you worried? The king let out a short bark of a laugh. She's tried and failed. Now, she's here for my amusement. How could you? Komuji asked Hinata, distracted from her game for a moment. She was practically pleading. How could you try to kill the supreme leader? Now, Hinata was less amused. I didn't come here to kill him, she said as Komuji's lip wobbled. I came here to stop anyone else from being killed. She thought for a second as the king finished with the board. And you're right, I'm not from around here. She thought of home, of Konoha, of her children and Naruto, and wanted more than ever to be anywhere but where she was. Why would you want to stop him? Komuji asked, and Hinata understood all over again that the girl was blind. He's done nothing wrong. As she spoke, she made her first moves, and the king responded. Their litany of play was a constant background noise. Hinata considered whether it was even worth responding. Komuji was young, blind, and apparently ignorant. The truth would probably only harm her. My comrades are hiding in the capital, she eventually said, deciding to test the water. Your supreme leader is planning an atrocity which we're here to stop. I came here, to the palace, to try and convince him to not attack the city to root out my allies. Komuji pouted. If they're allies of yours, then they should be rooted out. Shinobi, 9-9-1, she sulked. The king agreed. Hinata felt, but she'd expected that. Focused on the game, and on Komuji, he'd briefly stopped actively digging at her mind. But it wasn't the king that frustrated her, but the girl. What could she say that wouldn't endanger the girl's life? Her existence hinged on being a willing rival in Gunji to the king. If her willingness to play vanished, her life would as well. It might be best to say nothing at all. You're being tricked, she said, allowing herself that at least. I can't be tricked, Komuji said, and the confidence with which she said it destroyed the image of the frail girl Hinata had allowed herself to see. Not by someone I've played Gunji with. The girl made another move, and the king folded, though Hinata couldn't understand why. If there was a checkmate, it was several moves beyond her comprehension. What would you say? Komuji continued as the board was reset once again. That the supreme leader has hurt people? Killed people? Controlled them? Her lip quivered. He did that to me, once, but he promised never to do it again, when I asked him. He's killed. Of course he has, Komuji said, her voice quavering. He's the supreme leader. They all kill people. You're an assassin, aren't you? You must have killed people as well. Probably more than him. Not for. The first time I was named Gunji champion, Komuji said, and Hinata found she couldn't cut down the tremulous voice of the young girl. She couldn't bring herself to destroy her illusions. One of my uncles wanted me to leave Gorto. Clack, clack, clack. Even while she was talking, she and the king played relentlessly, as though they had rehearsed the game. The king was listening to Komuji's words as well, perhaps even more intently than Hinata. I'd be happier outside the country, he said. That in the rest of the Union I'd live better, and so would everyone else. Clack, clack, clack. But then one night he left. My parents didn't tell me why, but I knew. The supreme leader had had him taken away, because he'd wanted to take me away, and I was worth something to Gorto. Komuji looked up from the board with empty, appealing eyes. Clack, clack, clack. It's why I decided that I'd lose my life if I ever lost Gunji. Hinata started, and instantly understood that the girl was serious. If I lost, I'd be worthless. Even if I was playing someone cruel, I'd already have given up my life. She was choking on her own snot, on the edge of weeping, but forcing the words out nonetheless. But the supreme leader isn't like the one who took my uncle away. Can't you see that? I've played him enough times to know, he's not the kind of person who would do that, he's the kind of person who killed the man who did that. Don't you see? He's not a person, Hinata wanted to say. To scream. He's a monster, and once he's had his fill of you he'll kill you just as he killed the others that bored him, just as your uncle was killed. But like so many conversations that take place in one's head, she couldn't say the words aloud, they wouldn't accomplish a thing. Komuji had grown up in a country dominated by terror, like the bloody mist, she'd been conditioned from the moment she could think for herself to expect and accept the violence of her leaders. She had no idea there was a world beyond her own, beyond the board game that had saved her life and the country that had imprisoned her. I haven't played anyone with the honesty to know that, Komuji said, quieter now. I haven't been beaten because Gunji is my life. It's the same as you, isn't it? Isn't this the same? If you're an assassin, if you fail, you lose your life too. The king laughed, and reset the board again. She sees more than you, he said with obvious amusement, and Hinata ground her teeth. But you're not going to die, not yet. Not until you give me what I want. The king began probing again, his mind bouncing across Hinata's like a pebble on a lake. She realized that the game had given him more focus, the barbs were more directed now, trying to tease out anything could from her involuntary defenses. Again, Hinata thought of Naruto. The king didn't perceive himself to have equals, and she'd determined that was responsible for the twisted ninja he was forcing her into. Her connection with her husband had always been one of equals, their chakras slotted together, like a set of gears. But the king, unable to see her as anything but a resource, simply invaded her. The most she could do was take as much as she gave, but she had so much less to give up. What she stole from the king was sensations, contempt, mechanical considerations. The thing had been born only 2 months ago, Hinata had already seen nearly the entirety of its existence, and gained little from it besides nightmares. Chakra? 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 The question was an imperative, and a command that she couldn't obey. But no matter how iron Hinata's mind was, she couldn't simply stop thinking. The words conjured up memories of the gentle fist, her sister and her once more dancing through a dojo. It was as though she and the king were standing side by side, observing the past through a thin veil. You shape it, the king spoke. His voice was silent, so as not to interrupt his game with Komuji, but to Hinata it was as though the words were coming from every direction at once. Into a knife. The Hinata of the past struck out, and Hanabi flowed beneath the soft punch, sending a lance of energy into her sister's gut. Not enough to harm, only tingle, but it was only a difference of intensity, focus. How? I won't tell you, Hinata said out loud, keeping her voice soft. If Komuji wondered why she was speaking to herself, the girl kept it quiet. She was so engrossed in the game that it was possible Hinata was outside her care by now. You must, the king insisted. I must know. When she didn't respond, thinking of nothing but the ocean, endless and grey, the king finally spoke, his voice like a razor. My ants are useless, he said, and reset the board once again. Komuji smiled, her body shining with the force of her nin. Hinata watched, fascinated, as faint pupils developed in her blind eyes. The organs were still useless, but the nin was being focused through them nonetheless. My guards have failed me. You nearly destroyed Part2, and Yuppie's been ruined. He ran away when he should have fought. Shiapoof is the only one I can rely on now. Outside, the royal guard nearly fainted. Unaware of what he'd done to his servant, the king's eyes narrowed. You must tell me how to shape it. I have to shape it. You have to shape it. Without meaning to. Hinata remembered. They'd been in their bedroom, both sitting on the bed, on their knees. Hinata's hand was out before her, one open and the other cupping her wrist. Naruto's hand had been on her shoulder, the other tracing her palm in a circle. You have to shape it, he said. Right there. Like a whirlpool. An uzumaki. The chakra had boiled up her arm, past her elbow, swirling up towards her palm. It had rested there, and then with her husband's gentle guidance, it had started swirling, swirling, faster and faster, his finger tracing electricity on her palm, the glow growing. Her husband had smiled, and then, laid over his beaming face, she saw the king and his tombstone teeth. No. Hinata was too furious, too frightened, to scream it aloud. Her chakra steamed, purple energy coruscating across her entire body, and the king flinched back, still smiling. That was a gift. A gift from him to me. You cannot take it. You're wrong, as usual. The king clenched a fist, and Hinata watched chakra work its way up his arm, swirling, rotating. You cannot stop me. The principle of the raised nan became the king's, and Hinata prepared to stop her heart. Komuji will die, I'll have to live with it. But as her chakra stilled, the clone preparing to dispel, Hinata found that the king wasn't moving. Her intentions were clear. She'd be gone in a moment, and the king could do nothing about it. There was frustration, anger, satisfaction, all directed at her. But towards Komuji, the leverage that kept Hinata there, the leverage he now had to destroy, there was only a deep appreciation. Appreciation, and respect. Respect? Impossible. The thought was Hinata's and the king's both. How could the king respect a human, a crippled little girl? It was insanity. But as Hinata considered the impossibility, the world opened up to her as it did under her Byakugan. She finally had the emotional clarity, in that moment of unprecedented violation, to unravel the king and his situation as he had been attempting to unravel her. It wasn't just respect. Komuji was the only creature in existence that had met the king as something approaching an equal, something he couldn't dominate out of hand. And from that, from her strength, frailty, and fearlessness, something had emerged in the thing. Something dangerously close to affection. Perhaps even love. Fool. The king was sharp. Afraid. She is an amusement. Leave, and she dies. He was wrong, and Hinata and the king understood it at the same time. Komuji was the chink in the king's armor that Hinata had been searching for all this time, right under her nose. The ant couldn't be physically harmed, but the human in front of him, even now absorbed in their gunji which had continued regardless of the silent war being fought between shinobi and ant. She is part of your strength. She is your weakness. Hinata pictured how easy it would be to step across the room, to drive her hand into Komuji's heart and end the girl's life before she even realized she was in danger. It would be painless and instant. With one thrust, she could do more damage to the king, deny him more than anyone else in this world possibly could. Anyone else bar himself, perhaps. She used the thought like a knife, stabbing at the king, and the ant's mind withdrew, the connection receding. With his newfound understanding of chakra, his energy was already marshalling itself, consolidating itself. It no longer ranged wildly around the palace, but drew inward, the king trying to contain it within himself, to keep it under control. Hinata's mind finally gained some freedom. She couldn't do it, surely. How could she look Naruto in the eye and tell him she'd murdered a little girl, simply to spite a monster? That wasn't her, no matter how much she'd grown to hate the creature. No, he wasn't really a creature. Hinata let the king feel that thought, one last desperate attempt at something. She wasn't really sure herself. Komuji had been right, a little at least. The king wasn't a pure monster. It made his inevitable destruction even worse to wrap her head around. In different circumstances, isolated, things could have been different. The king with a forgotten name could feel respect, affection, gratitude. He wasn't just rapacious hunger and greed and cruelty. But the situation before them, his birth, his standing, his pride, had doomed him. It was impossible for him to reach that potential now. The king tensed, feeling fear, real fear, for the first time in his life. Even if it was utterly impossible for Hinata to reach Komuji before the king could stop her, the thought put him on the precipice of panic. Hinata didn't move. Neither did the king. She was herself now, ready to die at any moment, but maybe there was more to accomplish here. As the king focused more and more of his attention on her, Komuji took the match without effort. Supreme Leader, the girl said, somehow completely oblivious to the razor tension in the room. Why did you do that? I wanted to try something new, the king said, his voice tight, still giving only Hinata his true attention. The blind girl frowned. You were too defensive, Komuji said. In a situation like that, you can't hold the king back. Sometimes, the only piece that can win the match is the king. The king opened his mouth. His eyes narrowed. He closed it, lips pursing. A chill went up Hinata's spine. You have to understand now, she said, letting the king feel a bit of her chakra again. Even to herself, her tone was uncomfortably close to begging. You felt it now. You're too intelligent not to understand. She pressed the feeling of loss, of fear, into his mind. That's why I came here, to try and stop you. Now that you've felt that feeling, wouldn't you do anything to stop it? The king looked her in the eye. Hinata realized that he understood all too well. Yes, he said, his voice ice. I would. Without a second thought, Hinata disappeared. Number. Though he would never admit it to anyone but himself, Nove was terrified. Utterly terrified. Completely terrified. The kind of terrified that made each step feel like he was wading through waist-deep water, the kind that turned every noise into an apocalyptic, all-encompassing sound. Just the scuff of his shoes against the tile floor, minuscule, a sound so insignificant it vanished before traveling an inch, seemed loud enough to bring every ant in all of East Gorto on top of him. It was both totally irrational and completely possible. He'd entered the palace only 5 minutes before, under cover of a winter thunderstorm that had occluded the rising sun. With the heavens constantly roaring, and rain that had felt more like solid sleet materializing all around him, the infiltration had been simple. The ants that had retreated from paging were still licking their wounds, there hadn't been a shield of N over the palace either. Soaked to the bone, Nove had slipped in through one of the dozens of side doors that dotted the palace's outer walls. There had been no N, and there had been no chakra. The vacuous, greedy energy of the king, which had completely suffused the palace from the moment of his arrival, had receded. Neferpitou was gravely wounded, too wounded to extend Hernan safely. Menthuthuiopi had proved during the attack on the city that he was incapable of it, or simply ignorant. That only left the king, whose chakra had fallen back, Shiapoof, and the other ants. But the ants were too disorganized and demoralized to mount a comprehensive defense, and Shiapoof, like Yupi, had shown no indication of N. Morel had reasoned that if he hadn't shown it by the time Nove had reached the palace, the guard would be incapable as Yupi. Nove was inclined to agree with him. He'd said so to the others. If you are going to go, you need to go now, Hinata had told him. The woman had been battered and covered in red and blue blood when he'd last seen her, one leg noticeably dragging. Her second match with Neferpitou had inflamed the injury the royal guard had given her on their last meeting. She'd crossed her arms, looking back at Gon. The boy kept opening and closing his right hand, staring at his two blackened knuckles. Half his face was a mask of half-dried blood, a cut above his eye still weeping. My clone is keeping the king busy, but I don't know for how long. Keeping him busy, Nove thought, shedding his suit and leaving it in a sodden pile on the floor. The several thousand Jenny outfit was completely ruined, but he'd known that was inevitable the moment he'd set out. It didn't matter. Material goods were worthless to any hunter that retained their association card. Nove was much more concerned with himself. What could keeping him busy mean? Hinata hadn't elaborated, but there weren't many options. She couldn't possibly be fighting the king. All that was left was interrogation. Nove frowned, kneeling down and drawing a circle. A portal formed with a soft plop, and he sealed it with a touch. It was disconcerting to think that right now, it was likely one Hinata was being tortured, while the original watched. From everything he'd seen, shadow clones were just as sapient as their creators. What would it be like, to watch yourself suffer, knowing it would become your own experience once the clone died? It was too strange, and too cruel, to put into words, so Nove drove it out of his mind. Right now, with the guards crippled, the king occupied, and the rank and file reeling, right now was his only chance to enter the palace without being detected. Both Netero and Morel had agreed with him. The big man, who had become more Nove's friend than he would have thought possible when they had started out on this strange and horrible mission, had grimaced and told him to be careful. Netero had been more pragmatic. We can't know why the king's chakra is withdrawing, the old man had pointed out. Most likely, he's learning how to manage it as time passes. He's grinned. With what our alien friends have told us, it's also likely the rose will be our only means of dispatching him. I doubt even my Hatsu could finish the job. Nove had protested, however subtly, and the chairman had laughed. The shinobi fight without Ken or Ren, he pointed out. With the king's biology, that paints a grim picture. He'd cracked his neck, as though they were talking about the weather instead of his own imminent death. Like it or not, your duty is to deliver me to the king, Nove. I'd like to look him in the eyes. Before you die, Chairman. The hunter reached the other end of the inner wall. Beyond the first fortification, there stretched about 100 meters of open field before the palace proper reared up. The ground had been mudded by the rain and torn to bits by hundreds of ants. What had once been immaculately manicured and maintained was now so much rubbish, like everything the ants touched. Somewhere out there, in that building, the king and the royal guards waited. No one should be so happy to rush to their own death. But it was the chairman's life, and the chairman's decision. Nove had no business telling a man who'd lived more than 4 of his own lifetimes when it was his time to die. The thunder let up for a moment, and Nove took that as his cue to begin moving. He tapped at the radio nestled in his ear as he did. The device was discreet, but the weather had been rendering it less useful than he'd hoped. 3, Hinata said, her voice marred by static and pain. To your. The lightning exploded from the sky again, and Hinata's voice vanished with the light it brought. Nove dropped to the ground, lying flat against the muddy earth as he scanned both directions. There were ants out here, somewhere in this courtyard. His glasses were too wet to see through, but he was looking with Gyo, not them. It took him a moment to find them. 3, as Hinata had said, nearly 200 feet away. 2 smaller ones that he couldn't make out, and 1 larger, difficult to identify in the dim light. The lightning cracked again, and Nove recognized the ant as one of the squadron leaders, a tall scorpion crossbreed that looked like a woman with purple skin. The ant's tail had been ripped off, leaving only a stub. It diminished the thing. The ants were talking among themselves, impossible to hear over the storm. Nove crept along the ground, falling into Zetsu on instinct. If any were to look over, they'd have to focus to see anything but mud and grass thrown by the wind and rain. It only took a couple minutes to cross the field, but Nove's terror stretched it out into something grotesque. By the time he reached the other side, slipping into the palace through a servant's entrance, it seemed to him he'd never been anything but cold, soaked, and deafened. He felt like something was buzzing around him, always just out of sight and a little beyond his hearing. The door, small enough he had to stoop to move through, closed behind him silently, and Nove immediately knelt and placed another portal. Now, he was in the palace proper. As of that moment, his infiltration was a success. Hinata. He subvocalized. There wasn't a response. The storm had gotten even louder, if that was possible. The constant lightning reduced his radio to nothing but white noise. For now, he was truly alone. That was all right. He was inside now. In the restricted area, his own senses would suffice. The principle of his mission was the same as it had been when they'd arrived in Beijing nearly a week before, though they now had some more information. Hinata's clone had confirmed that even her chakra martial arts couldn't harm the king, which left only a few options for assassinating the ants' leader. A miracle, which was unlikely. The poor man's rose, which Netero had nestled in his chest, the poison contained in the weapon wouldn't give a second thought to even the king's biology. Or so Nove deeply hoped, though that was another fear he couldn't admit to. And Scream. It didn't matter how strong the king was. Scream surpassed physical limits. The only offensive utilization of hide-and-seek Nove had been able to follow through on, Scream would send whatever was swallowed by it into the closest room in hide-and-seek, with no regard for safety or wholeness. But getting close enough to open the rip in reality in the first place. As Nove padded down the hall, he resisted the urge to swat at a fly that had landed on his shoulder. Static crackled in his ear, more lightning, or the ninja on the other end of the line. He wondered why the building was so empty. He'd only seen the 3 ants on the way in, and now there were none here. There were still hundreds left, well, perhaps a little less than 200, after the failed assault on the city, but still plenty. Perhaps the ants held as much trepidation about being close to their king as Nove did. The hunter reached the central spire of the palace after a minute or so of creeping from pillar to pillar, creeping across the walls like a spider. His heartbeat was louder than the lightning outside. Things were going too well. The central building was dominated by an enormous stairway that led up to the second floor, where it broke off into the various rooms that had belonged to the supreme leader's retainers and toadies. And finally, above that, the throne room, where even now the king was entertaining himself and Hinata was suffering. The spire was just as empty as everywhere else. Where were the ants? Where were the royal guards, whole and otherwise? Could they all be attending to the king? What could be happening up there? He stopped beside the staircase, and knelt once more. This was close, but he could get closer. There weren't any guards, none apparent. He could afford to get closer. If the portal was within 100, no, even 75 meters of the king, then they could conceivably all pour out once, immobilize the king for even a moment. And Nov could be the one to end things, with nothing more than a wave of his hands. It was a compelling fantasy. Nov had always been an ambitious man. It was why he'd become a hunter in the first place. But it was also lunacy. The top of the stairs, that was as far he could go. Any more than that would be tempting fate. No, any more than that would be suicide. His heart wouldn't be able to handle it. Here, alone, with everything silent but the static in his ear. Nov. It was just his name, a single word alone, that told him nothing and couldn't help him. But Hinata's voice saved Nov's life. He turned, jumping back entirely on instinct. Back, and up the stairs. That meant that when Shipuff's kick connected, it only shattered Nov's knee instead of his spine. The hunter didn't scream. The pain wiped away his mind as he collapsed onto his back, but only for a second. Then, he was all too aware of everything. The royal guard Shipuff had been right behind him. Nov had been too consumed with his own fear to detect his approach, that was the only explanation. When had the ant found him? Had he been following him long? The speculation distracted him from his leg. The guard snarled, swooping forward. It was fast, terrifying and furious, its nankeening. But not so fast Nov couldn't respond. The guard's hand reached out, and Nov heard its intent in its deafening nan, saw it in the ant's golden eyes. It was going to rip his head off in a single swift motion. Then, it would probably eat him. Or perhaps feed him to its master. That seemed more likely. Nov's knee was cold. Nov was cold. The second he'd been falling back had stretched beyond human limit. Here, with the ant reaching out to end his life, he had more focus than he'd been able to muster up in a month. Everything was perfectly clear, and glacial. Gradually, gently, Nov reached out with both hands, as if to cup the guard's cheeks. The ant's hand slipped through his, and the thing smiled. Then Nov spread his hands. In between them, the world was erased. He couldn't see Poof's face. But he didn't need to. Scream swallowed reality, and when Shiapoof was unable to stop his attack in time, it swallowed him as well. The guard's fingers brushed Nov's face, and then the hunter closed his hands. Shiapoof's arm slipped past his head, falling ownerless to the stairs, and the guard's legs collapsed as well. Scream had consumed the royal guard's entire upper body. Afterwards, it felt quiet. There was still static in his ear, the distant booms of thunder, and his own labored breathing was louder than ever. But sitting there on the stairs, unable to feel anything but pain and elation and looking at the dismembered legs and arm of the guard, Nov felt a quiet in his soul. He'd just killed one of the royal guards. On his own. Nov wasn't sure what to feel. He could think about it later. He turned, and his leg screamed at him, the pain choking him. He couldn't even gasp. He couldn't look at his knee. He was positive that it would look even worse than it felt. Nov crawled, one arm over the other, dragging himself to the top of the stairs. At the top, he tapped the ground, and fell through the hole his finger created, vanishing from the palace. If Nov's knee hadn't just been shattered, he probably would have considered the situation more fully before activating his Hatsu. He may have opened a door to a different room in hide and seek, instead of the closest, a word that couldn't capture the intricacies of interdimensional travel. If he hadn't been focusing on his escape, he may have observed that Poof's remaining limbs were watching him with eyes in places eyes didn't belong. But Nov was in unbelievable pain, the kind that drew an eraser across other considerations, and what parts of him didn't feel pain felt an even more unbelievable pride. So he slipped into the closest room of hide and seek with no thought beyond I am alive. Shiapoof met him inside. Nov had less than a second, enough time to realize just how bad the situation was, before the royal guard grabbed him by the head and hurled him into one of the room's walls. He left a sizable dent, the world completely whited out by the pain in his knee. It was all that he could feel. He tried to land on his good leg, to do something, and managed to fall into a crouch. He looked up and found the guard watching him. The thing was in one piece. Impossible. He'd cut it in half, surely. Why did it have its legs, its arm back? Some Hatsu they hadn't foreseen. Shiapoof was the royal guard they had the least information about. Shiapoof approached, moving cautiously, its face twisted in hatred. Nov realized it couldn't know that he couldn't use Scream in this place, it still had to treat him a threat. Carefully, slowly, trying to look like he thought he had a chance, he pulled himself back up onto his good leg. Don't think about the left one, he had to tell himself. That leg doesn't exist anymore. It's dead weight, like you'll be. Forget it. You transported us to this place, Shiapoof said, still approaching, circling around his left. Around the side of him that didn't exist anymore. I was going to kill you, but perhaps you would be of more use to the king. Terror froze Nov in place, his nun crackling across his body as it reacted to his fear. The ant laughed. Would you like that, human? Surely, you would be of interest to him. What could be better than to serve the king? He attacked, a kick at Nov's shattered knee, and the hunter twisted, leaping over the attack and trying to rip the guard's eye out with rigid, non-hardened fingers. Nearly 70% of his aura, devoted to a single, small attack. It was his only chance at harming the guard, and defense would be useless here. Nov's fingers found their target, ripping through Shipuff's eye and tearing off the right side of the guard's face. The ant didn't care. Before Nov could land, Poof seized him by the throat and struck him in the groin with his knee. He gasped, the air knocked out of him, and the ant sneered, shaking him like a doll and slamming him into the ground. Something in his shattered knee popped, and for a moment, Nov passed out. Number. Poof started by breaking the human's other knee. Shiapoof is the only one I can rely on now. His face had already mostly knit itself back together, the thousands of particles of himself that the hunter's finger had removed joyfully joining one another again. Half his body had come together to deal with the intruder while the other half had guarded the king, broken up by Beelzebub into creatures smaller than flies. In Zetsu, they had eluded the gaze of the watcher until they'd begun coming together to destroy the hunter. He had detected her sight when he'd begun actively following the human, but she hadn't been able to warn her companion in time. It was yet another thing that only Shiapoof could be relied on for. The clumsy defenses of N had kept the humans away, but in this country it wasn't a matter of keeping them out, but baiting them in. Only Shiapoof could have accomplished that. Only Shiapoof. Shiapoof is the only one I can rely on now. He smiled, feeling like his face would split, and stomped down on the hunter's back as the man wriggled. He was crying, he realized, sweet tears dripping down his beautiful face. And why shouldn't he? He was the happiest he'd ever been. Bending down, he reached out and snapped the hunter's fingers one by one as the man thrashed and screamed, bending each finger back until the bone cracked and the joint popped. Frail little fool. The idiot wasn't even happy he was going to be brought to the king. The thought made Poof furious. How could any creature, no matter how disgusting, not take the king's majesty for granted? Even being eaten by the monarch would be more an honor than this wretched little thing, bleeding on Poof's leg, could have accrued in his entire life. Shiapoof is the only one I can rely on now. Fool, ungrateful fool. Poof stomped down on the man's arm, shattering it, and the hunter screamed. For that, he broke the right arm as well. He reached down, pulling the human up by his hair, ripping out clumps and bending the man's head back until he was staring into his eyes. The hunter groaned. Submit, he whispered, and perhaps the king will show you mercy. The hunter looked him dead in the eye, face bone white and eyes clouded by agony. It was a pleasing picture. Shiapoof is the only one I can rely on now. The man grinned, and Shiapoof frowned. Go fuck yourself, the hunter said, carefully articulating each word through blood-stained teeth. Shiapoof couldn't have told even the king what exactly he did. It seemed as though he blinked, and then the man was lying face up on the floor several feet away, spitting out broken teeth. He stalked forward and leapt atop the man, smashing down on his broken knee with both feet. The human couldn't even scream. Shiapoof simply began stomping, not bothering to use Nen, crushing the kneecap over and over again. Bone splintered, and blood spattered across his face. His last stomp severed the lower leg entirely, and the force of it sent the limb skittering away across the room. Shiapoof is the only one I can rely on now. Keep him alive. Poof stopped, looking down at the human. Every limb broken, one missing, face nearly caved in, spitting up blood, surrounded by it. Internal damage, lots of it. The man's life was fluttering like a moth in a web. The king needed the human alive, for his Hatsu. Then, Shiapoof would be even more. Even more. Even more. Shiapoof heard something shatter behind him, and turned. There was a hole in the spotless white ground, and an old man climbing out of it. The man was ancient and wrinkled, his head shaven but his beard long and white. He wore a plain t-shirt with a symbol emblazoned on the front, and simple black shorts. He was shoeless as well, though he was wearing socks. Who is this? Despite his apparent age, he gave Poof more pause than any other human had. The guard stepped away from the prone hunter, and towards the new arrival, the man who'd defied him, defied the king, was unconscious, and looked like a blood-soaked rag. The old man looked from him to the hunter, and then back again. His fists tightened. His aura spiked. To Poof, who had spent most of his life in the presence of the king, the aura of a single human would never be enough to intimidate him. Nonetheless, he shifted into a defensive posture. The Nen of the human was like nothing he'd ever felt, it was sharp, not heavy like his companions, and with the entirety of it directed at him it felt as though countless blades were being run across his body, pricking and slicing him without end. His spiritual message probed the man. From the other hunter, it had only detected terror, some determination, and pain. From this man, Poof only felt gratitude. Deep, gracious gratitude. The man wasn't like other hunters, not in his aura and not in his behavior. He attacked, striking forward and driving Poof back with a series of kicks. The guard gave ground, observing the man's and his attacks. They couldn't hurt him, he was reasonably sure. If he were careless, perhaps, but with his Hatsu, physical attacks like this were useless. He'd put a couple feet between himself and the crippled hunter on the ground when the old man prayed. The motion was so fast and so effortless that Poof only realized he'd seen it when a flare of golden energy exploded through the ceiling and smashed him flat to the floor. The man had put his hands together with infinite grace, a sincere and gradual motion that somehow occurred over the course of a thousandth of a second instead of 1 or 2. Then, he'd raised one of them, palm open. On the floor, unable to understand what he'd just seen, Poof ran the motion through his head about a dozen times, trying to comprehend it. His Hatsu hadn't told him anything, the man had only continued to exude gratitude and joy. Then the man prayed again, and Poof was squashed further into the ground. What was happening? What was happening? Shia Poof is the only one I can rely on now. It was a Hatsu, some kind of beautifully fast and horrifically powerful Hatsu. Poof realized this as he was struck for the third time. The first blow hadn't been felt, the second one had stung. This one hurt. It hurt his whole body, bruising every inch of his being. It even hurt his soul. He, Shia Poof, the only one the king could rely on, was being pinned to the ground by this hunter's prayers. He screamed in fury, and was struck again, again and again. The man prayed 4 more times, his nun crushing Poof without mercy, until finally the ant was smashed clean through the ground and into the room below. It was equally white, but not empty, this one was filled with furniture, beds, closets, a mirror. The walls were lined with doors. As Poof fell, there wasn't another blow to follow him. It was only a reprieve of a fifth of a second, but it was all the time Poof needed to activate Beelzebub. He started cackling, splitting into thousands of smaller copies, his body dividing at the cellular level. His real body was still by the king's side, so this one had no limitations on how small it could shrink. The man descended through the hole he'd created, praying as he fell, and the golden light came again. A hand, Poof realized. It was a hand that had been crushing him, a hand of golden light. But now, split up as it was, he had the advantage. He could see the attack coming from every angle, those bodies in its path tried to escape, some buffeted out of the way by the sheer pressure of the strike, and others smashed to a pulp. But it was no use. Even the ones smashed to a pulp were simply split into even smaller pieces, too small to have sensory organs. Those pieces drifted back together, reconstituting themselves. The man prayed and prayed, smashing Poof to smaller pieces 1,000 times, and each time he scraped himself back together none the worse for wear. It's useless. He laughed in over 10,000 voices. No matter what you do, it's useless, useless, useless. The man paused, and the ant giggled. Shia Poof was giddy. For a moment there, just a moment, an apostate second buried under the man's grateful nun, he'd doubted. But now, he was safe. He could take this human as well. No hunter could have more nun than him, and this battle of attrition was inevitably his to win. He only had to wait, had to stay scattered, until the man tired or slipped up. The hunter gave up, tilting his head as he stopped praying and watched the multitude that was Poof buzz about the room, surrounding him on every side. The man's body had relaxed, but his nun had not. It only burned brighter, grew sharper. Another emotion joined the gratitude, folding out under Poof's spiritual message, and the guard felt his eyes, an untold number of them, twitch at it. Amusement. Gratitude, joy and amusement. Shia Poof, of the royal guard, the old man said. He settled into a martial stance, his legs and arms held wide and loosely, his back ramrod straight. He lowered his hands, his nun coursing through him like a flooded river, pouring out of him like a waterfall. The wrinkled old fool began glowing with the same golden light of his Hatsu. You did quite the number on my faithful subordinate. The man smiled, all teeth, and for just an embarrassing moment Shia Poof was reminded of the king. I'll have to pay you back for that. The human punched, just once, with exaggerated slowness, like he was testing out the path of his fist. Shia Poof prepared to charge. He'd have to bring several bodies together to harm the human, especially since he only had slightly less than half his mass trapped in this space beyond the palace, but it was still well within his power. But then the old man punched once again, faster. Again, and again. Like a rusted engine revving up, the human threw punch after punch at nothing, not shifting from his stance. Each strike was more than strong enough to shatter solid stone, even without an reinforcement, and the man was practically exploding with aura with every movement. 5 a second. Poof couldn't approach, not without being struck. He'd have to come from behind. The sound barrier was being shattered with every blow, as though the room was filled with constant thunder. 10. 10 every second. The man's fists were generating enormous pressure in addition to the thunder. The air inside the completely enclosed room began to whirl around, as though there were a tornado at the center of it. 15. Small as he was, Poof couldn't resist the gusts generated by the man's fists. All of him was tossed to and fro, along with smaller pieces of furniture, the larger ones toppled over. He was smashed into the walls of the room hundreds of times each moment, and then, inevitably, the hunter's fists. It was a vacuum there, at the source of the chaos. Any piece of Poof that fell into reach of the remorseless fists was smashed to pieces, almost beyond his ability to put back together. But still, it was only an impressive trick. The man couldn't kill him like this, only inconvenience him. He would have to stop punching. Eventually. That was what Poof thought, until the human's hands began shining with the same golden light as the rest of him, so bright it blinded him. They burned. Hundreds of him were annihilated before Poof realized what was happening. The human's nun was smashing him apart and then burning him alive. It didn't destroy the component cells, not utterly, but it damaged them enough that they couldn't be used to reform more Beelzebub clones. He was dying. Shia Poof marveled at it. The human had transformed himself into a golden reaper, a remorseless gravity that inexorably drew Shia Poof in and destroyed him. Shia Poof is the only one I can rely on now. Shia Poof laughed. This was impossible, obviously impossible. He couldn't be dying like this, and yet. The royal guard screamed. Panic and rage overtook him completely. He was dying on the end of this hunter's fist, all while the man bled gratitude, joy, and amusement. He came together, piece by piece, and less of him was drawn into the golden fists. By the time he was fully reformed, he'd lost a little less than half of his body. As the hurricane and thunder continued all around him, the majority of Shia Poof's body flew from door to door along the walls of the room, blinded by panic. He couldn't die here. He couldn't be allowed to die here. None of the doors would open. He was trapped. Trapped in here with this old man. The wind stopped, and Shia Poof turned just in time to twist out of the way of a tremendous kick, so vicious that it would surely have torn his weakened body in half. The kick smashed a hole in the door he'd been scrabbling at, and relief flooded Shia Poof's soul. There it was, the man had given him a way out. But when he looked through the hole, he found nothing. Worse than nothing. Nothing didn't have a shape. The world outside the door had a shape, and a color, neither of which existed in the real world. It was sharp and empty, white and grey in colors that couldn't be made with others, and it hurt Poof's eyes simply to look at it. Stepping outside into that would be death, as sure as Poof knew the king was his master. Poof fled from the nothing outside and from the chuckling old man inside, rocketing around the room like a bug trapped in a cage. The hunter chased after him, a grim hollow laugh rattling in his chest. Part2 couldn't even fight back. The man wasn't a human anymore, he was a specter of death, something inevitable and inescapable. All he could do was run, his mind empty of anything but fear and shock. Shia Poof is the only one I can rely on now. Poof began to weep, scrambling along the walls and the ceiling, desperate for a way out. He spotted the hole he'd entered through, but before he could fly to it the old man was in his face, still laughing, and sending him down with a merciless golden fist. He prayed, and another, larger fist followed, hurling Poof to the other side of the room. The certainty of his death, his rage at his own pathetic nature, the frustration at having lost more than a fourth of his body, the hopelessness of the battle, the disappointment of the king, the failure of it all. Poof's own emotions, running out of control and turning his soul to sludge, beat him down more brutally than the human ever could. All he could do was scramble and weep, his whole body shaking with humiliation. The tears only seemed to spur the human on, and he struck again, pinning Poof to the wall like a butterfly on a nail. His hand scrambled, found a knob, turned. And the door opened. He didn't think, didn't look. Poof turned and tumbled out the door before the human could strike again. He landed face first in deep, wet grass, a pitiful pile of tears, blood, and shame. It was all he could do to stumble back to his feet and turn, expecting another attack. But there wasn't one. The human was just standing in a hole in the trunk of a tree, the bright white light of the room behind him. He was laughing, so hard his beard shook, and his eyes twinkled with mirth. Poof had never hated another thing, not even the Watcher, with as much intensity as he did there, right in that moment. The man spoke, his voice cruel. Now, there was something else in his aura, plain to see. Disgust. If the other royal guards are quite as cowardly as you, he spat, and Shia Poof's whole body shuddered, then this will be easy. The door closed, the hole vanished. The royal guard was somewhere in a thick forest, far away from anything he'd ever known, and his only way back to the king disappeared before his eyes. Shia Poof was left alone with nothing but his humiliation, his pain, and his hatred. He had no idea where he was. Disaster and defeat. 2 hours after Hinata departed the palace, the king came after her. He went alone, the notion that sometimes only the king could decide the match driving him into the sky and towards Beijing. He went, heralded by the winter thunderstorm that had foiled the sun no matter how high it had risen, turning the day to night. He went, as he saw it, with the clamor of the heavens at his back, a mandate that, like him, could not be denied. He went with only one thing in mind. Breaking Hinata Uzumaki, and anyone who would stand with her. Number. It tried to stop him. Palm's teeth were chattering. It was the first time Killua had seen her like this in over a month. The woman had been unkempt and frightening when he and Gon had first met her, when they'd first staggered out of the NGL. Gon's company had infinitely improved her. But all that progress had been undone in just a couple hours of keeping watch over Neferpitou. Palm had been observing as he, Gon, and Hinata had done their best to kill the ant, committing the royal guard to her Hatsu. Palm Siberia wasn't a hunter dedicated to fighting, but to infiltration and spying, much like her teacher Nove. Her Hatsu was the perfect complement to that. With just a drop of blood and a memory, Palm could observe anyone she'd recently seen in her crystal ball. Killua didn't know the limits of the Hatsu, but it had been more than powerful enough to track Pitou as she retreated from Beijing. Killua couldn't know what Palm had seen through her Nen, but it had made her drawn and pale, her ember eyes wide with fear. "The king is coming here?" Gon asked. "Now?" Palm nodded, scratching at her arms and leaving long white and red marks. "He jumped," she muttered. It watched him jump. Her voice went from a hoarse whisper to a shriek. "He jumped." It was a pretty cruel joke, Killua thought. He and Gon had all but killed Pitou with Hinata's help. Yuppie had been driven back by Gaara, and whatever help Netero had summoned. Shiapoof had been nearly destroyed and stranded somewhere far away by Netero. The ants were demoralized, the royal guards crippled and in disarray. And now the king was coming, when they weren't ready. If they'd known the ant would be that impulsive, to charge into enemy territory alone, they could have prepared something, but now. "We have to go," Morel said, cutting right to the heart of it. They were all there, all except Nove and Hinata. The chairman had assured them that the man was alive, but horribly crippled. That had been part of what had regressed Palm, he was sure. Hinata, Killua didn't know where she was. If she'd been here, things would be different. They could have come up with a better plan. But something had happened to the shinobi. Well, to her clone at least. A shadow clone's memories returning to the original was an incredibly powerful tool, but today Killua had seen that it was dangerous too. Hinata had been detached, anxious, and completely unlike herself. The woman had wandered off after assuring Nove he could infiltrate, and he hadn't seen her since. She'd still been soaked with red and blue blood and hadn't even taken her teammates with her. Whatever was going on, Killua was frightened for her. The storm had rendered cell phones and radios useless, no matter how many times they'd tried to call the shinobi. It was too inconvenient to believe, Shino had sent out a shadow clone, and Morel dozens made of smoke, to seek her out, but there was no guarantee they'd be quick enough. "We have to leave right now." The Zaldik centered himself. Hinata wasn't a concern, not right now. With her eyes, she was the safest of them all. When she realized what was happening, she'd certainly meet back up with them. They had to worry about themselves right now, not her. They started moving as a group, making their way towards the door. Gon, Morel, Knuckle, Shoot, the chairman, Palm, and Hinata's teammates, Kaiba and Shino. The ambassador Gaara was there as well. He was carrying Kaiba in a bed of floating sand. The shinobi hadn't even fought the royal guard that had attacked him. He and his dog Akamaru had only baited Menthuthuiapi out, and endured the creature's assault for less than 10 seconds before Shoot and Gaara had intervened. 10 seconds, and that was all that had been necessary to take him out of the fight. It was terrifying, Killua thought. The dog-like man had lost an unbelievable amount of blood, his dog wasn't much better off. In just a moment, the royal guard had nearly torn the shinobi apart. They pushed their way out into the rain. The thunderstorm had only grown more violent as the day dragged on, and every inch of Killua's body was instantly soaked. "When did the king leave?" Knuckle asked, from the front of the group. They'd started heading east, the opposite direction from the palace. 3 minutes ago, Palm said, shivering even more violently. "He jumped." 3 minutes. Netero pondered. "He may have already arrived. We'll need to move quickly." "Hide and seek isn't an option," Morel said, more stating a fact than asking a question, and thunder cracked as Netero nodded. "When I departed, the Hatsu was already collapsing. Nove was in a coma, he couldn't maintain it." At that moment, Killua thought, Nove would have served them better dead than alive. It was one of the quirks of Nen, especially when it came to conjuration. A conjurer's Nen would only grow stronger when they died, at least at first, but a crippled person's Nen would be turned inward, trying to fix the damage to their body. Shiapoof was one of the royal guard, the creature had likely known exactly what he was doing. If he'd simply killed the hunter, then they would have had an easy escape from the king, but by removing his leg, breaking his limbs, fracturing his spine. Hide and seek, as Morel said, wasn't an option. They'd have to flee on foot. He looked to Gon. His friend had had all the skin on one of his ankles torn off, to the muscle, but if he felt it he wasn't complaining. Since he'd punched Patu's eye out of her head, Gon had been quiet. Almost, Killua would venture to say, at peace. Though the guard wasn't dead, Gon had avenged Kite with that punch. Perhaps he'd misinterpreted things a month ago. Maybe Gon hadn't needed to kill Patu. Only defeat it. His friend was like that sometimes. They sprinted through the streets, leaving a gap in the rain behind them. Between the violence of that morning and the storm, the city seems practically deserted. Most of the puppet soldiers had died or retreated along with the ants, the citizens of Beijing had resorted to cowering in their basements and military shelters, or abandoned the city entirely. There wasn't a soul in sight. We should get off the streets, Shoot said. The man was almost as pale as Palm. We stick out too much out here. Too slow, Morel said, and then, almost drowned out by the thunder, his phone rang. That was impossible. How could any signal make it through this storm, when so many of their own attempts had failed? The hunter glanced at it, pulling it out and flipping it open so fast Killua almost missed it. Through the thunder and rain, even Killua's ears couldn't pick up the murmur of the voice over the phone. But Morel could. Where? He asked, and then stopped dead. The group stopped with him, only Knuckle running on a bit further before he realized he'd left them behind. Morel looked up, to the west. You should go, Hinata, he said, as Killua followed his line of sight with a sinking stomach. With his heart beating 3 times a second, his senses were stretched enough to hear the faint wait on the other end of the phone, before Morel cut it off. Save yourself. Morel dropped the phone, and the rest of the group looked up into the storm with him. There was a little thing up there, perched on the edge of a towering office building 100 feet above them. Almost invisible against the storm clouds, it was a diminutive shape, maybe about the same height as Killua, made even smaller by the distance. The lightning came again, and in the silent half-second before its accompanying thunder, Killua saw the king for the first time. Oh fuck! Knuckle almost made Killua laugh. Maybe he should laugh. He was almost certainly about to die. The king continued to watch them. He was waiting for them to make the first move. Everyone. Somehow, Gaara of the desert sounded exactly the same as he had when he'd met them in the hotel lobby and offered to patch the hole in Gon's pants. The man wasn't even wet. How was that possible? Get behind me. With infinite caution, all of them, hunter and shinobi alike, did just that, creeping to the cage's side. The king continued to watch, his eyes glowing in the lightning-stricken dark. Killua looked around. Shoot, Palm, Knuckle were both silent and white as a sheet. The woman was muttering and shaking, blood running down her arms. Morel and Gaara seemed calm. Gon was just looking at him, and for some reason, that made Killua feel better. At least they were going to die together. And the chairman. Killua's heart skipped a beat. Isaac Netero was smiling, and the sight was almost as intimidating as the king. Now, Gaara said, still infuriatingly quiet. Back away. Slowly. What did he think they were dealing with, a dog? Just looking at the king, even from a distance, made Killua tremble. The thing wasn't even moving, and he still felt helpless. It was just heavy. Killua took one step, then a second. The urge to run was overwhelming, the urge to curl up in a ball and quietly die even more so. There was something crushing him down, crushing them all down, the killing pressure of Nen, but so much more personal. Nen could stop a man's heart, had nearly stopped Killua's once upon a time, but the king's chakra felt like it wanted to take his in hand and slowly squeeze the life out of it. The king took a step as well, and fell off the building. None of them dared to make a sound as the creature landed barely 20 feet in front of them, as light as a feather. The thing's tail flexed, purple eyes, the same color as Hinata's chakra, looked each of them up and down, through them. Don't run. Killua's nails dug into his thigh, drawing blood through his shorts. It was pure, primal fear. If you run, he'll chase. Where is Hinata? The king said, his voice soft and polite. It sent chills down Killua's spine. He would have preferred it roar or growl, its all-too-human voice only made everything worse. Tell me. Not here, Gaara said, just as softly and just as politely. None of them dared to breathe. Take me to her, the king said, and his aura flexed. Gaara shifted from one foot to the other, crossing his arms. His face hardened. No. The king sighed. I have no patience today. He paused. Gaara. He took a step forward, and they all backed away, except for Gaara himself. The man was completely rooted in place. Staring at his back, Killua wondered how he could stand like that. What the hell had Gaara of the desert seen, to look at the king without letting his fear overwhelm him? So, that's what happened, Gaara said. That's why she left. Ninshu, hey. The word was unfamiliar to Killua. How could the king have known Gaara's name? Hinata must have told him, but the way the man was talking, it sounded like there was something he wasn't understanding here. If that was the case, it was probably related to chakra. Left? The king asked, and Gaara nodded, the muscles on his neck as tight as steel. She's left the city. Gaara lied flawlessly. Everything he'd said to Killua up to that point could have been a lie, if he could lie to the king's face like that. We have no idea where she went. Liar, the king said, his tone mild. She's still watching us. Her range is 14 kilometers, Gaara said. You probably know that. She's well out of. The king moved, and everything happened so fast that Killua could only make sense of it afterwards. The ant flew forward, the concrete beneath him shattering. The hunters scattered, too slow, except for Netero, who stood his ground. Gaara raised a hand, slightly less slow. Sand tore his gourd apart and smacked the king away when he was less than a foot from the shinobi's face, ready to tear it off with an outstretched hand. The king was sent back, but despite the tremendous force of the sand he wasn't even stunned. The ant hit a wall on the far side of the street and jumped off of it before Gaara could react, slipping past the man's sand. He missed the shinobi, who'd shifted into a defensive stance. The only one in his path was Shoot. But before he could reach the one-armed man, Netero prayed. Killua wasn't someone who considered things beautiful, but he couldn't call Netero's prayer anything but. A golden fist smashed the king straight down, burying him in the street, and everything was still. The king laughed, purple and golden energy exploding out of him. For that, he said, looking up with a wide smile, I'll make that man symmetrical. Shoot choked, and the king's smile grew. The rest of you, I haven't decided yet. He looked off at something far away. I'll stop if you come back. Decide quickly. It wasn't a conscious decision for all of them to attack at once. They simply did. Killua threw a bolt of electricity as the king's chest as he rose, looking amused and angry in equal measure. It felt good, to decide to fight instead of die quietly. Smoke, sand, insects, knives, disembodied hands, Knuckle and Gon dug handfuls of concrete out of the ground and hurled them at the king's face. None of it slowed him. The ant walked or slipped through everything the humans threw at him, everything except Netero's Hatsu. The golden fists drove him back once more, but this time when the king was thrown away, the ant smashed through another wall and vanished instead of counter-attacking from the same angle. Clump up, or spread out. Gon and Killua took each other's backs. There was no way in hell either of them could hope to harm the king, but maybe they could see him coming. It was obvious, immediately obvious, to Killua that their only chances were Gaara, Netero, and Knuckles' Hatsu. Nothing else could even slow the king. But, from what little they'd seen, nothing had harmed the king so far. Not even a scratch. Where? Morel started to say, pipe in mouth. The king burst straight out of the street, his hand wrapping around Shino's left leg. The shinobi looked down, expressionless, and as everyone else turned to respond, the ant squeezed. Shino's leg was cut cleanly off, just from the pressure of the king's grip. The king laughed, and his chakra exploded out of him, as powerful as a tornado. They were all thrown back, simply from the force of his aura. Thunder cracked. That's it, Killua thought as he and Gon were blown away. That's how I die. From something laughing at me. It was a pretty stupid way to die, but it wasn't to be. A lasso of smoke wrapped around the king, and held the laughing ant in place, keeping him from chasing them down. But the smoke had slack, and the king followed that slack instead, right to Morel. The king was on him before any of them, even Netero, could react. The ant's tail seized the big man, more than twice as tall as the creature, and lifted him into the air. The king drew back a fist and then paused, considering. Once again, Killua couldn't breathe. The king was just too fast for him to follow. You know something, the king said, and Morel looked down at him, unable to say a word. You were there, when my mother died. Shino wasn't bleeding, his insects had clotted his severe wound. He was dragging himself along the ground with surprising speed, away from the king. Kaiba's dog was shadowing him, Shino's leg in his mouth, the Inezuka himself was nowhere to be seen. They couldn't attack, not with Morel right there. Not without killing him, which the king hadn't. Nonetheless, both Gaara and Netero seemed ready to jump without warning. The king's tail loosened, just a centimeter, and Morel gasped. He rasped. Say anything, Killua begged. Anything to keep yourself alive another second. Anything to give us more time to do something. My mother named me then, the king said, tilting his head. Do you remember it? My name. Morel frowned. Myrmidon, he said, after a pause. He'd dragged it out, trying to give them time to recover. She named you Myrmidon. The king smiled. Thank you, he said, and it was one of the most sincere things Killua had ever heard. I appreciate it. Then he thrust his fist directly through Morel's stomach. The king's hand went under the hunter's solar plexus and came out back painted red, barely missing his spine. There hadn't been any resistance. It was like the king was moving his fist through water instead of flesh. He tossed the hunter away like so much garbage, and when Morel hit the ground he vomited up a torrent of blood. Gaara and Netero attacked the moment Morel landed, and the king retreated again, taking shelter in a nearby building and vanishing from sight. The next time he appeared, Killua didn't even see him. He simply heard a tearing sound, and turned. The king had found an angle that wasn't being defended, if even just for a moment. Shoot had been his target, and the man was still standing, blood soaking his side, in shock. True to his word, the king had made him symmetrical. Enough of this. Netero's tone was mild. He prayed again, and in less than a second every building on the block was reduced to rubble. Gaara made an angry motion, and his sand swept the debris away in an instant. They'd gone from a densely built city street to a flat wasteland of concrete and steel faster than Killua could believe. Now it was 70 feet to the nearest buildings instead of 20, enough time for them to see the king's approach. What was he doing here? What was Gon doing here? He looked to his friend, whose expression hadn't changed. He was still grimly guarding Killua's back, 110% devoted to keeping what had happened to Shoot from happening to them. They couldn't do anything in this kind of fight. They couldn't hurt the king, and they couldn't keep their allies safe. They were worse than useless. All they could be was bait. Gone, he said, neither of them looking at once another. He spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. You get Morel and Shino. I'll draw him off. Killua, Gon said. Killua couldn't identify the emotion in his voice. You're not allowed, remember. Killua couldn't help but smile. Back in Yornu, before he'd taken Illumi's needle out, this would have been impossible. But he and Gon weren't trapped in a tiny room with a member of the Phantom Troop. They were in the open, up against the deadliest creature on the planet. There weren't any concrete walls to break through, and their opponent wasn't as idiotic as Nobunaga had been. I'm allowed to die. But you aren't. I'm not going to die, Gon, Killua said, lightning sparking over his skin. I promise. He took one step forward, and then another. His heart was struggling against the king's aura, but stepping out into it on his own was a strange relief, the same way attacking had been. Like leaping into deep water, with no regard for what it could hold. Killua presented himself, like a worm wriggling on a hook. The king resisted, at least at first. The thing was a genius, but it was also barely 2 months old. It wanted to hurt Hinata, and if Killua was right, that meant it wanted to hurt him. He was right. The king came out of the dark without warning, aiming to take Killua's leg off. The ant wasn't trying to kill them, not really. Killua had realized that, before he stepped out into the open. It would have been trivial for him to finish off Shino, Kaiba, Morel, and Shoot, but the king hadn't bothered. He was trying to bring Hinata out, and that meant suffering was the name of the game. So when the king came at him, not with the intent to kill, but simply trying to maim him, it gave Killua just enough time to activate Godspeed. He almost lost his leg regardless. The limb jerked back automatically, his Hatsu taking it out of his control, and Killua found himself staring into the king's confused face. With anyone else, on any other day, he would have laughed and spat out a stupid or two. Today, he just ran. Just as he'd thought before, the king chased him. The ant couldn't bear to have someone evade him, and Killua's Hatsu had piqued his curiosity. Even though the others were vulnerable, despite Gaara and Netero's protection, Killua had become the king's #1 priority, simply by dodging a single attack. He had time to think all that, since his body was running on autopilot. Paradoxically, with Godspeed active there was no thinking whatsoever. Things happened too quick for that. Killua had spent hours soaking up electricity, programming his body to respond to every possible angle of attack, to flee on command. Every single bit of the training was coming into play now as his body sprinted, ducked, dove, and weaved away from the increasingly irritated king. He hadn't had the time or the energy to finish creating automated attacks for Godspeed to initiate, but that didn't matter right now. Attacking the king would be useless. All he needed to do was run. Eventually, 5 seconds or a full minute later, difficult as it was to tell with his body taken out of his control, the king cornered him against a building. A true skyscraper, with a metal spire at the top. Perhaps a radio tower, blasting endless propaganda to the citizens of East Gorto. The king was no longer playing, his next attack nearly tore out Killua's throat. But instead of dying against the wall, Killua's body went up. That was something else he'd programmed into Godspeed, inspired by Hinata. The shinobi could walk on walls, not something Nen could usually accomplish, but Killua was a transmuter, which was why he was still alive. His lightning aura carried him up the side of the building in a wash of static and blinding speed, with the king close behind as the whole city shuddered with thunder. Killua was going so fast, faster than he'd ever thought even his Hatsu would be capable of, that the sheets of rain hit him like bullets, bruising his face and sending up shouts of pain all across his body. High above, beyond the storm clouds, he caught a glimpse of something golden and serpentine. Killua reached the top of the skyscraper. The next moment, his electricity ran out. Godspeed drained Killua's lightning aura with prodigious speed, but Killua must have been running for longer than he thought if it was already gone. Maybe a full 2 minutes. His fear and his detachment had shortened the time instead of stretching it. He smiled as the king crested the lip of the building, still just behind him. More than 120 seconds, leading the ant on a wild, fruitless chase. That would have been more than enough time for the others to regroup and flee. He was about to die, 100%, but he'd fulfilled his goal. The king's eyes were wide, teeth bared. He was laughing. The thing was having fun. Sorry, gone. Killua watched the king touch down on the roof and launch himself forward, thunder booming seemingly in sync with the movement. Farther out into the city, lightning flashed down atop another building. All of his perceptions were crashing together as certain death came at him. Guess I'm a liar. He ducked, feeling oddly calm. It was worth a shot. Maybe the king would have a heart attack or something and be unable to compensate. Nothing was impossible. The dragon came from behind him, and neither Killua or the king understood how. Wreathed in furious violet, and it struck the king head-on, swallowing the ant in its massive jaws and sweeping him off his feet, back off the roof. Killua blinked, unable to understand why he was alive, and when he opened his eyes, his family was there. Not all of them, thankfully. If his mother had been there, he probably would have been convinced that the king had just killed him and dropped him straight down to hell. It was just his grandfather and his father. Standing tall, standing before him, soaked to the bone. They'd come from the sky, as if deposited by heaven. As always, his father towered over him, an enormous man with porcelain skin and long silver hair. He couldn't even question it. Killua was too swept away by the sensation of still being alive, of being able to see and hear and smell and feel, to ever question how in the hell his family was there, how they'd arrived at the only time they could have. They'd been watching him, he realized. They had been the golden serpent behind the clouds. That was so like his father, keeping an eye on him, only stepping in at the last moment. Killua. As always, Silva Zaldik's voice was as harsh as two trucks getting into a headlong collision. His face was equally hard. Well done. You made the right decision. The right decision. I'm surprised you abandoned your friends like that, Killua, Zeno said, and Killua realized in an instant what his father had meant. They'd thought he was fleeing, not trying to draw the king away. But my son is probably right. I wasn't. I was bait. Killua took pleasure in the way his father's face twisted. What are you doing here? His grandfather laughed, his thin body shaking. We were hired to pick off any ants that fled the palace, and potentially the royal guards. The king wasn't in our contract, but they'd gone beyond their agreement with the association, just for him. Killua wasn't sure how to feel about that. Come, his father said, turning away as his grandfather gathered Nen. He'll be back any moment. Now's the time to leave. We've fulfilled our contract. It came to him like a bolt of lightning. Killua had never been aware as he was now, never as in tune with his father's Nen. The man was glad, but he would also take him away from this place and never return, never let him return. Especially now that he knew, what Illumi's needle had been hiding from him. He understood, in a moment of unsurpassed and brilliant clarity, that if he went with his family he would never see Gon again. No. Both men stopped in their tracks. Killua hadn't thought about the response. It had just come out, without prompting. But saying it had made it real. You'll die, Silva said. He was cold and violent as the storm. His father was so still, so pale, he could have been dead. Maybe that was what he was, a creature of death that only moved to rob others of life. Perhaps he'd always been that. You'd die, just for them. The king was coming back. Killua could feel it in his bones. He grimaced. You told me, when Gon came for me, he said, remembering the conversation that seemed like a lifetime ago. His father had taken him into his confidence, he thought, but how genuine had he been? Never betray your friends. Killua. His grandfather started to say, but then his father raised a hand. I did, he said. We'll respect your wish. Killua couldn't see his father's face, but he was sure it would look as though it had been cut from marble. Die with dignity. Just like that, his father decided to let him die. Somehow, Killua was glad for it. He was crazy, he thought. His grandfather, stone-faced, created another dragon of Nen, and both of the men departed the roof, winging away through the storm. He was definitely crazy. His family had offered to save him, and he'd turned them down, just on intuition. Crazy, crazy, crazy. But he couldn't leave Gon, even if that meant dying. He'd made that promise to too many people. To his father, to Gon, to Kurapika and Leorio, to Biscuit, even to Hisoka and the spiders, to Hinata. Most importantly, to himself. He turned around, feeling eyes on the back of his head, and found the king there, staring at him. Was his family still watching? He couldn't turn to look. He'd seen the last of them, the last of everyone. You took your time, he said. The king cocked his head, stalking forward. The ant could have killed him without him even knowing, but for some reason, he hadn't bothered. I was listening, he said, so soft Killua had to strain to hear him against the thunder. You could have escaped, but you did not. Nope, Killua admitted. Was this going to be his last conversation? Chatting it up with the king of the Chimera Ants? Why? The king's eyes bored into him, pinning him in place. Killua ran lightning through his aura in reflex, pure fear raising pitiful sparks across his body. His electricity was totally exhausted. Do you care? Killua asked, and the king laughed. He really did look happy. Maybe he'd been feeling cooped up in that palace of his. Maybe being out here, maiming people, was the most fun he'd had in his life. It certainly seemed like it. No. The ant chuckled. It was a foolish decision, but if I tried to understand every foolish decision humans made I'd be on this building for the rest of my life, he said with a smile. I saw you, he continued, in Hinata's memories. Killua's entire body shuddered. He'd been right. The king had got something more from Hinata than just words. Had that been what had driven the woman to scream before they'd ambushed Neferpitu? Just what had the king done to get access to her mind? Had he eaten her clone's brain or something? Was he going to do the same to him? She holds great affection for you, the king said, and Killua scoffed. She's still watching. I'm sure you can feel it too. Another step. The king was only 10 feet away now. Killua couldn't even think of moving. Without Godspeed, he was helpless. All I want today is for her to come back. She has more to teach me. You understand? Another step. Killua felt like his body and soul was imploding under the pressure of the king's chakra. He wanted to kneel and die in equal measures. The ant had turned him into nothing more than leverage against Hinata. The king licked his lips. Do you think she would return, if she thought it could save you? Killua screamed and attacked, and the king slapped him away, faster than he could see. He felt his wrist shatter, the shock of the glancing blow reverberating up his body, fracturing his arm even through the protection of his nin. He rolled to his feet, clutching his useless arm. The king wouldn't stop grinning, and it made Killua want to scream again. His father had told him to die with dignity. Surely, he could manage that at least. I'll start with his remaining arm, the king of the ants, Myrmidon, said. The thing was speaking to Hinata, not him. It knew she could read lips with perfect accuracy. I'll peel it, first the skin and then the muscle, and then eat what's left. You had better hurry. The king moved towards him, and Killua found he had no regrets. Well, dying, he regretted that, but he couldn't have any remorse for that path that had led him here. It had been more than 3 minutes since he'd drawn the king off, there was no way the others hadn't gotten away by now. And Hinata wouldn't come for him. He had faith she wasn't stupid enough to do that. He hoped. Killua looked up into the storm-ridden sky, resigning himself. The king took hold of his undamaged arm, incredibly gently. There wasn't any point in running. One of the creature's nails dug in, delicately working itself under his skin. It would have been nice, Killua thought, to live long enough to see this thing die. Killua didn't have any words for what happened after that. It was incredibly painful, unbelievably surprising. Without a doubt, it was the most shocking event of his life. He searched long and hard afterwards, and despite his beliefs, despite everything that his existence had been up to that point, the only thing he could ever have called it was a miracle. The skies opened up, blinding him. As though attracted to the feeble sparks of his aura. A bolt of lightning struck him right in the face. The lightning struck the king too, and the ant froze. The thing had a ridiculous body, designed to be unkillable. In terms of physical capabilities, the ant was far beyond Killua. But it had never trained its peerless body. It had never trained to resist electricity, the way Killua had. The lightning filled Killua up, stuffing him to the brim with burning light. He felt as though he were about to explode. Killua opened his mouth, and instead of light and lightning pouring out, it was laughter. Godspeed came up, every hair on his body burning and standing on end, his aura flaring up to twice his height. As quick as the lightning that had saved his life, Killua went from feeling as though he were already dead to the unshakable conviction that he would never die. Idiot! He laughed in the king's face, backing away as electricity skipped in every direction off of him, lighting up the roof and dancing across the wet concrete and steel. He couldn't express his feelings through any other word. Killua flew off the roof, even faster than he'd been before, transforming into a shooting star above Beijing. The king didn't follow him. When he looked back, a half-second later and a kilometer away, the king was still just standing there, staring at him. For reasons that Killua would never understand, the ant turned his back on him. The king leapt off the roof in the other direction, and vanished from Killua's sight. Number. They were almost out of the city when the king caught them, and Netero was glad for it. If it weren't for Morel and Shino, they probably could have escaped. Shoot's missing arm had been kept by one of his disembodied hands, a bizarre but effective tourniquet that had kept the man on his feet. Morel, however, was too injured to move, and with a leg missing Shino was slower than he should have been. Gaara had been forced to carry both of them along with Kaiba Inyazuka, and that had robbed them of a precious 20 or so seconds. The king reached them in the midst of an office building on the edge of Beijing. They'd resorted to simply breaking through wall after wall on the upper floors of buildings, so as to better conceal themselves. Like rats, fleeing a hunting cat. It made Netero's blood curdle. It had been worthless in the end, the king locating them so quickly all but confirmed that the ant had some sort of sensor ability. They heard the creature coming from below, and the 10th of a second of warning that it gave them was enough time for Gaara to move their wounded out of the way. The man was the antithesis of himself, Netero mused. They both watched the king erupt through the floor and flung themselves out into the night, smashing through the rain-stained windows without care. Where Netero would have fought, Gaara fled. Where Netero focused on attack, the Kazekage tended to his defense. He'd sent decoys of sand out, 2 groups of them, but that had been just as hopeless as their attempts to conceal themselves behind concrete and steel. What would it be like to fight him, he wondered. Had wondered, since they had met in the streets of Beijing several days before, Hinata's shocked face lending the memory a bit of humor. The king threw himself after them, and then there they all were, out in the rain and thunder, falling through a dark infinity. The creature was aiming for Gaara. It understood that without him, they'd be forced to leave their wounded behind. Perhaps it also knew that the man was important to Hinata, in a way Netero could not. Netero prayed, and the king, Myrmidon, was slapped away, not down into the city but up into the air. Better to leave the king in the sky, where he couldn't maneuver, than on the ground where he would simply leap after them. It was a weak hit, but it was enough. He hated this. Netero's whole being itched, as though his skin and soul were being stripped away. He was a man who stood and fought, not one who ran away. But alone, against the king, it was as Kaiba had said. He wouldn't stand a chance. Pragmatism and selfishness. That had been the conflict of this whole mission. Not against the ants, but within himself. Even now, with the reality of it staring him in the face, Netero would have preferred to stand and die, no matter how foolish it would be in the long term. Setting off the rose here would kill the king, surely, but it would also annihilate East Gorto's capital, and kill most of the country's population. That would surely plunge the Mighty Union into a war without peer. The bomb would also wipe Gaara, the Union's ambassador, from existence, along with several of his subordinates and the other shinobi. It would be a disaster on every level, but it would be his predecessor's mess to clean up, not his. Isaac Netero could laugh at that, at least. His name would go down in history as one of the worst chairmen in the association's lifetime, but the dead could not hear any of the ills spoken of them. Gon was screaming as they fell through the air. Ah, of course. If the king was here, that meant that Killua was dead, or worse. That was a shame. The boys were both amusing, and powerful. Perhaps in different circumstances, given another decade and some, they could have challenged him. Netero would have enjoyed that. The boy launched himself at the king the moment they landed atop the next roof, and Netero couldn't help but laugh. Gaara would probably have caught him, but the man was too occupied with everyone else, and it was clear from his face that he never would have expected the young hunter to do something so idiotic. Another shame. Much like Killua, Gon would never meet his potential now. He threw himself into the rain, out of the range of Netero's 100 hands, ready to dash himself against the king without hesitation. The king met him as he fell, reaching out one hand with blinding speed to crush Gon's face. Netero would have missed it, had he blinked. 1/100th of a second before the king's hands could close around Gon's hand, Jing Freaks intercepted him. The hunter hardly looked like himself. His whole body was grotesquely swollen, rippling with muscles, it made his head look comically small atop his body. Jing was always overjoyed to experiment with strange new hatsu, but to Netero, disfiguring his own body like this with the abilities of the royal guard he'd sent scurrying back the palace was a step too far. The shock of their impact blew a gap in the rain dozens of meters wide. One of Jing's arms wrapped around the king's chest, the other seized his son by the arm and hurled him with grotesque strength, up and out. Netero watched with interest as Gon's arm dislocated and he was flung at several times the speed of sound clear out of Beijing, almost beyond the clouds. That had certainly been unexpected. As though breaking an annoying doll, the king twisted the arm Jing had wrapped around him more than 720 degrees, and punched a hole in the hunter's side with his tail. Only the awkward angle saved Jing's life. In the next moment, the king dismissed him with a flick of his tail, tossing him in the opposite direction of his son. Just like that, another 2 hunters out of the fight. Now, all that was left was himself, Gaara, and Knuckle. And Hinata, should she deign to arrive. Running clearly wasn't working. As they descended to the street, Netero came to the decision with a grateful sigh, and stopped moving. The others did as well. Chairman, Gaara said. What? We tried your way, Netero said. The king landed and began stalking towards them, apparently content to give them a moment. Perhaps he was enjoying the chase as much as Netero despised it. Now, mine. One way or another, we're ending this. Gingerly, Gaara set down their wounded, covering them with a shroud of sand. Where had the dog and Palm gone, Netero wondered. They'd been lost in the mad scramble, had the king cut them down or ignored them. It didn't matter. Oh. The king asked. You're stopping? Have you decided to give up? He smiled. It won't matter. It's not you I'm. He's right. Like just another drop of rain, Hinata landed next to Netero. He smiled at her, feeling an odd mix of mirth and annoyance. The king was smiling too. It was a look no human could give. You're late, Netero said. The woman looked sodden and ashamed. Her hair hung around her face, obscuring her eyes. She wasn't prepared for combat, she was still wearing a dress, and the fabric clung to her thin body, leaving her no protection from the elements. I'm sorry. Hinata's voice was so soft that it nearly vanished under the storm. He couldn't tell if she was talking to him, to Gaara, perhaps even to the king. I couldn't. Don't. Gaara stepped to her side. We'll talk later. Netero snorted at the optimism, but then Knuckle stepped to his side as well. The four of them, standing in a solid line against the king. Something sparked in his heart as he realized he was about to get his wish. We shouldn't, Hinata began, but then the king raised his hand and she stopped, and though he'd caught her tongue. Come back with me, the thing said, and Hinata shivered. Do that, and the rest of them will walk away. He pointed then, leveling a finger at her. But speak another word, and I'll show you their deaths till the day you die. When Hinata didn't continue to speak, Netero realized the situation was a little more serious than even he'd considered. The silence where she should have spoken swallowed them all, and for a solid 5 seconds it was just the four of them and the ant in the rain and thunder. Netero. For the first time, Gaara showed the chairman an expression other than placid determination. He continued, spreading his hands. Hinata. Knuckle. The man looked completely furious. His face was cracking, it too was made of sand. Beneath the shed armor, the shinobi revealed bared teeth. Netero smiled at the look. I'll pin him, the Kazekage said. He clenched his fists, and more sand than Netero had ever seen in his life rose up around him, as if from nowhere. You kill him. The king attacked. Time compressed. Netero put his hands together, and thanked the universe for giving him an opponent who would not offer him an understanding hand if he lost. The 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva formed behind him in a pillar of golden light, and Netero threw 10 punches in a single second. The city block fell apart in a shower of concrete and dust. Here, on the edge of the city, the buildings were more spread out, but they still disintegrated in the first few ferocious seconds of fighting. All around him, sand surged forward, a tidal wave intent on drowning the king. Knuckle went left, into full sprint in an instant, circling around and looking for an opening. At his side, Hinata closed her eyes. There wasn't time to even glance back at her, the king was forcing his way forward, despite the onslaught from Netero's Hatsu and the sand trying to drag him down. Netero caught the creature out, a thrill of movement and spacing, ready to crush the insect as it was off step, ducking under one palm and sidestepping around another. His soul lanced down, an attack that could sunder anything under the sun. And the king punched the strike away. The king dented his bodhisattva with just his fists. Ah, Netero thought as he threw another 50 punches in a rage. The king stepped through or deflected them as well. That could be a problem. It was obvious with a look what had happened, though a little difficult to believe. The king had used Hinata's gentle fist, with the spike of chakra encasing his hand, he'd struck back at Netero's Hatsu. With Hinata's technique and his own unfair physical strength, he'd dented Netero's ultimate technique. That was what had happened in the palace. That was why Hinata was so hesitant, so hurt. That was why the king was so obsessed with her. The ant had somehow been pulling information from the shinobi's brain. That was likely what the ninja Gaara had mentioned was. Somehow, he'd known this was a possibility. The king wasn't a powerful amateur at this moment. Now, it was an even greater threat. It started laughing, but the mocking sound was suddenly cut short as a spear of sand nearly transfixed the thing's chest. The king slapped the attack aside, glaring at Gaara. You, the ant said, and then Gaara gestured and buried him in a tsunami of sand. The wave steadily formed into a pyramid, and the shinobi clenched both hands, his whole body shaking. The sand shrunk, compressing with incredible strength and speed. Knuckle was still circling, looking for an opening that might never come. Hinata was apparently paralyzed. She hadn't moved an inch since closing her eyes. Netero frowned. Had the king affected her that badly? He hadn't thought the woman fragile. Hit him, Gaara snarled, his knuckles white. He's digging out. Netero didn't hesitate. He raged against the pyramid, against the opponent who he could not see, striking the construct so many times and with such ferocity that the top layer of sand, denser than any metal possibly could be, turned to glass and shattered off. The concussive blows made their way through the sand, he was sure, but nevertheless the king finished digging his way out in just moments, bursting from the top of the pyramid with a gleeful shout. Netero slapped him away, sending him tumbling through buildings for nearly a kilometer, but the ant simply jumped back into the fight before Netero's heart could finish another beat. They weren't doing damage. Netero decided to change his tactics. He slammed a hand down on either side of Knuckle, bringing the man to an instant stop, and in the same instant leveled a series of furious punches at the king, all devoted to driving him towards the frozen hunter. Gaara understood his intent almost the instant he began acting, and started using his sand in the same manner. Together, they herded the king towards Knuckle without hesitation, putting the ant on the defensive even if only for a moment. What a joy, Netero thought, to work with someone who could read his intentions like that. It was like his Nen and the man's chakra was communicating, stoked by the battle. It was simple, but simple plans were the best. The king was an exorcist, just as Hinata was, but once they had Knuckle's Hatsu in place, all they had to do was keep the king from attacking it. Between the two of them, it was possible. Knuckle realized his opportunity as the king skipped back towards him, apparently disregarding the hunter as a threat in the face of Netero and Gaara's sudden teamwork. With all the courage he could muster, Morel's student punched the king in the back of the head. Only Gaara's sand kept the king's tail from swiping Knuckle in half in response. The man turned and ran in the next instant, before he could even realize his life had been saved. But as Netero sent another series of thunderous punches the king's way, he realized something was wrong. Knuckle's Hatsu hadn't appeared. The king was unburdened by the man's Nen emission. It was nowhere to be seen. Knuckle retreated to his and Gaara's side, clearly shocked. What? The man muttered. I don't. The king didn't give them a chance to understand what had happened. He just attacked once more, and both Netero and Gaara were thrust into a battle twice as vicious as it had been before. The king actually gained ground. Gained ground, on both of them. He left more dents and bruises in Netero's Hatsu, and the chairman felt his soul shudder at the damage. Gaara roared, firing a shotgun blast of sand from his hands, and the pellets actually drove the king back, long enough for Netero to bury the thing in the ground. But again, they weren't doing any damage. All they could do was hold the king back. As things were going, they couldn't kill him. They didn't have the leverage, or the time. They were missing a factor in the fight. As Netero pondered this problem, every instinct in his body began screaming at him, a low keening that reverberated through his entire being. There was something tremendously dangerous coming. But not from before him, from the ant pulling itself to its feet despite the barrage of attacks pushing it further into the street. The danger was behind him. Netero turned his head a fraction of an inch, just enough to glance over his shoulder, and found that Hinata Hyuuga was gone. Something else entirely had replaced her. The air around Hinata was boiling, her chakra burning the rain around them away and sending up thick plumes of steam. It pulsed and snarled, brilliant violet energy exploding out into the world and sheathing Hinata's entire body in something entirely inhuman, even more so than the chimera ant attacking them. Her hair stood on end. The sight even gave the king pause. When Hinata opened her eyes, there was no sign of the woman Netero had grown to know and respect over the last 2 months. Her iris had vanished. It was as if there were 2 pools of bleeding teal light in her skull. Lunar chakra. Despite the situation, despite the danger on both sides of him, Netero could only think of a conversation half forgotten, held in the shadow of the nest. The glowing woman took a step past Netero, and he felt as though he were in the shadow of a great beast, the heat of her chakra instantly banishing the chill of the storm. Isaac Netero hadn't felt that for well over half a century, not since he had last visited the Dark Continent and witnessed creatures beyond human imagination, living expressions of fear and menace. Here, now, right next to him, was another one of those creatures, something that wore a human body like a poorly fitting suit. Something from the moon, perhaps. Some sort of alien goddess. So, the king said, self-satisfied. This was your duel. The next step Hinata took was longer than it should have been. She covered the distance between herself and the king in between his words, in between the tick of imperceptible time, and as Netero watched, raised a fist. He stared, his Hatsu pulsing behind him. Was this what his peers had felt, when he'd come down off the mountain? Hinata's hand came up, as if to caress the king's face, and Netero felt as though he were watching something that wasn't supposed to exist in a world populated by imperfect beings like himself. This wasn't like his own prayers, a motion that outstripped any other in the world with its practice and gratitude. This was the movement of the heavens, gradual and inevitable, the moon drifting across the sky, moving from cycle to cycle regardless of the desires of those below. Like gravity. It was that movement, the graceful raising of Hinata's hand, that transformed Netero's wariness into intrigue. This wasn't a creature of the Dark Continent, he realized, not a calamity. This was something he could fight. Something he could understand with his fists. Had it not been for the ants, perhaps Hinata could have been his perfect opponent. The king, as entranced by the movement as Netero was, as they all were, could only stare into Hinata's eyes as her hand made contact. Die, Hinata whispered, and chakra erupted out of her gentle fist. If it had been directed at him, the attack would have blown Netero's head off. The king's head snapped up, and the ant staggered back a step. Hinata followed with 2 equally brutal blows, one to the ant's chest and the other to his side. Each strike was accompanied by a flare of chakra, a nearly perfect circle of energy that snapped into existence and vanished just as quickly, leaving an afterimage burned in Netero's eyes. The king was driven back, but he lashed out before Hinata could press her advantage, the air pressure of his strike ripping up the concrete beneath him. Hinata danced back, and the king spat, catching his breath. Fine, he said. You won't need legs to teach me anyway. They all surged forward on an unspoken signal, 3 against 1. Hinata led the charge, going right for the king without a hint of fear. Whatever hesitation that had kept her away at first had been entirely replaced by a murderous anger. Gaara approached as well, his sand as a vanguard, while Netero remained in place, hammering any openings with his 100 type. Knuckle, rightfully realizing that his role in the fight had ended, retreated to get the injured out of harm's way. The king howled, taking Hinata's assault head-on. The 2 inhuman fighters entered into something more resembling a well-rehearsed dance than a battle for their lives, gentle fist against gentle fist. They clashed like river rapids, throwing out jets of stray chakra and tearing the ground around them to shreds with their rapid footwork. Hinata ducked and weaved around every one of the king's attacks, effortlessly slipping through dozens of strikes that would have left her an amputee. In return, she only delivered light taps, but each landed with the force of a bomb. Still, the king refused to give up an inch of ground. He fought without pause, his hands focused on Hinata and his feet and tail keeping Gaara's encroaching sand away. Until Hinata bent back, falling almost entirely horizontally to the ground as one of Netero's golden palms blew past her face at 6 times the speed of sound. The king, unprepared for the sudden coordination, took the strike head-on and was thrown back into the embrace of Gaara's circling sand. In truth, Netero hadn't known if Hinata would dodge his attack. Not for certain. At that moment, they were all operating at a level beyond communication. He had simply trusted that the Byakugan would let his ally know exactly what to do. Gaara, too, knew exactly what to do. That was their advantage here, Netero thought, their trump card against the ants. Not his Hatsu, or Gaara's perfect defenses, or Hinata's lunar chakra, but their experience. The king was a baby, hardly 60 days old. He had instincts, and a ridiculous body, but no practice in a true fight. Between himself and the shinobi, humanity had brought well over 140 years of experience to this pivotal battle. Sand wrapped around the king's tail first, restraining the deadly appendage. When the king thrashed, trying to break free, Hinata stepped forward and slapped away his hands. They were the next to be sealed. The king kicked out, now apparently desperate, and Hinata simply stepped back, letting Gaara's sand sweep forward and sheath the ant's legs as well. Suspended in the air, with each individual limb restrained by sand, the king had no leverage for his irresistible strength. No matter how he flailed, he couldn't bring the force to break free from Gaara's restraints to bear. He couldn't jump, or simply flex his way out. For the first time since he'd entered Beijing, the monster was pinned. This was their opportunity to deal mortal damage. Hinata stepped back into range of the king, her entire body glowing brighter and brighter with murderous energy. Netero could feel it, as surely as he could feel his heart beating in his chest, faster than it ever had in the last 60 years. The woman's chakra focused, sharpening, and coalescing in her right hand. Glowing eyes shone out of her knuckles as her arm transformed into a ravenous, chakra-born hydra. That was the killing blow there, something powerful and focused enough to punch through the king's natural defenses and reach his organs. If Hinata landed an attack like that, Netero thought, then the association would have fulfilled its duty. The troublesome politics that had plagued this entire expedition would be expunged. The sacrifices of his companions would have been well worth that. With the ants out of the way, he could focus anew on what exactly to do with the Shinobi Union. All that and more went through Netero's head, and in his moment of distraction Miruem tore that future apart. The king roared, chakra exploding from every pore, and as though he were imitating Hinata once more an armor of burning aura spread over the ant's body. Within it, vicious thorns tore away the sand pinning the king's limbs, and before Hinata could retreat one of his arms was free. The king lashed out, and the back of his hand took Hinata in the face. Much like Hinata's first attack, the blow would have erased an ordinary human's head. But Hinata was something far more than human at that moment, and was already turning with the blow as well. Instead of being decapitated, she was simply sent spinning through the air with a tremendous crack that almost matched the thunder above, flying so fast that it was impossible for even Netero to tell how many times she rotated through the air. She hit the ground and lay still, apparently stunned. The king continued roaring, and to Netero's astonishment bright blue flames issues from his mouth, directed at Gaara. The sand covering his body cracked and fell off, and Gaara was forced away, his shield melting under the king's fury. A tornado of wind and lightning rose up around the shinobi and drew off some of the heat, but the firestorm continued unabated, pushing the cage farther back and depleting more and more of his sand. The king's head jerked towards him, eyes wide. The thing was afraid, the chairman realized. Afraid and furious. For the first time in its existence, it had been placed in a disadvantage. Its life had been in danger. What had that feeling been like, for the first time? Netero couldn't even remember, it had been so long ago. Myrmidon gathered himself, muscles tensing and bulging, and launched himself directly at Isaac Netero. Ah! The chairman watched the king come with a detached sort of amusement. It was a strong, if impulsive, decision. He wasn't sure he would be able to respond in time, from this close distance. Without him thinking about it, his body was already going through the motions of prayer and salvation. But even if the king did slay him in a single blow, he would only be killing himself as well. That was funny, wasn't it? But he was in no mood to die. He had things to see through. Alone, with the king approaching, Netero decided to let go. He forgot about the bomb in his chest. He forgot about the association. He released all his responsibilities and burdens in a single long breath. He forgot about Nove, broken beyond recovery, and Morel, bleeding to death on the ground. He forgot about the shinobi, about the dangers and salvations of a world beyond his own. All of the universe, encompassed in the golden palms of his Hatsu, narrowed down to just him and the king. The covenant for the 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva hadn't been a conscious design on Netero's part, as most covenants were. It had been born out of his gratitude towards martial arts, his appreciation of the strong and his disdain for the weak, and his single-minded devotion to self-improvement. It was a far rawer expression of his being than most Hatsu. Netero had never been forced to put his internal agreement to words, but if he'd had to, he probably would have phrased it as always seek the most difficult battle. Here, alone in existence with the king of the Chimera Ants, Netero's soul went into overdrive. The king realized what was going to happen a little less than a millisecond before Netero finished his prayer, and frowned. Over the next 10 seconds, Netero struck the king 186 times. This was what I wanted. The king, battered into the ground, was kept on his feet by the relentless fury of the 100-type S assault. He was struck so often and with such force that he could not even fall. Netero would not let him. This was what I always wanted, wasn't it? Did I forget that? If Netero made a single mistake, missed a single attack, the king would counterattack, and from this distance his life would end without him even realizing. Only the immaculate pattern of his Hatsu kept him alive, despite the rage of his opponent, so close he could feel the heat of the monster's aura. The 100 type punched away even the king's chakra, spat out at Netero in furious blasts of fire and lightning. It was as if he were battling a furnace. To be fighting, presenting my entire soul, to an opponent with the strength to end me, who would not extend me a gracious hand. That is why I am alive. That is why I came down off the mountain. That is why I did not pray for the rest of my days. The king was finally forced away, and Netero gained a bit of breathing room. He celebrated with a chop that, for the first time, drew a bit of the monarch's blood. As he stumbled back, the king spat out a spot of purple ichor, instantly wiped away by the rain and tremendous pressure of the Hatsu's constant assault. So I could express my devotion in other ways. Netero's soul was bleeding, scratched and dented by the king's chakra, and that only added to his exultation. To think, he would experience the greatest 10 seconds of combat, on the edge between life and death, in the twilight of his life. The king screamed, the sound so loud that it drowned out the thunder, and launched himself forward once again, seemingly desperate to avenge his minor injury. Unthinking, shining like a star in the night, Netero screamed back, a century of frustration expressing itself in a single shout. He swung his arm down, and 4 of the 100 type S hands mirrored him. 4 palms struck the king at once, a chop that sundered the air and shook the city with its strength. The king took the blow directly to the head. The street below the ant exploded, an unspeakably deep fissure as wide as a building shooting out from beneath the strike and surging off deep into the city, bringing down every structure in its way. With a single swing of his arm, Netero cut a line straight through East Gorto's capital. The king stood, as though unaffected, and Netero's eyes narrowed. For a second, he was sure that the fight would go on. But then, gradually, as though the rain were forcing him down, the king fell to his knees. Netero brought his hands together, but did not strike. What he saw brought him to pause. The king looked as though he were falling apart. Starting from the tip of the king's fingers, the ant's body began to slip away. He grew softer, the rain beginning to pierce through him, as though every inch of Netero's body twitched, a cold horror running from the top of his head to the soles of his feet. As though the ant were made of smoke and shadows. The moment Netero came to that realization, the king popped, smoke issuing from the remains of his body. But the smoke didn't simply vanish, as a shinobi's did. It whirled and screeched, as though the king were still within. Slowly, before Netaro's astonished eyes, the king's clone tried to pull itself back together, the smoke clumping together into something resembling a head, torso, arms, and legs. Like a man heaving himself out of a typhoon, the Ant King dragged itself back into corporeality. A clone. Hinata limped to his side, and Netero looked over at the woman. Her eyes had returned to normal, whatever force had allowed her to stand face to face with the king had receded. The shinobi stumbled forward with a hiss, and raised her hand over her head. Slowly, a ball of rotating chakra grew out of her hand with a high-pitched keening, swelling until it was larger than her head. The woman focused, and the sphere was wrapped in hungry purple fire, the same kind that she'd prepared to kill the king not 15 seconds before. Without preamble, Hinata slammed the technique down on top of the reforming clone, and her chakra shredded and devoured the king before he could grow any more solid. All at once, the night was quieter, though the pouring rain and thunder continued without appreciation for what had just transpired. I tried to tell you, she said, so quietly Netero had to strain to hear. But the storm, and then when I was here. The woman sunk down into a crouch, wrapping her arms around her knees. The lunar chakra surrounding her whipped away, and she was left human once more, shuddering in the rain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not now. Gaara had come to their side as well. The entire front of the man's body was burned and blackened, but he was standing. I'll no. We have to leave immediately. Find the others. Retrieve them. The Kazekage looked to Netero, for permission. We need to leave the city. Like a man who'd just eaten a full meal, Netero found himself more agreeable than normal. He nodded. With 2 days left until the day of selection and so many of his subordinates injured, a fundamental shift in their strategy was required. With the king having profited so greatly from Hinata's mistake, for now, they had to depart. Hollow victory. Neferpitou was covered in agony. Every inch of her body had been broken and burned, and even Dr. Blythe's ministrations hadn't been able to fully banish the pain. After a full day of surgery, she'd been able to walk again, but she still felt like a hollow shadow of the royal guard she was supposed to be. Hernan had soothed her burns, knitted together her skin, and healed her organs. Her hearing was still damaged, but it was slowly returning as well. However, it was Neferpitou's eye and hand that hurt the most, and there was nothing her Hatsu could do about that. Dr. Blythe could only fix what was still there. Half deaf and half blind, she had wandered the palace after her surgery had ended, in search of something beyond her understanding. She couldn't present herself to the king like this. She would come if called, but of her own will? She wouldn't be able to bear the shame. The massive building was even more empty than it had been when she'd departed to retrieve the Watcher. The assault had been a disaster, all because of her. It had claimed the lives of dozens of ants, further depleting the king's soldiers. The failure of it all hurt more than her injuries ever could have. Neferpitou walked for a long time, making a full circle of the palace, and only saw 3 others. She ignored them and they her. If there had been any camaraderie between the surviving ants and the royal guards, she had ruined it with her mistakes. Eventually, she came to think how she could serve the king in her reduced state, and was presented with an obvious answer. Pitou flared her and was herself shocked at how uncertain and tenuous it was. It only extended a kilometer, barely enough to cover the palace, and she could feel her own weakness bleeding into it. The feeling disgusted her, and she sharpened her mind and her with it. With her renewed focus, it only took her a moment to find the distinctive aura of her target. Quietly and painfully, Neferpitou made her way to the nen of the squadron leader Melareon, the ant who had saved her where no one else could. She found the ant perched atop one of the outer walls of the palace. He'd drawn up a plastic chair in one of the upper guardhouses and was leaning back in it. The chameleon was gazing out at the capital, taking in its devastation with a wry look in his bulbous round eyes. He had a lit cigarette dangling from his lips. Pitou had never seen an ant smoking before, but there was certainly no shortage of human luxuries lying unused around the palace. Neither of them spoke. Pitou shuffled to the ant's side, looking out at the city with him. On any other day, she would have been direct, but today, she found something enticing about a quiet moment. The storm from the day before had entirely abated. Now, the ruined capital was bathed in a dull, warm sunlight. It was the kind of soft light that made hiding impossible. All healed up. The ant glanced over, both eyes focused on her but looking in different directions. Pitou's clothes had been destroyed in the battle, and she'd covered herself with a simple black cloak. If the squadron leader could see the scar tissue that covered her entire body, had watched her stumble earlier in the day, he probably never would have asked such an obvious question. Pitou didn't answer the question. She didn't know how. Instead, she asked one of her own, though she had little interest in the answer. Why are you here? Melareon quirked an eyebrow at the question, one eye staying on her and the other wandering back to the city. It's a nice view, he said. I've never seen a city before. It's interesting, isn't it? Now, Pitou felt a bit of curiosity that she wasn't supposed to be able to feel. Interesting? She asked, and the commander nodded. It's crazy that humans can build so much, isn't it? He said. They're not like ants, they're all individuals. But still, they work together to construct something like that, something 100 times bigger than any nest. Under a strong hand. Patu found herself saying. She was actually considering Malorian's words. Here, sure. Malorian's cigarette burned down to a stub, and he flicked it away, drawing another from the front pocket of his sweater, along with a lighter. He lit the new one with a satisfied puff. But not all their countries are like this one. They don't all have supreme leaders or kings, you know. He turned away from her. So what drives them to that? How can they cooperate, as individuals? Is it just self-interest, or something else? Why build something you'll never live in? The squadron leader was driving at something, Patu understood, but she didn't have the context to understand what. She should have been infuriated, but instead it only inflamed her curiosity. Her eye ached, and she resisted the urge to scratch at the empty socket. You know why I'm here, she said, cutting the conversation short, and Melaraon sighed. Yeah, he said. Was hoping to avoid it though. That was ridiculous, so Patu ignored it. Come with me, to the king. He'll be interested in your Hatsu. And why you concealed it. It was something, at least, something for her to present atop the mountain of her failure. But when Melaraon shook his head, Patu felt something inside her crumble. No. He was sweating, she saw. Even in her reduced state, missing a hand and an eye, hardly able to walk, the ant was terrified of her. It had been courageous of him, to deny her. If he were the king, she could have respected that, despite the paradox of that thought. You don't have a choice, she said, and Melaraon looked at her with both eyes. Why? He asked, and Patu paused. Why? She couldn't wrap her head around the question. She itched to just throw it away. But Melaraon had saved her life. Melaraon had revealed his Hatsu, which he had kept even from the king, just to save her from her own hubris. The very least she could do, despite his defiance, was answer a simple question. You will be of benefit to the king, she decided. You have to be brought to him. I'll be of benefit to the king, hey? Melaraon asked. Patu watched him carefully. With one breath, the ant could vanish beyond even her perception. She was ready to leap the moment he showed signs of running, but the chameleon seemed resigned. He understood that at this range, Patu would be able to attack before he finished taking a breath. You're not understanding me, Nefer Patu. No one had ever addressed her so casually, and it threw Patu off balance. There was something fierce in Malorian's eyes now, something aside from just fear. Why do you care if I'd help the king? There wasn't any hesitation. You're insubordinate. Patu had known there were some selfish ants, but she'd never been faced with it so starkly. But it had been some of those same selfish ants that had come to her rescue. Come with me now, or I'll have to take you by force. She flicked her tail, half of it shorn off by shrapnel, and Melaraon grinned. That's not an answer, he said. That's just dogma. That's just your genes. He was shaking like a leaf in the wind, but some force was pushing the words out of him. This had been boiling inside him for some time, Patu realized. This was what had kept his Hatsu secret. Please, at least try to answer. Why do you care about the king? I was born to guard him. Why was she answering? She was wasting time, but there was no rush. It wouldn't matter if she brought Melaraon now or in 5 minutes, so long as she did. We all were, Melaraon said. Every one of us ants were born to serve the king. Some to hunt for him, some to feed him, some to guard him, but all to serve him. He took a deep breath. But why should we? Patu took a step forward, and Melaraon swallowed. Even her deafened senses could hear his heart beating from this close, so fast it was like to explode. She should have torn it out for what he was saying. But she needed him alive. Where did you get these ideas? Nefer Patu asked. Her aura crackled, and Melaraon quailed. She had to find the source of this disobedience. It was the best way she could serve the king now. From myself. The ant declared, and Patu frowned. That couldn't be true. There had to be some outside contamination. It couldn't be that an ant itself could be producing these notions. That was impossible. The queen wouldn't have allowed it. You're lying, she stated with absolute confidence, and the ant shook his head, his cigarette slipping from his lips. No, you just don't understand. He hesitated. Maybe can't understand. Maybe I'm just wasting my time. You aren't. A traitor. Patu suggested with a mild tone, and Melaraon let out a choked laugh. Listen, he said. I remember what I was, before this. Before? Patu's aura only grew larger, but once more, she was curious. She couldn't resist a mystery. Before what? Before I was an ant, I was human. Malorian's eyes, sincere and terrified, pushed the truth into her. I remember it. Lots of us do. The conversation came together, slotting together like a puzzle in Patu's mind. That was why Mylorion was obsessed with the city, with the individuality of humans, why he was so defiant, why he had hidden his Hatsu. The creature before him was a human in an ant's skin. She advanced again, and this time Mylorion took a step back. You have to get it, he begged. Ants are supposed to be loyal to the king, that's their genes. But something came with us, from when we were human. A soul, maybe. He was babbling now, all Patu could feel was disgust. That's what's caused so much trouble for you, with the other ants. We're all torn between what we are and what we were. He was crying, for fear of his life or for what he'd lost. Patu could not know. Look where I am now. I knew this would happen, I knew you would come, I knew that it would be my death, but my body wouldn't let me leave. Patu reached out, and Mylorion cried out one last time. That kind of thing, enforced by my genes, that's not loyalty. That's slavery. You're wrong, she said softly, her hand wrapping around the ant's. Now, even if he used his Hatsu, she had a firm hold of him. She simply had to not let go. The king doesn't deserve a thing. Mylorion spat, and Patu tightened her grip. What has he done to earn anything from us? From you? Do you really think I will be enough for him to forgive you? No. Patu knew it was the truth, a painful but necessary one. But he is the king. If I have two loyalties, Mylorion said, only growing more insistent despite being doomed. One from my body, and the other from my soul, which one should I obey? He placed his other hand on his chest. This, my blood, or the thing that's kept me from one life to another. He was angry, Patu realized. It was overwhelming his fear. You're not mindless, Neferpitu. You must understand what I am saying, even if you can't agree. I can understand, Patu admitted, but nothing more. She began dragging the ant away, and he was unable to resist her. You can, but you're different from us, Mylorion insisted. You royal guards, the queen did something different with you. You don't have any leftover humanity, like the rest of us. Of course, Patu said, allowing herself to feel a bit of pride. So we would make faithful guards. Unlike yourself. So you're not like us, Mylorion whispered. You're all a blank slate. Despite herself, Patu stopped. You don't have a legacy, the ant quietly continued. More so than anyone but the king, you're your own person. Even if your bodies were made to serve him. Stop, Patu warned, but Mylorion didn't. You have the right, Neferpitu, he muttered, screwing up his courage. You have the right to make your own decisions. You don't have to serve the king just because your genes say so. You have the right to ask if he's worth serving. For that, Patu decided, after he finished telling them everything he could about his Hatsu, the ant would lose his tongue. You should have gone to the Watcher, if this was how you thought, she said. They were out of the guardhouse, atop the walls. The sun felt good on her burned face. Never. Mylorion shook his head. You know. You saw her. She hates ants more than anything in the world. He shivered. I'd be just as doomed if I went to her. She wouldn't see me for what I am. You have no one, then, Patu laughed. No king, and no humans to flee to. You've shut every possible door. It was funny, but in a sort of tragic way. A traitor having nowhere to run was fitting, and yet Mylorion had saved her life, putting himself in this position in the first place. His body had betrayed his transmigrated soul. She would never have to worry about that. She was a fresh slate, as the ant had said. She would have to begin searching out the other ants like Mylorion, the hidden humans. That would come later. That's not true, Mylorion whispered, and Patu glanced at him, her senses suddenly on edge. The sun hurt now, burning her frail skin. It was in her eye. I still have Peggy, wherever he is. I still have my father. She blinked, and the ant disappeared. Neferpitu realized in an instant what had happened. Mylorion had waited until they were at a certain point on the wall, until he had been perfectly framed against the sun. He had waited for that perfect moment where, if Patu looked to him, as she had been compelled to several times, the sun would blind her still fragile eye. It had only been for a 20th of a second, less time than it would have taken for her to launch Tepishora, but the ant was still gone. Patu squeezed, but there was no sensation of touch. Did Mylorion's Hatsu eliminate that as well? He was still tangible, he'd been struck by flying debris when he'd rescued her. There was no way he could have slipped from her grasp. She looked down, and found her hand covered in blue blood. Not her own. Patu snarled, and punched down, demolishing the wall. Everything shattered, rubble flying in every direction, but there was no sign of the errant ant. She grunted in frustration, and even as she was falling pushed out her and once more, her whole body stinging. 1 kilometer. That was all she could manage in her pathetic state, but it was enough. As ants all throughout the palace jumped in alarm as Hernan washed over them, Neferpitu's aura surged out like a spider's web. At first, there was nothing, but then, at the very edge of her senses, Malorian's distinctive aura suddenly appeared. She could have jumped. She should have jumped. But instead, Patu simply swiped with her remaining arm, Tepish aura augmenting her frailty and producing a shockwave that wiped all the debris in her path away. The ground around the palace was almost entirely flat, even from over 900 meters away, Patu and Meloreon were able to make eye contact. The chameleon was missing his left arm from the elbow down, a strange mirror of herself. His eyes were wide with fear. With how quickly he'd had to act, even to escape with a severed limb, he'd had no time to take a deep breath. His fear and haste had barely given him 3 seconds of imperceptibility. He hadn't broken the sound barrier, Patu realized, because the shockwave would have given him away. Clever, but he'd sacrificed distance. With Meloreon dead to rights, Neferpitu's did nothing. Later, she tried to explain the lapse to herself. She tried to blame, in turn, her injuries, her distractions, how surprised she'd been by ridiculous things the ant had said, and even the terrain. If I'd jumped, she reasoned, he would simply have taken a deep breath before I arrived, or sacrificed another arm, and things would have turned out the same. But those were all lies, and Neferita knew that. She didn't jump because the ant had saved her life, even though he'd known without a doubt that it would cost his own. Either at the hands of the humans, who hated him for his body, or the chimera ants, who couldn't abide his soul. Neferpitu couldn't reward that action by feeding the ant, physically or figuratively, to a king who could have no gratitude for those actions, the gratitude she felt. So as Meloreon took a deep breath and vanished, this time for good, Neferpitu simply watched. Number. Yuppie was rooted by curiosity. When Patu had destroyed a section of the wall, seemingly for no reason, the closest ants had come running to him. Most he didn't recognize, Zazan was the only one who seemed familiar. Probably cause he'd put the most effort into remembering her in the first place. They'd asked him what had happened, and he'd been honest. He didn't have a clue. Whatever Neferpitu was up to, first with her violence and then with her she hadn't told him anything beforehand. Before, he wouldn't have cared. Today, he allowed himself to consider possible answers. The one he eventually settled on was that Patu was frustrated. She'd barely returned from paging alive, and had spent the days since healing herself. Even now, it was obvious that she was weak. She'd lost an eye and a hand, and hadn't been able to replace them. She wasn't like Yuppie, the royal guard had been given one body to work with, and had squandered it. In the face of that, who would not be frustrated? If Yuppie were in that position, he would probably he destroyed more than just a wall. He nearly had been, he thought, as he watched the ants wander away with their own curiosity sated. If it hadn't been for that hunter, Jing, the exorcist who'd removed the strange creature from his shoulders, a subordinate of a now dead commander, had told him that it had been barely a minute from accruing power. If he'd been a minute slower, the cheerful ant had said, his nun would have been sealed for who knows how long. For someone with Yuppie's biology, that could even have been fatal. He didn't understand enough about his own body to claim otherwise. He shook his head, as if that could dispel the worries. Patu's feelings were not his business. What was more immediately curious was why the ants had gone to him, and not to her. The royal guard had always been distant from the normal ants, and Yuppie the most so. He'd never even spoken to one before the attack on Beijing. Shiapoof and Patu had always been the ones to deal with the rest of the chimera, giving them orders and helping them develop new hatsu. But today, they'd gone to him, not the others. Something had changed, since the failed attack on the capital. The ants that had returned trusted him now, he'd been their shield and sword in the city, keeping them alive in the face of the hunter's brutal ambush. The ones that had come back had passed that idea on to the others. An idea, Yuppie had learned, was very much like a disease. The same way the hunters had infected him with his newfound curiosity, the ants had infected their fellows with trust. Was he worthy of that trust? All he'd done was protect the king. Or at least, extensions of the king. But was that point of view correct? It was a shocking new idea, but Yuppie was no longer a stranger to those. Would the king see things the same way, if Yuppie brought that idea to him? Would he be infected? Yuppie considered the notion, sitting down on the spot and frowning as he turned the idea over in his head, and came to reject it. The king was a monolith. He barely spoke to anyone, aside from the human who he spent so much of his time playing games with. When his ants had failed him, he'd gone to Beijing alone, and driven the hunters out of it without help. The king was the king because he'd been born that way, not because he had any subjects. He wasn't that kind of king. The ants, including the royal guard, were now more like a cloak, maybe. Yuppie thought about Jing's turban, and decided that was more appropriate. Something dirty and unnecessary that he wrapped around his head for appearances, but not really part of the actual. His head hurt, but he frowned and screwed up his brow. He wished he could expand his brain, instead of just his muscles. Maybe he could, and just wasn't smart enough to. If that were a possibility, maybe he could actually be useful to the king. Making his body tougher hadn't done anything, in the end. He needed to be more than that. They all did. But then, maybe that wasn't possible. Now, after proving that he needed no one, the king probably wouldn't bother with them unless he thought they could be a kind of equal. It came to Yuppie like a lightning bolt, and he smacked himself with how obvious it was. That was why the king cared so much about the Watcher, and why he kept playing games with that blind girl. He only had time for beings that could match him in one manner or another. Anything else just bored him. And in that context, bodyguards that were weaker than him were entirely useless. So were the other ants. That solidified it. They weren't a part of the king. They were hanger-ons. They were turbans. That thought should have given Yuppie freedom to stop caring about anything regarding the rest of the ants, but he found he couldn't let go of being their shield. Did them not being part of the king make his actions in paging any less valuable? Of course not. It had bought trust. That alone was worth something, surely. Did the ants trust Poof? No. Did the ants trust Part2? Not anymore. Did the ants trust the king? Yuppie couldn't come up with an answer to that question. Something in him wouldn't let him. He decided to move on to more practical issues. Neferpitu's end had receded, drawing back into the small guard. His comrade was still horribly hurt, after all. Maybe she would never fully heal. Something more than physical damage had been done to her by the Watcher and her helpers. Zazen, Yuppie grumbled, and the squadron leader, who had been sitting on the other end of the courtyard and picking at her nails, perked up. We won't be able to rely on Neferpitu's end now. The humans have run, but they might be back. He stood up, looking over at the ruined section of wall. Rotating patrols, with N if possible. If not, lots of eyes. Around the walls, beyond them where necessary. He looked south, to the still growing mass of humans. Special attention to the humans over there. Shiapoof is keeping them quiet, but if hunters slipped in among them, it would be a disaster. Done, Zazen said, looking relieved to have finally received orders. There had been nothing but a quiet malaise since the assault. Anything else? Yuppie thought about that. He had to sit down again, chin resting on his fist. Stay together, he eventually decided. Stay safe. There aren't many of us left now. He said the word so casually, and took it so implicitly, that it wasn't until Zazen left several minutes later that he realized he'd said us. Number. Shiapoof was being devoured by fear. His attention was split 4 ways, but they all led down the same path. The first was his primary body, in East Gorto's palace. There, he was busy pacifying a crowd of nearly 9 million slack-jawed humans with even slacker minds with his spiritual message. His aggravation had killed a little over 20,000 of them, their organs simply shutting down as his stress and fear rained down on them. That was obviously bad, but in the grand scheme of things was a mere rounding error. The second was a fragment of his body in the palace. Sequestered in the library, which no other ant had bothered stepping foot in, Poof was busy poring over book after book, ripping pages out in his desperation. Every book shared the same focus, geography. That was because the third thing he was focusing on was the half of his body that had been entirely separated from the rest of him. Trapped outside of the now crippled hunter's dimensional space by that fearsome old man, a little under 50% of Shiapoof's mass had been left with no clue as to its whereabouts since the failed assault. Since then, he'd devoted a significant amount of his attention to trying to figure out where the hell he'd ended up. Stupid Poof. Worthless Shiapoof. The fourth thing was the same feeling that dragged all his other focuses together. Fear, and failure. Shiapoof is the only one I can rely on now. Shiapoof hadn't told the king about the intruder he'd all but killed, or any other soul. He hadn't told the king that he was now reduced to about 50% combatability. Probably less, since his full body was exponentially more powerful than it was reduced. It made it easier to think about it like, reduced to numbers and probabilities. All of Shiapoof's bodies were weeping, unable to contain their shame and terror. He hadn't told the king. How could he? How could he, Shiapoof, the only one the king could rely on, fail so utterly, in such a simple task? If Shiapoof had been more courageous, more simple, he would have torn himself apart then and there, all of his bodies at once. But things couldn't be that simple for him. He could still be of use to the king. He was still the only one the king could rely on. If he died. He hadn't lied, Poof reasoned with a giggle. Another human in the crowd died of a heart attack, and he did his best to relax. He hadn't lied. He hadn't even withheld the truth. Had the king asked? No. No one had asked. No one would ask. Before anyone could realize what had happened, the rest of his body would return. The hunter who had infiltrated hadn't accomplished a thing. By now, he was probably dead. Yes, almost certainly dead. No, definitely dead. After what had happened, a shattered face, severed leg, broken body, what human could survive that? Shiapoof had killed the intruder, and suffered a minor setback. That was all. That was all. No reason to worry the king with a minor setback suffered by the only one he could rely on. That would just be stupid. Yes, stupid Poof. Foolish Poof. Why would you worry the king, he thought, when he has such greater things to concern himself with than, well, yourself? Are you that vain? Are you that stupid? Shiapoof is the only one I can rely on now. Shiapoof smiled. Yes. Nothing to worry about. Nothing at all. He'd done nothing wrong. The king would see that. When he told him what had happened, they would laugh about it, perhaps. It was certainly funny, such a minor thing. 50% of a royal guard was still more than any human. Any human but that old man. Poof's heart fluttered. Surely the king would understand, though. Maybe he'd fought that man himself. Maybe he'd understand, if Poof ever told him. If he ever told him. Yes. If. Number. Myrmidon was overtaken by joy. Sitting in the throne room, being ruthlessly defeated by Komugi once more, the king was the happiest he had ever been. In the span of a single day, he'd retrieved his name, sent both the hunters and the shinobi into a battered retreat, taken the first steps towards mastering his chakra, and rid himself of the Watcher, perhaps for good. It was a tangible, self-earned victory. This wasn't a success earned by his subordinates, but something he had accomplished himself. The joy of it made him feel light and capable. Today, more than ever, he felt as though he could eventually defeat the girl in front of him, and master Gunji as he had everything else. And yet, Myrmidon thought as he watched Komugi place him in checkmate once more, he wasn't sure he wanted to. He surely could, eventually. All his countless matches with Komugi were, in reality, one enormous game that transcended many boards, and both he and the girl were aware of it. With nothing but time and patience, the king would eventually refine his strategy, find the single pinprick of light in the oppressive shadow of Komugi's mastery and surpass her. That would be enough to buy him victory, even if it was only temporary. Komugi would surely react and go beyond him in the very next game, if she allowed herself to. They were both improving prodigiously from game to game, but no matter how incredible Komugi was, she was still human. Myrmidon's progress was faster than hers, if only marginally. Eventually, he would close the gap, one tireless sprinter gaining on another, initially stronger one. But did he want to win? Myrmidon reset the board, sure that he would lose the next game slightly more gracefully than he had this one. If he won, the games would stop. If he won, Komugi would die, a victim to her own values. She was only a human, but now, with the Watcher no longer required, Komugi was the only creature in the world that could match him. She was, Myrmidon thought, the only real partner he had. He'd been born to dominate, but now, basking in his joy, he realized that he had been lonely before. That was why his chakra had reached out to Hinata Uzumaki, and possibly why she had come at all. She must have felt that solitude, through that grasping touch. But Hinata had shown him what Komugi really was, and hadn't been able to take her from him. Now, the king had an equal, in some small way. That, too, contributed to his joy. Supreme Leader, Komugi said with a grin. You're happy? I am. He moved a shinobi up, chuckling at the irony. You can tell. MMMHMM. Komugi nodded. She had been blind her whole life, where had she learned to nod, the king wondered. Humans were social creatures who taught even their disabled young small interactions they would never be able to see or understand. It was both peculiar and slightly endearing. You're more confident than usual. And quiet. When you were mad, you were too careful and too loud. Now. She slew his shinobi with a triple-pronged defense, and the king grinned. I'm having to be more serious. The blind girl frowned. Was it because of Hinata? She's gone now. Somewhat, the king admitted. How to explain that? I thought I needed her to teach me, as you have with Gunji. But I realized that wasn't necessary. Supreme Leader. Komugi started to say, but Myrmidon just laughed. It's true. He said, and it was nice to say it out loud. You think I'd be a tenth as skilled without such a marvelous opponent to play against? You've bettered me. He sat back, pushing in on her left flank in preparation for a direct attack. So I took the same approach with my aura, instead of waiting for instructions. I always learned best playing, instead of being told how to play, Komugi said, and placed him in 4 different checks at once. You must be the same, Supreme Leader. The girl blushed, waving one hand furiously. Not the same as me. Just. I understand. Miriam escaped the checks, but the net was closing, it would be 6-3 turns from now. There was only a single narrow path to victory from here, and he was sure Komugi already had covered it. After her next move, instead of wasting their time, he conceded. She was right, as Komugi often was. They weren't the same. He pondered the paradox as they reset the board once more. It was the same question that had always troubled him when it came to the blind girl. She was only his better in Gunji, in every other matter, Myrmidon was unmistakably superior. Now, with the hunters and shinobi sent fleeing, the matter of martial might was decisively settled. That could very well mean that Komugi was the only human on the planet who could challenge him in anything. But even though she could match something as marvelous as him, Komugi was helpless in every other field. The thought crystallized, and the king tossed it about inside his mind as the game began again, testing its resilience. Could it be fate? Fate, and power over it. He examined the happy girl in front of him, really looking at her, not just at her playstyle, her rhythm, but beyond, into what had created her in the first place. Myrmidon stopped looking for the pinprick of light, and began to regard the darkness surrounding it. Komugi had lived a life devoid of free will, he thought. She herself had told him that there'd only been one thing that made her life worth living, and that was her skill in Gunji. She'd been pushed towards that, and would have been regardless of her choices, anything else would have led to her own death. She'd embraced that lack of freedom, and turned her slavery into a power strong enough to contest him. For that, she was a marvel. Who could have leapt into her predetermined role with such ferocity that it could defeat even him, but Komugi? But Myrmidon was her antithesis. Where Komugi could only do one thing with unsurpassed skill, he had infinite potential and infinite choice. He was the culmination of 100 billion ants, and with that manifest destiny, nothing was beyond him. He had complete mastery over his own fate. He'd proven that, conclusively, by driving off his only challengers with a flick of his will. One realization led to another. If Komugi couldn't determine her own fate, someone would have to do it for her. He was the only one equal to the task. Who else would appreciate her? Humans would only see a blind girl, sniffling and weak. Myrmidon, king of the ants, was the only one who could see what Komugi really was. Even Hinata's Byakugan had only seen a strength and a weakness, not what was underneath. A pitiful girl, instead of. Myrmidon decided, in that moment of epiphany, that he would have to protect Komugi no matter what. As the king pondered, his aura pulsed, and Komugi's responded in kind. Hernan and his chakra intermingled, but it didn't result in the brutal relationship he'd maintained with the ants. Instead, it was more like a handshake. Or a caress. Nen wasn't compatible with chakra, Myrmidon understood. His chakra couldn't connect with Komugi's Nen, not the way it reached out for Hinata Uzumaki's. He would never be able to converse with Komugi the same way he had with the shinobi who hated him so. That was disappointing. When he regarded the depths of it, the king found himself surprised at just how deep and sore the feeling was. He wanted to understand Komugi the same way he'd been allowed to understand Hinata. What would he do, to feel just a fraction of that connection? No. Myrmidon sat up, and Komugi took notice of his shift of pose. She moved her commander into a more aggressive position in anticipation. A better question was what could he do? He was her antithesis, after all. Why would this be beyond him? Myrmidon focused, and his chakra swirled, just as he'd seen in a stolen memory. Without a sound, a perfect copy of him appeared beside him in a whirl of smoke, and stalked away, tail flicking back and forth in thought. He hadn't been able to figure out the exact mechanics of the clone jutsu that Hinata had used to visit him, but his experimentation had yielded something close enough. It was made of shadows and smoke, as Hinata's had been, but he shared perceptions with it, looking through 2 sets of eyes, feeling 2 skins, hearing through 4 ears. It was disorienting, even for him. The battle in Beijing had left his real body immobile, Gunji hadn't been beyond him, but fighting with 2 bodies simultaneously would require a lot of practice. He would probably just rely on his own body, at least until he discovered how to create truly autonomous clones. Then, they'd become an indispensable tool. The king left the throne room, looking for no one in particular as a peculiar notion guided his gait. Perhaps one of his royal guards would be his best bet. They were durable, and 2 of them had proven almost useless. Part2 would no doubt be looking for a way to redeem herself. As he padded down the halls, he realized that it was the first time he'd bothered to leave the room for several days. Had he eaten? He wasn't hungry, so most likely. It didn't really matter. He found his first ant at the bottom of a staircase leading down from a short hall a couple doors away from the throne room. He hadn't thought it would take that long. His subordinate, an ant that looked like a bipedal cheetah, looked up at him from where it was sitting on the stairs, and scrambled to its feet in shock. Whoa, the ant choked. What, I mean, it swallowed. My king. Right. It stood to the side to let him pass, but as Myrmidon reached the bottom of the stairs, he stopped, turning to look the ant in the eyes. The ant's eyes widened in shock, and it stood up straighter, clearly terrified to move. Myrmidon smiled. It was amusing. He looked the cheetah up and down, taking in its powerful legs and compact body. They were only a couple feet apart, and the ant towered over him, a good 2 feet of height separating them. Yet, it was trembling. Several of its fingers were missing, he noticed. A combat injury, or was this one of his subordinates who had been driven mad by his hunger when he was born? What were you doing? He finally asked when his subordinate's obvious trepidation became irritating instead of amusing. The ant swallowed again. It really was terrified. Why? Was he that much a stranger? Practicing, it said, and Myrmidon cocked his head. Practicing my hatsu. My new hatsu. A new hatsu, hey? The king asked, and the ant cautiously nodded. Its fear was fading, replaced by curiosity. He'd never spoken like this to another ant, not even his own guard, and the ant most likely knew that. Do you enjoy learning new techniques? I didn't learn it, the ant admitted. Shiapoof taught me it. It's... I don't care, Myrmidon said, and the ant shut up. I'm not interested in that. I asked a question. Do you enjoy learning new techniques? It's cool, the cheetah admitted. Coolest thing you can do around here, right now. I'll take that as a yes, Myrmidon said. It was no wonder he hadn't wasted time speaking to the ants, if most of them were this moronic. You said that Shiapoof taught you that technique. He smiled. Would you like to learn something from me? The ant blinked. Yes. He practically jumped. Definitely. Would you? Is it because Yuppie ran away? Because I always thought he was. Myrmidon reached out and up, his hand settling on the cheetah's shoulder. He found it difficult to describe what happened next. In theory, chakra was a simple thing, much like Nen, it was just physical energy, produced by the body, and spiritual energy, produced by the mind, but it had been combined to produce something almost alien. Just like Nen, the immaterial energy contained within the body and soul could be formed into something tangible and external, like the body the king was in now, but it was more limited, it could only surge along certain pathways within the body in certain patterns, and those patterns, like the patterns that defined every living creature in existence, determined how it could express itself. All of that, the king understood. The intricacies of the chakra system, the secondary organ Hinata and the other shinobi possessed, he also understood. He'd seen his own, and analyzed it over and over again. It was that system he had in mind when he placed his hand on the ant's shoulder, forcing his energy into the weaker creature and filling it up like a balloon. If Nen could alter a body, and chakra could create a new one, he reasoned, why would he not be able to reshape another's? For a moment, it worked. Cheeto twisted, his thin limbs contorting, and the king realized he knew his name now. This ant's name was indeed Cheeto, he was a simple being that delighted in murder, speed, and superiority. He didn't believe any creature in the world was faster than him save the king, he had devoured his own fingers back at the nest as a single-minded show of loyalty, but had considered it insanity afterwards. He enjoyed learning Noonan techniques, but only for the purpose of torturing others. In sum, he was a shallow, wretched creature, good for nothing but a foot soldier. He had no leadership skills, scant charisma, no patience, and little respect for anything but physical superiority. In all aspects, he was pathetic. All aspects but one, because for nearly 3 seconds, Cheeto was the only other chimera ant in existence to possess a functioning chakra system. Cheeto learned too. The ant felt Myrmidon's name, his disdain for his subordinates, his fear of losing Komuji. He had just enough time to realize that the king was more similar to himself than he would have imagined before he exploded. It was sudden and inevitable. Despite the king's efforts, Cheeto's body twisted, his aura broiling. He screamed, convulsing and burning as his energies clashed like malformed gears, giving off an agonizing heat, and then popped. The king, and most of the hall, was splattered in steaming blue blood. Half the staircase was painted, and Myrmidon blinked, his entire front suddenly wet and hot. He hadn't expected that. Apparently, creating chakra was more complicated than the sum of its parts. The king took a moment to consider, and then walked away, leaving the mess behind. He focused, sharpening his aura, and fire and lightning evaporated the blood covering his body without resistance. As he wandered down the hall, he wondered what any ant would make of the blood. He found he didn't really care. By happenstance, the hall led to a balcony, one of the many dotting the central building. The king, still sparking, made his way out into the sunlight. It was a beautiful day, with warm sunlight and a cool breeze, and even though he was only 100 feet above the ground, to Myrmidon it seemed that the world stretched out to a blue infinity. Looking down, he could only see a few ants. What there weren't a few of were humans. They stretched to the horizon, falling just short of the infinity, but out there, beyond his sight, they covered the entire world. Billions of them, where his ants were just hundreds, and he was just one. If he allowed himself to think about it, really consider it, the odds that there were more out there like the old man that has slain his clone, like Hinata Uzumaki and her husband, who in her mind had been invincible, were not slight. And yet, Myrmidon didn't find himself deterred. He looked down at the silent crowd, millions strong, all of them gormlessly held in Shipuff's sway, and couldn't help but grin. For now, it was all right. He could experiment more with chakra later. Komuji could be gifted it later, he had plenty of time to figure out how to create a chakra system without explosive consequences. Getting more soldiers took priority. Even as his clones improved, he wouldn't be able to be everywhere at once. It was the natural order, Myrmidon thought. Those millions of humans and the invisible billions beyond them would be just the same as Cheeto, in the end. They would become something greater, or die in the attempt. To the end of time. Killua was surprised that Morel was still alive. He watched the man's chest heave up and down, each breath obvious agony. The fist-sized hole in his abdomen had been closed up by Shino and Hinata, and bandaged by whatever they had at hand, but the clothes and parchment was soaked through with blood. Morel shuddered with the effort of staying alive. Nen made you more durable, and helped you heal faster, but by Killua's estimate it would be weeks before Morel would be able to walk, and months before he fought. Until they got him to a hospital, they couldn't even know the full extent of the damage. The only bit of good fortune was that the king seemed to have missed his spine. You need anything? He asked, and the man shook his head. They had laid him down in one of the abandoned houses of the settlement they'd stumbled across, Garaz-san gently depositing him into bed and pulling blanket after blanket over him. Morel couldn't stop shivering. Rest, Morel croaked. Shoot. He's okay, Killua confirmed. The once timid man seemed to have undergone a total transformation. The battle in Peijing and the loss of his arm had turned his fearful silence into a stoic one, and since they'd fled he'd been alert and alive. One of his ghostly hands clamped over the stump of his arm as an incredibly effective tourniquet. The man hadn't even been weak from blood loss when they'd reached their current hideout. Killua would have expected anyone else to collapse, but instead, Shude had sealed the wound permanently with his hatsu, transforming the bleeding joint into an abyss, and set about searching the area for any ants, as well as making sure they weren't followed. It was only after that that he'd deigned to rest. Okay. Morel groaned. Okay. Can I sleep? Killua frowned. Not without someone watching over you. I'll grab Knuckle. The stubborn man would keep his master from slipping into shock, he was sure. Killua made his way out of the building, stepping around the front door hanging awkwardly from a single battered hinge. It felt weird to be alive, but he tried not to dwell on it. Knuckle was nearby, only 2 blocks away. Of course, the entire town was only 3 blocks, so that ended up being most of the length of the settlement. The people here had long since left, either making their way to the capital or being dragged there by the ants against their will. They'd left behind everything, they wouldn't be running out of food while they were here. Knuckle. When Killua interrupted the man, he was deep in conversation with Shino. The man, now missing one arm and one leg, had propped himself up against a wall and sat fiddling with his visor as he spoke. They both looked to him, equally exhausted. Knuckle had never seen Shino's eyes before. They were large and dark, the iris barely discernible from the pupils, like 2 pits in the man's head. Can you keep Morel company? He's still. Got it. Knuckle clapped his hand down on Shino's shoulder. I'll be back. The shinobi nodded and Knuckle left, fatigue turning the man's ordinarily energetic pace into something slow and strange. Killua found himself staring at the stump of Shino's leg. It seemed like an apt metaphor for the situation. Several of them, including himself, had been lucky enough to escape with all their limbs, but in the face of the king, that didn't really matter. Glad you made it, Shino eventually said, and Killua realized the both of them had been standing in silence for some time. Maybe they'd been thinking the same thing. When you ran off like that. He let me live, Killua said, the truth painful to admit. Shino shifted. That's interesting. But then, I guess he wasn't trying to kill any of us, at least at first, he said, gesturing to his absence. He could have cut me in half, but instead, he just took my leg. Up until the end, he was just playing. The king's clone playing around had been enough to put a half-dozen of the most formidable humans in existence into retreat. Killua was more and more detached from reality, like he was watching everything happen from 5 feet behind his head. It was like a dream from which he was sure he'd eventually wake. Things had happened so fast that even a day later it still felt like a fantasy. The only silver lining was that Gon was still alive. Killua had been terrified when he'd rejoined the group in the wake of Netero splitting the city to find his friend missing, but Hinata had assured him Gon was all right. Sure enough, Gon had come stumbling upon them as they dragged their wounded from the city not 10 minutes later, covered in bruises but otherwise fine. The hunter Jing had thrown him entirely clear of Peijing, which was sort of incredible but not any more remarkable than everything else that had happened. Jing himself had arrived about a half-hour later, limping and bloody, his arm warped like clay a child had violently twisted. He and Gon hadn't spoken a word to one another. Killua couldn't understand why. Unfortunately, I'm still done, Shino continued, and Killua almost flinched at the finality in the man's voice. He turned the flinch into a shrug. You're missing an arm and a leg, he grunted. No one would blame you. It's not that, Shino chuckled. This isn't as much as impediment to me as it would be others. But between the attack on the city and the king, I'm practically out of insects. His head dropped a little, chin resting against his chest. It's quiet. Somehow, it was that soft and almost nonsensical phrase that broke Killua out of his fugue. He became aware of how heavy his body was, how his fingertips were still numb from the lightning even a day later. He couldn't even think of a coherent response, his whole body shook. He took his leave without a word. Gone. He needed Gon, right? Gon had always helped. Gon wasn't what he got. Killua wondered, looking for his friend, but only 2 minutes later a huge hand clapped down on his shoulder and stopped him in his tracks. It was like a chunk of ice. Killua stiffened, already knowing who was behind him. So, Silva Zaldik said, and Killua turned to face his father. He felt naked. You survived. Killua nodded, looking past his father. His grandfather was there too, distracted as he was, he hadn't heard either of the master assassins approach. If they'd wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have noticed his own death. But there was no point in thinking that, that was just residual fear from his brush with the king. No matter what, Zaldik didn't kill Zaldik. It was totally forbidden. Locking them up, though. I'm impressed, Silva continued. Even if it was luck, you've come a long way, Killua. When did you remove the needle? So, he'd known. That wasn't a surprise, but it was nice to have it confirmed. Illumi had probably sought their father's blessing before implanting the thing, whenever he'd done it. 2 months ago, he said, and his grandfather clicked his tongue. It was that shinobi, wasn't it? Zeno said. Unlike Silva, there was amusement dancing around the edge of his face. And perhaps a bit of relief too. Killua had never been blind to his grandfather's favor growing up, perhaps he reminded the old man of his younger self, more so than his siblings. Hinata Hyuuga. That was when she arrived. She pointed it out to you. Uzumaki, Killua corrected absent-mindedly. She only goes by Hyuuga when she's working. And she's not? Zeno asked, apparently surprised. Killua thought about that for a good 5 seconds. It made him wonder why he'd spoken up in the first place. The distinction was important to him, but he didn't have the strength to dig into it. Not anymore, he decided. I don't think she can keep fighting. She spent almost half a day with the king in it. Broke her? No, Hinata wasn't broken. That was too dramatic. But she was hurt, horribly hurt. It would take her time to heal, and the one thing they didn't have was time. Well, that's unfortunate, Silva ground out. All the more reason for you to depart now. That had been inevitable, but it still stung. Killua laughed. If I didn't leave when I was about to die, why would I leave now? He grinned at his father's face, and the man chuckled back. It was like a glacier cracking. It's easy to have conviction in the moment, Silva said. When you don't have time to think about the future, making a decision is simple. But now. He gestured with an open hand. Look around. Look inside yourself. You made a tremendous effort, and you made it out alive. Sometimes, that's the best possible conclusion. He frowned, but it wasn't disapproval or disappointment. Killua's father looked worried. Please, come home. In the face of those ants, even your life wouldn't buy much. It stung to admit it, but his father was probably right. With twice their current forces, the hunters and shinobi still hadn't been able to take on a single clone of the king. Their only feasible option now was the poor man's rose, and that wouldn't require anything but a life or two sold, Netero, and someone to bait the king away from paging if Netero wasn't sufficient. Probably Hinata. Who else had the king shown interest in? But would he even bother to come himself? What if he just sent a clone again? Killua felt as though he were looking up from the bottom of a deep and narrow well, the light of success quickly receding. Was there a path to victory from here that didn't involve sacrifice? No, impossible. Was there a path that did? A narrow one. So narrow that only 1 or 2 people could walk it at a time. In all likelihood, his presence wouldn't affect anything at all. And if he did stay, he'd almost certainly die. And yet, despite that, he was rooted to the ground. There was no way Gon would leave, not when his father was here. Netero wouldn't back down. And Gon and Netero would anchor Hinata and her team. It was like a suicide pact, but he didn't feel compelled to cut it. I know, he said, and his father's frown deepened. But remember what you told me. His father stiffened, understanding instantly. You wouldn't be betraying him, he said ponderously. You could convince him to. I doubt that, but I'll try, Killua said. But it's not just him anymore. It's them. Not everyone here is my friend, but they're definitely my comrades. I'm only leaving if they're all leaving. If not, I'm sticking this out. Killua, Zeno said quietly. Please. It was one thing to leave you on that roof, but here, like this. You'll manage, grandfather, Killua said, trying not to sound harsh. Maybe I'll surprise you and survive again, who knows. The sun beat down on them, but Killua's shoulders felt lighter. Honesty felt surprisingly good. Maybe that was why he said what came next. And if I don't, you'll still have a Luca. Maybe you can bring me back. Or make a duplicate, if that's too much. Silva's eyes narrowed. So, you remember now. He crossed his arms. You shouldn't be so flippant, Killua. That thing can't bring the dead back. We've long established that. Killua resisted the urge to hiss. That thing? That thing? Who could talk about their own child that way? His sister? He was shocked to find his fist trembling. He must have been even more on edge than he'd thought. I'm surprised you haven't considered using her, he said instead. I would have thought this kind of situation would merit it. We are considering it, Zeno said. Now, there was none of the warmth reserved for Killua. When speaking about Aluka, he was the same ruthless old man his enemies saw. The price for him destroying the king, or even a royal guard, would doubtlessly be an unmitigated catastrophe. It's out of the question. Even revealing his existence is an unacceptable risk. He stroked his beard. But if he were to become known only to a man who died immediately afterwards? Killua took a moment to understand his grandfather's words, and then laughed. Just to Netero, you mean? He narrowed his eyes. You're thinking you'll tell her to transport the king to Netero, somewhere remote, so he can use his rose? Possibly. Silva flexed his fingers, joints quietly popping. Even revealing it to a dead man carries inherent risks. We cannot know our course of action until every other option is exhausted. Killua couldn't believe the irony of his position. He couldn't leave to fetch Aluka himself, and there was no way his family would bring his sister here. The only reason they would was if he revealed his exception to something's rules, but if he did that, both his and Aluka's lives would essentially end. They'd become slaves to Silva's words and Illumi's needles for the rest of their existence. There was a potential solution with minimal sacrifice to the king, but the path was closed thanks to his family's stubbornness. It was a nightmare, but somehow, it grew determination in Killua instead of fear. There was a way there. They could defeat the king, and he could save his sister. All he and Gon had to do to reach it was survive the ants. The rest could come afterwards. All he had to do was survive. They had the most to live for. That was simple, right? You won't change your mind? Silva asked, and Killua snapped back to the present with a shake of his head. His father sighed. You've become your own man, Killua, he said with a flat face. It's just a shame your life will probably end before I can enjoy it. Number. Killua left his family and walked until he found Gon. He didn't regret it, but it seemed to him that it was his life in miniature over the last year. When he eventually did stumble across his friend, he found him in an unexpected position. Gon was hiding. Well, not truly hiding. He was pressed against a wall, immersed in Zetsu. Killua only found him thanks to his familiarity. He walked up to his friend without a sound, and Gon didn't even notice. His eyes were closed, ears twitching as he paid attention to a distant sound. What's up? Killua asked, and Gon jumped. Killua! He yelped. Where'd you come from? Since when was Gon that inattentive? Killua peeked around the corner of the wall and didn't find anything of interest. His friend's face was going red. What are you listening for? He asked, and Gon only grew more embarrassed. Jing, he said, and Killua made a surprised noise. In all the chaos, he'd almost forgotten that the man that his friend had become a hunter in the first place to chase down was within a mile radius. It was no wonder Gon was so distracted. The only reason they'd been involved with the Chimera ants at all was because of another attempt to track his father down, after all. Have you found him? Gon nodded with an uncharacteristic uncertainty, and Killua cocked an eyebrow. So? Go get him. Gon hesitated. Again, not like him. Killua was both amused and weirded out. I'm not sure how. Killua blinked. What do you mean, you're not sure how? That. Gon said. I mean, I thought I'd be the one finding him, but instead, he just showed up and saved me from the king. He lifted his arm, showing the perfectly hand-shaped bruise his father had left on his forearm. It doesn't make sense. I mean, it does, but it's not how I thought. You idiot. Killua laughed. You've been hunting him for 2 years and now that he's right in front of you, you're freezing up. He stepped forward with a mean grin. You're really going to chicken out at the last minute. I'm not going to chicken out. Gon declared with a straight face. I just need to figure out how to. Screw that, Killua said. He darted forward, and though Gon jumped away he wasn't fast enough. Killua's hands fastened around his hips, and he lifted his friend straight up over his head like a plank of loudly complaining wood. "Put me down!" Gon shouted, beating on Killua's back, and the Zaldik laughed. "In a minute," he said, leaping straight up and spinning around. His eyes, cloaked in Gyo, scanned the village. It only took a moment for him to locate his target as Gon continued to fruitlessly beat at his back. His friend wasn't really trying to escape, there was no nen, and no real anger in his voice. He was going along with their game. Most likely, he was grateful. Jing ended up being a mere 20 seconds away, seated on a tree stump and gnawing on a piece of bread that bore more resemblance to a weathered stone than food. He glanced up as Killua landed about 10 feet away and planted a loudly protesting Gon with such force that the teen was buried up to his kneecaps in the soft dirt. Face to face with his father, Gon suddenly went quiet. Looking over his shoulder, Killua could see Jing's face. The older hunter showed nothing beyond mild amusement. "Hey," Jing said, chewing thoughtfully. "What's up?" Gon didn't say anything, and Killua took the silent moment to examine Jing. The man's arm was twisted around like a corkscrew, but somehow he was ignoring the crippling injury. He wasn't an especially inspiring sight besides that, dirty and covered in bruises and dressed like a leper. If he'd walked past him on the street Killua would have marked him as just another vagrant. That was especially astonishing, considering what he knew Jing was capable of. This was one of the most capable hunters in the world, well-traveled and knowledgeable enough to be Isaac Netero's trump card against both the shinobi and the chimera ants, and yet even to Killua's intensely paranoid instincts he didn't raise a red flag. His aura was so refined as to be almost invisible. In an instant, Killua was given the unshakable impression that Gon's father was the exact opposite of the king of the chimera ants. Perhaps that was part of why Netero had called him, but only when there had been no other choice. "Hey," Gon said after a pause, though he had only been silent for 2 or 3 seconds. "What happened to your arm?" He hadn't noticed before. Gon really had been out of it. "Oh." Jing lifted up his twisted arm, still attempting to bite into his hunk of bread. "That was just the king. Don't worry about it." "I'm sorry." Gon was shaking. Killua resisted the urge to step forward. Right now, that wasn't his place. "That was my fault. You shouldn't have." Jing grinned. "You don't get to tell me what to do," he laughed. "I saw you jump at the king, and I thought what a stupid way for my son to die. So I jumped too. There was nothing you could have done to change my mind, so why would you try now?" "I'm not trying to." Gon trailed off. "I'm not really sure what to say." Killua's friend began to shake harder. He was hyperventilating. "Kite, just the same way. Kite was. He's dead, right?" Jing said with a frown. "That's a shame. But that's both your faults." He sat back, finally giving up on the bread and letting his fall to his lap. "Your fault for being too weak to defend him, and his fault for putting himself in that position in the first place. We were 4 miles away from the nest," Gon said, and Jing cocked an eyebrow. "That close?" he asked. What was he thinking? "Regardless, I'm not dead, and even if you trained for 100 years I doubt you, or anyone else, could be as powerful as the king. So even your weakness wasn't your fault this time." He pondered that concept, and then nodded. Gon started to cry. Killua couldn't guess at what. His friend had no shortage of reasons. Jing tried to ignore it, but it was obviously making him more and more uncomfortable. The man squirmed, wanting to rise but pinned by some vague biological obligation. "So, you're sticking around?" he asked, and Gon nodded through his tears. "That's good. I'd be disappointed if you ducked out now. Things are getting pretty interesting back there." "Interesting?" Killua asked as Gon composed himself. "Those ants are definitely one of a kind," Jing said. "And dangerous, unfortunately. Who knows how things will go?" "You don't sound that worried," Gon said. He sounded subdued. Maybe, like Killua, he was a little disappointed at the anticlimax of his first meeting with his father. Or maybe he was just appreciating the opportunity in his own quiet way. With Gon, it could be hard to tell. What's there to worry about? One way or another, this'll get resolved. Jing laughed. "Maybe not in our favor, but hey, that'd be just as interesting, right?" "That's a weird way to think," Gon said, finally pulling his feet out of the ground and walking towards his father. Jing stiffened, but all Gon did was take a seat before him, cross-legged on the grass. Killua remained standing, watching them both. If not for everything he knew about both hunters, it would have looked like nothing more than a father educating his son. It was the first time in Killua's eyes that Gon looked like a child instead of a peer. It made him reconsider how his own father would look at him. But those were only background thoughts, flitting around behind his head as he watched the freaks speak. "Hey, not that weird," Jing said. He leaned forward, bringing himself closer to his son. "There's not a big difference between us and them. What's the difference if they win or we do, in the end? The dominant species would change, but I would bet not much else. How can you say that? Gon said. They're ants. They all obey the king. It doesn't matter if some are good or bad, or like us, when they'll all drop it at a word to follow him. You met him. He did that to your arm. He gestured, twisting his own arm in a puppeting gesture. He's ruthless and cruel and violent. He tortured Hinata so bad she wouldn't even talk to us, so bad she almost ran away. If they win, he wins. Jing cocked his head. Hey, you might be right about that. In the end, the ants might just be Myrmidon, and the king could be just as bad or worse as you said. He smiled. But I met one of the royal guard, before the king came. Menthuthiopi, the big one. I saw something in him. What do you mean, something in him? Gon asked, and Jing frowned. Killua was astonished at how quickly the father and son had begun bouncing off one another. There was a fundamental, unnerving similarity in them. You know what I mean, Jing said, sounding a little irritated at